Chapter 1 The Changing World Line. Hey, have you heard about Song Jiajia from the next class? What happened to her? I remember she went to the Devil Tree Realm, right? What's wrong? She flew up a branch and became a phoenix. A little girl who was originally an inconspicuous person, now I heard that the old-nosed man is chasing her. Did you get some devil fruit in the Devil Tree world? I got a fantasy beast species. Holy shit! Are you kidding me? With this kind of luck, I read that the official said that the probability of getting fruits in the Devil Tree realm is 40%, and most of them will be of little use if you get them. During class, there was constant chatter in the classroom. Li Piao saw his desk mate Mu Bai writing and drawing in a notebook and said with emotion, "Old Bai, aren't you nervous? Are you going to enter the Devil Tree realm tomorrow?" After erasing a line of words with an eraser, Mu Bai turned around and said, "Have you not changed your name yet? I am more concerned about this. People always say that we are a free-for-all couple. Oh no, whoever said it was the prostitute. I'll blame him. I told my parents yesterday that I wanted to change my name, and my mother agreed. My father said to wait a little longer, saying that I would change my name after I turned 30. Then just wait." Standing up and stretching, Mu Bai looked out at the colorful world. Who wouldn't be nervous when entering the Devil Tree realm tomorrow? The so-called Devil Tree realm is a special space that suddenly came to this world 50 years ago. Only those who are 18 years old but not more than 19 years old and have good physical fitness can enter. When you enter the tree world, you will be transported to a random place, and a devil fruit will be stored in each place. You will also encounter dangers during picking. You may lose your footing and fall from a high altitude, or you may drown. Of course, the chance of death is very small. After half an hour, the entrant will be teleported out. Regardless of whether you are alive or dead, it should be noted that the devil fruit must be eaten in the tree world and cannot be taken out. Someone once experimented. If you pick a devil fruit after 30 minutes and do not eat it, the devil fruit in your hand will disappear when it is teleported. Everyone can only enter the Devil Tree realm once in a lifetime. Obtaining the devil fruit is a heaven-defying opportunity for many families to change their lives, no matter which series they are from. Less than a week after soul transmutation came to this world, Mu Bai was crazily replenishing the basic knowledge of this world every night. Through understanding, he understood the special world he lived in. High-speed trains and airplanes all existed, and there were many high-rise buildings. It was like a modern world. But in this world, there are not only devil fruits, but also 3-color haki, marine 6 styles, iron block, paper painting, moonwalk, arashi kick, finger gun. Technology coexists with the ability to transcend the norm. Everyone, be quiet. A middle-aged teacher with glasses and half-white hair stood on the podium and said. All the students stopped discussing. In the last class, I will briefly tell you about the precautions in the Devil Tree realm. You must listen carefully. After glancing around and seeing everyone there, the teacher continued. First of all, students who have signed up to participate should be aware that entering the tree world is random and there will be a mortality rate. It is not absolutely safe as rumored recently on the internet. Everyone who talks about safety is survivor bias. The second point is that life safety is the most important. Don't do dangerous and unnecessary actions inside. After all, living is the truth. All students should come to me now to receive a tree boundary instruction manual issued by the Ministry of Education. There will be some other precautions in it. Gather at the school gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't forget, get out of class is over. Everyone left the classroom in small groups with instructions in hand. After walking out of the school gate, Li Piao took the manual and flipped through a few pages and said, "This is too official." Seeing that Mu Bai was silent, Li Piao said with a smile, "You've been going to the boxing gym these past 2 days. Have you accomplished anything? Nothing is achieved overnight. Unless there is a system, such as yourself. Say it silently in your mind and sign into the system. Ding dong, your sign-in is successful, congratulations. Physique +1. Armed color domineering +50 proficiency. Seeing and hearing domineering +100 proficiency. Marine 6 styles +80 proficiency. What is commendable this time is that more information has been added. Less than a week after signing in after the system was opened, Mubai felt that his panel had grown a lot. This feeling of getting stronger slowly and steadily is really refreshing. Open your personal panel. Name, Mubai. Level 2. Physique, 25, normal person 10 to 15. Armed color domineering, 200/5000, initial stage. Information and domineering, 260/5000, initial stage. Conqueror's dominance not turned on. Kendo 60/1000, entry level. Marine 6 type, 180/5000, initial. Devil fruit not opened. Mubai's original qualifications are about ordinary people, but the advantage is that he practices every day, and his strength is among the first batch in the school. Coupled with this week's check-ins, Mubai estimates that he should be among the top in the school based on his overall strength. The reason why the system is strong is that as long as the data arrives, the host will break through and will not be stuck in one stage for a long time like others. No matter how hard you work, you will reap something. When the two of them walked to the school gate, a tall boy with a short hair saw them and walked over with his pockets in his pocket. Patting his forehead, Li Piao said speechlessly, "Damn it, this guy is not ashamed, he's here again. Why do you want revenge?" Mubai said calmly. 2 days ago, Xiaoqi teased the girls in Mubai's class and was caught by Mubai and Li Piao who were going downstairs to buy water. Mubai didn't tolerate his faults and knocked him to the ground directly, teaching him a lesson. "I don't want to do anything, I just want to say that after I get the devil fruit tomorrow, I will challenge you, so be prepared." "Okay, but if I hurt you, don't cry." "Humph. Let's see." After saying that, Xiaoqi turned around and left. "Damn it, you still dare to show off in front of me, Bai Shen, with such strength, you are really a clown." The two parted ways after they reached the intersection. Li Piao's family lived in the villa area, and Mubai's family lived in Leshi homes on Changlin Street. He took out the key and opened the door. In the two-bedroom apartment of 90 square meters, Mubai was the only one in the house. His parents died in the war 15 years ago, leaving only his elderly grandmother to take care of him. Her grandmother also died of illness a year ago. They are all called Mubai, and their native families are all the same. They are like a replica of themselves in another world. From being afraid of loneliness, to getting used to it, and finally being unable to live without it. After cooking dinner and eating a simple meal, I started today's practice. One bedroom was transformed into a training room by Mubai, and there was a set of exercise machines and equipment in the room. It is spherical and will randomly fire iron balls towards the trainer. Trainers can use the iron blocks in Marine 6 to block, or use armament haki to catch the iron balls. After taking off his clothes, Mubai exposed his upper body muscles and his 8-pack abs were clearly visible. He took out a black cloth, covered his eyes, and turned on the machine. Chapter 2 Entering the Devil Tree Realm. In the bedroom, iron balls half the size of a fist were shot from all directions of the spherical container. Mubai, who was blindfolded, activated his knowledge color haki to sense the trajectory of the iron ball, and then used the hand attached to the weapon color haki to catch it. The machine shoots iron balls erratically, sometimes above, sometimes below, and sometimes left and right at the same time. Mubai in the spherical container can be said to be 120% alert, not daring to make the slightest move. Slack off. 20 minutes later, a panting Mubai walked out and fell directly to the ground, gasping for air. There are faint white marks on the body. Ding dong. Host has been effectively trained. Seeing and hearing domineering plus 20 proficiency. Armed color domineering plus 20 proficiency. Physique plus 0.5. As the training intensity increases day by day, more and more proficiency is gained. I still remember the first time I used this machine 6 days ago. Even at the lowest power, I was still bruised after being hit by an iron ball after 10 minutes. After 6 days, I can now hold on to medium power for 20 minutes. Mubai could sense that his understanding and application of armed haki and knowledge haki were slowly improving. I looked at the time, it was 11:43, and went to bed after work and rest. What fruit will you get tomorrow? At 8 o'clock in the morning, the teacher led the team and led the students onto the school bus together. On the bus, the classmates were chattering. I didn't sleep well last night. I just watched their videos online. I listened to 6 of them talking about how to get devil fruit in the devil tree realm, and all 6 of them told different things. Sure, everyone is random. I'm going. Did you see today's news? Lu Wenyang, the military's shining fruit ability user, was successfully promoted to the 8th level of the throne. Damn it, this promotion speed is too fast. I am only at level 1 and I don't know when I will be promoted to level 2. Normally, most of the military are stationed near the entrance to the foreign dimension. The battle with the foreigners is fierce. Danger and opportunity coexist. Naturally, promotion is fast. I'm still paying more attention to Chen Saiki, this year's talented player from Jian City. She's so beautiful. She's so strong, she won the Logia Snow Fruit, and she's even more. Okay, stop being a fool. Mubai, who was in the back row, went online to check. It was true news. There was a military announcement that Lu Wenyang, who was stationed in the Manbei area, was promoted from level 7 to level 8 Emperor last night. Another set of names for levels 1 to 8 are Black Iron, level 1. Bronze, level 2. Silver, level 3. Gold, level 4. Diamond, level 5. Purple Gold, level 6. Uranus, level 7. Imperial Throne, level 8. The improvement of each level can be said to be very different, and the breakthrough of each level requires a variety of factors. Taking Jian City as an example, the strongest person is only a 5th level diamond. The bus drove for 2 hours, carrying the students to their destination, the Devil's Tree Realm. In an illusory barrier, a towering tree stands in it. Passing through the light curtain in front is like entering another fantasy world. There were more than 20 buses, not only from Jian No. 1 Middle School, but also from students from all over the surrounding areas who had reached the age limit. As soon as they got off the bus, the students saw a dreamlike scene in front of them. After the guarding troops verified the number of teachers leading the group, they were let in. After Mubai's class teacher, Kong Xianglei organized everyone, he chatted with the person in charge next to him. Okay, students from class 3 of Jian No. 1 Middle School, listen to me. We will be the second batch to enter in a moment. Everyone, be prepared. Good teacher. Can teachers bring knives? A student asked. Yan Feng, you just didn't read the instructions carefully. It's useless if you bring it. Weapons such as iron tools cannot be brought in. The first batch to enter were 2 classes from another school. Mubai counted 75 people. In the anticipation of the students, half an hour flew by. There was a pop. The space barrier in the Demon Tree Realm opened, and balls of white light were transmitted out. Haha, I succeeded, teacher. It's Paramecia spring fruit. I also ate a devil fruit, which is animal type. Damn it, why didn't I see a devil fruit in there? It came out after half an hour. I didn't see anything either. There are only a few people who have obtained devil fruits, less than 20 out of 75 people have obtained devil fruits, and they are basically Paramecia and animal types. Dead people. An exclamation attracted everyone's attention. 3 bodies were teleported out, and their bodies were broken, as if they had been run over by a heavy truck. The classmates next to him were frightened when they saw this scene, but then an even more horrifying scene appeared. 6 more corpses were teleported out, all with the same cause of death. Seeing that the students who were fine just now were now like this, the female teacher who led the group suddenly lost her temper. "I bet, Mr. Bai, this is too dangerous," Li Piao said exaggeratedly. The other leading teachers were called together, not knowing what they were talking about. There was a trace of solemnity on Teacher Kong's face. "We just asked the person in charge here. This may be the work of some giant creature in the Devil Tree realm. This strange phenomenon may happen every few years. The long ones can last for a year or 2, and the short ones may last only 1 day." Having said this, Teacher Kong paused and continued. "Students who want to quit can choose to quit now." There was dead silence. Although someone's death had just dissipated their excitement, no one would give up this opportunity. After all, only 18 to 19-year-olds can enter the Devil Tree realm. Who wants to miss this heaven-defying opportunity to change their lives? Okay, since no one quits, then we will be the next batch. I wish you all good luck in martial arts." With excitement, anticipation, and caution, they stood in a row and touched the barrier with their hands. Mu Bai only felt a surge of heat pouring into his body, and the world was spinning for a while. When Mu Bai woke up, he smelled a strange fragrance of flowers. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was in a sea of flowers. Standing up, the color of the strange sea of flowers changed with the distant breeze. It was light pink at first, and then turned into lavender, shaped like stars in the sky. This is a scene that is not seen in the outside world. It is like a dream. But Mu Bai has no time to appreciate it. He walked in the sea of flowers. There was only 1 tree in the whole area. Within a few minutes, Mu Bai came under the tree. There is a fruit on the tree, shaped like a blooming flower, with light yellow stamens, pink petals, and pulp. Others may not really know, but Bai Mu, who likes to collect figures in his spare time, knows what kind of fruit it is, and he has not forgotten these memories. This is Robin's flower fruit. In the original work, Paramecia flower fruit has great abilities. It has the power to make copies of various parts of the body bloom freely. You only have 1 chance to pick it. Do you want to pick it? Mu Bai frowned slightly. Chapter 3 Trembling Atmosphere. Trembling Fruit. Mu Bai, who was still thinking, heard a series of cracking sounds. It's on the transparent wall from a distance. The void shattered, and an unprecedented giant snake poked its ferocious head out of the broken hole, roaring upward to the sky. Even from a few hundred meters away, Mu Bai could feel its terrifying power. The huge snake-like pupils quickly locked onto the small tree in the middle of the sea of flowers. Ding dong! An ancient tree python was discovered. Tip: it lives in the devil tree world and can break the space gap at will to eat devil fruits. Start the mission, seize food from the back of the python. There is a devil fruit growing on the back of the ancient tree python. If you eat it, you will gain the ability to tremble. Task reward: increase fruit development progress by 20%, increase physical fitness by +20, and activate Conqueror's domineering power. Is this the first time I've seen such a generous reward? Is it the Conqueror's, the trembling power? Could it be that devil fruit? The huge snake head slowly approached Mu Bai's position, its erect golden pupils staring closely at the flower fruit. Noticing the tiny creature next to it, it exhaled a fierce stream of air to warn it. Is it a warning? Not letting me eat the devil fruit, Mu Bai stepped back. Sure enough, the ancient tree python didn't look at him again. So, Mu Bai somewhat understood why the first batch of students who entered the devil tree realm to die were crushed into meat pies. Even if ordinary people see such an epic beast, they will subconsciously eat the devil fruit nearby, and this will undoubtedly anger it. Thinking of this, Mubai used Moonwalk, one of the 6 marine styles, just like Wudang Qinggong Ladder Cloud Zone, using strong foot power to step on the air to generate strong air-holding force. After using Moonwalk frequently toward the sky, I was finally able to see the scene behind the ancient tree python, which looked like a small rolling mountain range. Using the color perception at close range, it turned out that there was a fruit hanging on the tree not far behind the snake's head. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the giant beast opened its mouth to swallow up a large area of land including Huahua, quickly use Moonwalk to get to the trees behind him. Hanging on it is a fruit with swirling patterns, blue peel, and a gourd-shaped appearance. Mubai's pupils trembled slightly. That's right. This is known as Paramecia's strongest devil fruit, the shock fruit. In One Piece, Mubai's favorite character, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, has the devil fruit ability. The eater can cause vibrations in the sky, earth, atmosphere, and ocean at will, causing earthquakes and tsunamis. Its destructive power and attack range are the largest and most powerful among the 3 series of devil fruits. It is called the power to destroy the world by Buddha's Warring States period in the original work. Taking off the devil fruit with one quick step, Mubai opened his mouth and bit it without hesitation. After eating the shock fruit, Mubai felt the power of the vibration, which is the power that can destroy everything. The mission is completed. Congratulations! The development progress of the Zhen fruit is increased by 20%, the physical fitness is increased by +20, and Conqueror's Domineering is activated. When the fruit was picked, the ancient tree python felt that its vitality was disappearing, and its power to pass through the space barrier at will also disappeared. Angry, it turned its huge head and saw the tiny human standing on its back. Cause vibrations at will. I can adjust the degree, range, and power of the vibrations. Facing the huge pupils of the ancient tree python, Mubai chuckled and said, "Just a chance to practice with you." Soon enough, the huge python bit towards Bai Mu with astonishing hatred. Mubai did not dodge, and suddenly released powerful pressure around him with him as the center. It is Conqueror's domineering power that only one person among millions possesses. The ancient tree python stopped, feeling that its body was stiffening under this terrifying pressure. The tiny human in front of him was like an unrivaled god at the moment, but then a surge of anger surged into his heart, and the python bit Bai Mu again. Is your own courage not enough? Conqueror's haki can only be controlled but cannot be cultivated. The only way to improve it is to improve your own courage. Let's try this again. Bend his right arm across his chest, a white ball cover appeared on his right fist, and Mubai launched the Marine 6 style shave. Using the explosive reaction force of dozens of consecutive high-speed stampings on the ground to move at high speed, Bai Mu's figure instantly disappeared in front of the ancient tree python. In an instant, a blurry figure appeared in front of the python's pupils. Mubai held a white ball cover and hit the python on the head with all his strength. There was a creaking sound like broken glass under the fist, and irregular cracks appeared in the sky. It was the atmosphere being torn apart. The ancient tree python that was hit was terrible, with blood flowing out of its frightened vertical pupils, its mouth, and its nose. Because it could not withstand the force of the vibration, its internal organs also made a clear cracking sound. A painful cry came from its mouth. Kill him while he's sick. Not missing this opportunity, Mubai stood on the ground with his hands clasped, stirring the earth and space in front of him. Grab it with both hands. Violent shaking, the ground in front was split, and the ancient tree python's body once again endured the pain of shaking and splitting. It had reached its limit. The huge body twisted in pain, and even the mournful wails were unable to utter. In the midst of the blood curtain, there was slowly no sound. Looking at the air mask glowing with transparent white light in his hand. This is the shock fruit, the strongest paramecia. Ding dong, congratulations! Completed the hidden mission in the tree world and killed the ancient tree python. Mission rewards: Armed Color Haki plus 500 proficiency, Knowledge Color Haki plus 600 Proficiency, Vigor plus 4, Marine 6 Styles plus 200 Proficiency. The system actually has hidden rewards. There are so many rewards. This courage affects the power of Conquerors. Is plus 4 the same as Conquerors plus 4? Open your personal panel. Name, Mubai. Level 2. Physique 45. Armed Color Domineering 700/5000, Initial Stage. Information and Domineering, 860/5000, Initial Stage. Conquerors Domineering 5, Vigor. Kendo 60/1000, Entry Level. Marine 6 Type, 380/5000, Initial. Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit, 20%. Sure enough, Courage and Conqueror's Domination are equated. The physical constitution has increased by 20 points, which can be said to be nearly doubled compared to the previous 25 points. The fruit's development level is 20%. When it reaches 100%, it should be the fruit's awakening. I remember that in the comics, both the young Whitebeard and the Blackbeard who later stole the shock fruit and grew into the 4 emperors all had the terrifying power to cause earthquakes in the sea while laughing. That should be the awakening of the shock fruit. Just as I was thinking of this, my body was sucked into the dimensional space by an uncontrollable attraction. 30 minutes have come. Chapter 4. The whole school is watching and the battle begins. After being transported to the outside real world in a daze, Teacher Kong stepped forward to support Mubai. He asked with concern. How about Mubai, did you get the devil fruit? I got it, it's Paramecia's devil fruit. Patting Mubai on the shoulder, Teacher Kong said happily, well done, your hard training is not in vain. No matter what kind of fruit ability it is, as long as you get it, it is a victory. After a while, all the students were teleported out. Surprisingly, all the students from Class 2 and Class 3 of Jian No. 1 Middle School came out safely. Li Piao was the last one to be teleported out. He walked up to Bai Mu and said mysteriously, Mr. Bai, guess what devil fruit I got? Seeing his face as if he was a successful villain, Mu Bai smiled and said, seeing that you are so happy, it must be the Paramecia fruit. Damn it, if you say that again I will break up with you. Let me tell you, what I got is the Paramecia devil fruit, the split fruit. This surprised Mu Bai. It turned out to be Bok's god tier fruit ability in the anime. His body can be broken into pieces and he is known as the swordsman's nemesis. When I go home, I will definitely not talk about my powerful fruit ability, just say that I didn't get anything. According to my father's temper, he will definitely give me a beating. Mu Bai asked curiously, why, do you like to be whipped? Ahem. Why do you like whipping? Of course, after he beats me up, I can show off my terrifying fruit abilities and make him regret hurting the dignity of me, the genius of the Li family. I finally know why your dad keeps beating you. A burst of applause broke out not far away. Brother Xia is awesome. The animal devil fruit is at your fingertips. Oh my god, what are you talking about? Brother Xia's devil fruit is not an ordinary one, but an ancient one. That's right, it's an ancient species of dragon fruit, in the form of a swollen-headed dragon. Xia Qi, who heard his younger brother's praise, corrected what they said with a smile. Brother Xia is the eternal god. Jujuezi. Brother Xia, give me an autograph first, and I'll keep it as a souvenir later. The other students in Class 2 all looked at Xia Qi with envy and complimented him in front of him. Under the flattery of a few losers, it looked like Xia Qi would be promoted to the throne tomorrow. Seeing this scene, Li Piao curled his lips and said, the villain is successful, people like him can actually get ancient seeds. A group of people came over from the opposite side, led by Xia Qi from the second class. Like an old friend, Xia Qi asked with a smile. I just got an ancient fruit. Mubai, what devil fruit did you get? Paramecia, the beast-taming fruit, specializes in hunting ancient species. Mu Bai said casually. Before Xiaoqi could say anything, the loser behind him said angrily, "Be careful what you say, Mu Bai, be careful brother Xia slaps you." "What are you talking about? Since classmate Mu doesn't want to say what kind of fruit it is, then just don't say it." Xiaoqi, who was pretending to be angry, lectured the younger brother behind him. "Brother Xia is saying that I shouldn't expose my classmates' shortcomings. Maybe Mu Bai, who has excellent grades, didn't even get the devil fruit." Seeing this scene, the students from Mu Bai's class 3 also gathered around and started to confront class 2. "Hey! Is this the young Prince Xiaoqi from the second class, the one who was beaten by Mu Bai 2 days ago until he knelt down and begged for mercy?" Li Piao said with a shocked look on his face. "Damn it, Li Piao, you 3 classes, don't be too arrogant." "Okay, you idiot from class 2, shut up. Damn it, you have the ability to say it again. What, you still dare to take action?" Seeing the 2 groups arguing, Mu Bai raised his eyes and looked at Xiaoqi and said, "Is this what you came here to say?" "Of course not. Do you remember what I told you after school yesterday? When I return to school this afternoon, I will challenge you," Xiaoqi said impassionedly. "Okay, the seed coat in ancient times was rough and thick, I think you must be very resistant to beating, right?" Mu Bai said lightly. He smiled cruelly when he saw Mu Bai, who was still extremely calm even though he knew about the devil fruit power he possessed. "What are you doing? Go back to your classes." After leaving a gesture of wiping his neck for Mu Bai, he walked to his class bus with his trouser pockets in his pockets. After a while, the teacher came back. When he heard Xiaoqi challenge to Mu Bai, he said to Mu Bai angrily, "Mu Bai, what did you promise him to do? In the early stages of a novice, ordinary animals will be crushed against paramecia, let alone ancient species." Knowing that Teacher Kong was worried about him, Mu Bai said lightly, "Teacher, don't worry, I won't lose." Seeing that Mu Bai was so confident, Teacher Kong then thought that he hadn't asked Mu Bai what devil fruit paramecia had been obtained. "Mu Bai, what fruit of paramecia did you get?" Mu Bai stretched out his fist, and a transparent ball cover appeared on it. "Shock fruit, the ability to cause vibrations." Touching his beard, Teacher Kong thought for a long time and had no impression of this fruit. The shock fruit, the teacher has never heard of it. It seems that the shock fruit appears in this world for the first time, and no one even knows the name of the strongest paramecia. On the way back to school, the classmates were also very worried about Mu Bai and were trying to persuade him and give him various suggestions. Mu Bai declined all of these. If you want to truly defeat an opponent, you have to do it when he is at his most arrogant and confident. "I will defeat him in the ring," Mu Bai said with a smile. "I just returned to the classroom." Because it was a holiday in the afternoon, the corridor was full of people. "Hey, have you heard that guy Xiaoqi obtained an ancient species of animal devil fruit?" "I heard, don't you still want to challenge Mu Bai? What kind of strength does Mu Bai have? Can he beat Xiaoqi? How come you don't even have any common sense?" Once the devil fruit ability is activated, the animal type will crush paramecia in the early stages. This is indeed like 2 children with a small difference in strength. One remains the same and the other suddenly becomes an adult. There is a big gap between the 2. The increase in physique, strength, and endurance of the animal system is no joke. Okay, I heard that Mu Bai agreed. I have a holiday in the afternoon and I just want to go and see the excitement. Let's go. Let's go and take a look now. In the classroom, none of the students from class 3 left, they were all in the classroom. I glanced at my watch, it was just right. Let's go, it's 1 o'clock. The arena is ready for use. Mu Bai took the lead and walked in front, followed by his classmates from class 3. Across the way, Xiaoqi from class 2 put his trouser pockets in his pockets, yawned and waved, and he was followed by his classmates from class 2. Damn it, these two classes look like they're about to start a team fight. Let's go, follow them to the ring. On the arena side, students poured into the venue one after another. The principal heard about this and came to the ring. After all, Xiaoqi was the first student of the Department of Animals in the 6th middle school. This is a great honor for the school. Although this Xiaoqi has bad conduct, he can't care about that at this time. This battle is also a good time to see the terrifying strength of the ancient species. Mu Bai and Xiaoqi walked onto the ring from both sides. Chapter 5 Horror Crush, Marine 6 Styles. The battle begins. Mu Bai, you'd better hold on for me. Don't let me win too early. The excited Xiaoqi smiled cruelly. The principal on the side coughed and said, "That's it for the martial arts competition. I will torture you, break your bones, smash your skull, and make you suffer all kinds of humiliation." Xiaoqi didn't hear what the principal was saying at all, and even if he had heard it at this moment, he would have dismissed it. Spreading his hands, Mu Bai said casually, "Interesting, I will satisfy you with everything you said." Xiaoqi, whose eyes were scarlet, suddenly swelled up, with light green skin appearing and blue veins popping out. "What are you talking about? I am a genius who ate the ancient fruit Pachycephalosaurus." Seemingly suppressing his anger, Xiaoqi returned to his normal human form. Mu Bai clapped his hands and said jokingly, "You haven't been able to control the devil fruit for so long, you are really a waste. Xiaoqi, let's bet something." Hearing this, Xiaoqi suppressed his anger and said, "What are you betting on? I'm only interested in your life." Holding out a finger, Mu Bai said calmly, 1 million, just bet 1 million. Whoever loses will give 1 million to the other party. If he surrenders, he will give 4 million more. What do you think? Haha, it's interesting. Whoever surrenders first will get an extra 4 million, right? I promise you, Mu Bai, I hope you don't give me an extra 4 million if you have the chance. The principal said nothing at the side. Although gambling is prohibited in the school, if you get into the ring, it is the business of both parties. Whatever happens is voluntary. Mu Bai is a bit wild. The total bet is 5 million. Although Mu Bai is in the top 10 in the school year and Xiaoqi is in the top 20 in the school year, I am not optimistic about the former. I have the opposite opinion. I am optimistic about Mu Bai. I know this guy's character. To be able to enter the ring with Xiaoqi so calmly, he must have a backup plan. I also feel that Mu Bai is stronger. Why? Just because Mu Bai is much more handsome than Xiaoqi, isn't that enough? FK, that makes sense. On the arena, the protective cover was opened to prevent the aftermath of the battle from spreading to places outside the battlefield. Armed color. Xiaoqi hands turned black and he rushed in front of Mu Bai and punched out. I thought Mu Bai would dodge, but he didn't expect that Mu Bai not only didn't dodge, but stood there with his hands in his pockets. When the fist hit Mu Bai's chest, there was no feeling of hitting flesh, but instead the texture of metal hitting. Armed and domineering? Xiaoqi looked at this scene in surprise. After taking the devil fruit, he estimated that his strength had at least doubled, and this was still in a normal human form. But Mu Bai didn't move at all. How is this possible? Xiaoqi, who did not believe in evil, mutated his palms and turned into dinosaur claws, attacking Mu Bai at extremely fast speeds. The terrifying speed set off a layer of white waves. Shaving. Mu Bai said calmly. The figure in front of him disappeared. Xiaoqi felt an evil wind coming from behind him. He turned around quickly and shouted, "Iron! Iron block? No need for dogs, just point the gun continuously. Put all your strength into your index finger. And use your hardened fingers to attack the opponent like lightning. Haha, my iron block has been cultivated by me. How could you, Mu Bai, who had a constitution of over 40 points, saw the power of the continuous finger gun he used was astonishing. When he hit Xiaoqi, who was using the technique of turning into iron, he actually knocked the opponent's body back one after another. What's even more terrifying is that while moving at such high speed, more than 20 rounds of finger guns hit the same place without exception. This is also the reason why Xiaoqi howled in pain. Are you kidding? Is this a finger gun? Why does my finger gun look like a candle? Mu Bai's strength is truly astonishing. His level 2 strength is as good as level 3. Where are you looking? Didn't you notice that Mu Bai is a pervert? All his finger guns hit Xiaoqi a little bit. He was still moving at high speed. To do all this requires not only strong knowledge and control of the body, but also super physical strength. Good guy, if you don't know about the fight between these two people, you might think it's a teacher beating a student. Xiaoqi is the student and Mu Bai is the teacher. Mu Bai retracted his finger gun. Just as Xiaoqi regained his breath, he saw the opponent's right leg kicked out from the side. Lanjiao, line. A sharp cyan light wave emitted from under Mu Bai's legs. Paper painting. Xiaoqi's whole body was like a thin piece of paper, and he could barely dodge this attack as the airflow changed with the light waves. Continuous finger pointing, lanky footwork, and superb domineering power. Is this Bai Mu really a second-level student? The strongest among the 6 is definitely Mu Bai. The key is that Mu Bai's movements are smooth and smooth. On the other hand, Xiaoqi barely dodges the attacks every time. The gap is too big. Xiaoqi, who was beaten a little dazed, shook his head. Damn it, shave. Armed with a finger gun. Xiaoqi, who used 2 Marine 6 styles in a row, approached Mu Bai at high speed, and his index fingers were covered with a layer of armed domineering energy. Seeing Xiaoqi's body disappearing quickly, Mu Bai closed his eyes. Hey! Close your eyes and look down on me. Mu Bai. With strong resentment, he fired the guns with both hands like pistol bullets, attacking the opponent. Mu Bai casually dodged it sideways. Then he closed his eyes, put his hands in his pockets, and kept walking, accurately avoiding all Xiaoqi's attacks every time. The more relaxed the other party was, the angrier Xiaoqi became. In the stands, a teacher said in shock, "That's not an ordinary dodge. It's something that can only be achieved by mastering moonwalk and shaving and having strong knowledge and color assistance. Even if this Mu Bai doesn't rely on devil fruit, he is still ridiculously strong." The principal in the audience stood up excitedly. He didn't expect this Mu Bai to be such a genius. Not only can he master the 6 marine styles and 2 color haki, but he can also combine them in battle to display incredible abilities. Opening his eyes and seeing Xiaoqi, who was panting and stopping his offensive, Mu Bai said calmly, "That's it? You and I are still a few billion points apart. I underestimated you. I should have used my fruit ability from the beginning. Mu Bai, you are very strong and have good talent, but your fate will end here. In the face of absolute power, all skills are useless." After saying that, his clothes tore, and a huge green body appeared in front of everyone, with a body over 3 meters tall, sharp horns, and the hardest head. Feeling his abundant strength, Xiaoqi felt very happy. After turning into an animal form, he not only strengthened his strength, endurance, and agility, but also followed his instincts and possessed the fighting talent of this species. Chapter 6 Shocking Fruit. Kill the ancient species. Now. Go and die. Xiaoqi stretched out his beast head and looked up to the sky, roaring. The beast's pupils showed unusual cruelty. His neck rotated and he bumped into Mu Bai. Steel strikes. The speed is increased, the strength is increased, and the huge body is extremely flexible. Shave. Mu Bai disappeared instantly. The force of this strike was so terrifying that even Mu Bai, who had a physical constitution of 45 points, did not dare to block it easily. The dinosaur raised its head, and the terrifying force just now left a small pit on the ground made of special material. Crazy Xiaoqi used his unique beast intuition to lock Mu Bai's figure. A hoarse and heavy voice sounded. Mu Bai, I saw you. As he spoke, the huge body actually turned over at an incredible angle. Iron head. Explode. The Tita boy slammed into Mu Bai, who was moving at high speed. Mu Bai, who had nowhere to dodge, shouted softly. Paper drawing. After avoiding the impact with the airflow, Mu Bai performed a smooth backflip and landed safely. Without giving the opponent a chance to react, Mu Bai came to the opponent's back almost as soon as he landed, and fired his bullet-like finger gun again. Point the gun continuously. The dazzling finger gun hit the back of the huge body with extremely rapid speed. White marks were left on the light green skin. Completely animalized, even the defense of the body's skin has been greatly increased. There is a hint of humanized and playful expression on the face of Pachycephalosaurus. Ho, your attack doesn't seem to hurt me that much anymore. The situation on the battlefield was reversed, an offense and defense exchanged. Xiaoqi's physical strength seemed to have no upper limit, and he launched a storm-like offensive against Mu Bai. A classmate in the back row started the live broadcast and zoomed in on the camera. I saw people in the live broadcast room talking about everything. Holy shit, isn't this a Pachycephalosaurus? Is there another type of devil fruit? The people upstairs are uneducated, don't they know about ancient species? It's hard to imagine that this is a battle between high school seniors, especially the student who fought against the ancient species. His movement skills and attack rhythm were so good. It's a cliché. Before level 3, the world is dominated by animals. It's only a matter of time before the one who always dodges loses. The sophomore boy in the live broadcast said to the camera with a wry smile. The seniors in high school are all monsters, and we in the lower grades are under a lot of pressure. A burst of smoke cleared from the battlefield. After deliberately withstanding a series of attacks from the opponent, Xiaoqi seized the opportunity and forced Mu Bai into a blind corner. You've fallen into a trap. The iron head swung sideways. It turned out that Xiaoqi had planned it a long time ago. The previous move was a false attack, and the attack from this end was real. He pushed hard towards Mu Bai. Squeak! After the two collided together with a deafening sound, a figure flew out at high speed. It was Mu Bai. Although he used his armed domineering force to defend in time, the head collision of Pachycephalosaurus was no joke. Seeing Mu Bai standing up in embarrassment, Xiaoqi said with a smile. Ha ha ha, why don't you show off your fruit power? Mu Tian. Off the field. The students watching the battle were whispering. Mu Bai's overall strength is very strong, and he is also very proficient in 2-color domineering and 6 styles, but the animal type fruit is much stronger than the other 2 types in the early stage, there is no doubt about it. How many years of hard training can be offset by a powerful devil fruit? As expected of a powerful ancient species, this kind of speed and strength is far beyond that of an ordinary animal like me. It is destined to fail. Although it is very helpless, it is the reality. Come on Mu Bai. Wait a minute, look at Mu Bai's hand. Mu Bai opened his arms and smiled. At the same time, a white ball cover suddenly condensed on his hands, which looked ordinary. Xiaoqi walked slowly, opened his bloody fangs, and said sarcastically. What are you laughing at? Is this your devil fruit ability? You look so powerless. Hearing the sound, Mu Bai said with a smile. Weak? Do you want to listen to the vibrating music? What nonsense are you talking about? Since you only have this ability, let me tear you apart. The 2 thick hind legs of Pachycephalosaurus stepped on the ground, and using the powerful reaction force, the hard head and body were shot out like a cannonball. Teacher Kong in the audience stood up in horror. Stop! That will kill someone. The principal also said from the side, okay, let's stop here. Even from dozens of meters away, the students and teachers in the audience could still clearly sense the amazing power that cut through the air waves. What's more, Mu Bai is the target. Regardless of what was said outside the court, Xiaqi knew that he must defeat Mu Bai today and regain the dignity he had lost before. Let his strict father know that he is no worse than his brother. Death crash. Cannonball. At this critical moment, Mu Bai moved. The right leg was bent at the knee, the right arm was bent, and the pale white ball cover condensed in Mu Bai's hand. Shake it as much as you want, empty shock. The ferocious beast heads and fists collided together, and the terrifying air waves blew the surrounding tables and chairs into the air. Squeak! The clear crackling sound reached everyone's ears. What's going on? Did you hear any cracking sounds? Look at the ring. White cracks appeared between Mu Bai and Xiaqi. That's... The principal looked at all this in disbelief. Under Mu Bai's fist, the void was shattered layer by layer, making it indestructible. The specially made arena was shattered in an instant. The protective cover of the ring was torn to pieces. Xiaqi, who was originally clamoring, felt that time seemed to have stopped at this moment. As cracks appeared in his field of vision, his body was violently shaken and the pain overwhelmed his will. Xiaqi gritted his teeth and thought in horror, what happened? Did someone else take action? No. It was Mu Bai's fruit power. Being in the center of the shock, he could feel this shocking power, which he had never felt before when he challenged his brother. Beyond the feeling of powerlessness, it is the most primitive human emotion. Fear. Part of the internal organs were shattered, and the body was in pain of being torn apart again and again. Xiaqi, who was unable to maintain his animal form, turned into a human form. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his consciousness was collapsing. Can't, poor. In the end, his body could not bear the pain, and Xiaqi's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground unconscious. Mu Bai stood there, his eyes calm, and the ball cover in his hand disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened just now. After a long silence, overwhelming exclamations flooded the entire venue. Then, what is that? Do you understand? The arena cracked like tofu, and my world view also cracked. Damn it, my brother Mr. Bai is invincible in the world. Is this something a newcomer who takes a devil fruit can do? This is definitely Logia's devil fruit. Looking at Xiaqi who fell in front of him, Mu Bai said to the principal calmly. Principal, I controlled the force and did not kill him. Please call for an ambulance, otherwise he will really die. Well. Only then did the principal react. He quickly asked, Mu Bai, what kind of fruit do you eat? Paramecia, the shock fruit. Chapter 7 Top of the hot search list, the strongest paramecia. In the newly opened special training ground. In a closed space, a handsome young man was shirtless, his hands condensing a white ball cover and hitting the machine in front of him. Injury index reminder, 100, 600, 1500, 3000, unmeasurable. Listening to the intermittent reminders of injury, Mu Bai was speechless, put on his clothes, opened the door and walked out. People were coming and going in the hall, and I saw a familiar figure at the front desk. Li Horing. Mu Bai shouted. Li Piao, whose name was called, turned around and saw his good friend, and quickly pulled him out. The young lady at the front desk always felt familiar when she saw Mu Bai. She seemed to have thought of something and quickly pushed the sister next to her. What are you doing? Did you see that person just now? Who are they? The two people who went out just now. That's right. It looks like the one on the hot search. It's true or false, but the senior high school student on the hot search is from Arjeon City. Mu and Bai walked out of the training room and came under the green tree. Seeing Li Horing like a thief, Mu Bai couldn't help but laugh and said, Are you being hunted down? Who dares to chase me, but you may be chased and killed. Li Piao glanced at Mu Bai. I've been looking for you for a long time. It's really in line with your style to practice right after vacation. You are the strongest newcomer. I guessed that you were here when you didn't answer the phone. Mubai was stunned and said. What nickname did you give me for the strongest newcomer? Seeing Mubai's confused look, which didn't seem fake, Li Piao was a little surprised and said. You don't know yet, right? You were on the hot search today. Hot search? Mr. Li, please show me your phone number. What hot searches have I been on? I guess you didn't take your mobile phone, otherwise your phone number would be blown up. After taking Li Piao's cell phone, Mubai clicked on the search box. Oh, my dear, this is not a hot search, this is a hot search. The most searched one is Paramecia, a senior high school student in Jian. The second most popular search, shocking. Experts call it the most powerful devil fruit in Paramecia. The third most popular search, the full version of the battle video of the senior year in Jian. Ranked fourth in the hot search, Lu Guan called him the strongest newcomer with unlimited potential. The fifth hot search, the strongest attack power of the 3 series, the power of shock. Hot search number 6, which one tastes better, devil fruit or poop? What the hell? Mubai clicked on the video. It was the video of the battle with Xiaoqi yesterday afternoon. The entire video was edited very well. There was tragic music when Mubai was knocked away, and exciting music when Mubai activated his fruit ability, just like the protagonist in the movie was forced into a desperate situation by the enemy and finally fought back. I glanced at the comments below and saw everything. This kind of fruit is a real natural disaster. It is definitely a nightmare for the enemy on the battlefield. Is this a FG battle in the senior year of high school? A sophomore is crying online. Awesome. If people are awesome, so are their fruits. To be honest, this fruit is the hardest to control. I can control it perfectly just after eating it. It can be said to be a genius. Very strong, only a few points weaker than me. I hope to see this god tier in the college entrance examination in Jian. One look shows students who have the potential to compete in the national league. I'm very strong and I can make money, you know. So handsome. I want to be his girlfriend. It's really gratifying that a third-tier city like Jian can produce such a character. Returning Li Piao's cell phone, a familiar notification tone came. Ding dong, congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission and becoming famous. Task reward, Vigor +5, Fruit Progress +5%, Kendo +500 Proficiency. This was really a mistake. Raising the reputation is also a hidden task. Mu White Hits opens a personal panel. Name, Mubai. Level 2. Physique 46. Armed Color Domineering 900/5000, Initial Stage. Information and Domineering, 1100/5000, Initial Stage. Conqueror's Dominance 10, Vigor. Kendo 600/1000, Entry Level. Marine 6 Type, 510/5000, Initial. Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit, 25%. This time, the courage was directly increased by 5 points, which can be said to be doubled. Mubai could clearly feel that his use of Conquerors had been further strengthened. But there is still a certain distance between saying it can be used at any time. The last time I used Conqueror's domineering power to intimidate the ancient tree python in the Devil Tree realm, I accidentally used it because I had obtained the shock fruit and was in high spirits. Compared with the other 2 types of haki, Conqueror's improvement is more complicated. The most important thing is to increase the power through the physical and mental growth of the user. Conquerors is divided into 3 levels. At the elementary level, which is Mubai's current state, he cannot control himself to use Conquerors. He can only use it when he is angry and his emotions are out of control. At the intermediate level, you can freely control the use of haki with your own will. The control of Conquerors is even higher. The human C tactic can be said to have no effect on it. Superior, use coercion to eliminate opponents, integrate Conquerors into every move you make, and even a pass can make a battle-hardened warrior fall to the ground. If the outside world knew that this high school senior not only possessed the shock fruit, but also possessed Conqueror's Haki, which only occurs once in a million, their jaws would probably drop in shock. A luxury car drove slowly not far away. Its black and elegant body was incompatible with its surroundings. A short-haired man stepped out of the car, wearing a black suit and looking like a tiger or a wolf in his eyes. He is tall and looks very similar to Xiaoqi between his eyebrows. He walked up to Mu Bai. Said in a low voice. "Are you Mu Bai?" Mu Bai raised his head and looked at each other, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Mu Bai said calmly. "I am." The two looked at each other for a long time. "Hey, who are you?" "My dear, you are so big, can you please stop blocking us? It's almost noon, and we have to go to dinner," Li Piao said very socially. The man looked away and looked at Li Piao. Suddenly, in Li Prst's eyes, the body of the man opposite seemed to turn into a terrifying ghost, and he quickly took 2 steps back in fear. The deep voice sounded again. "I am Xia Wushang, Xia Qi brother. Mu Bai, you have great potential. I can see in your eyes the qualities that make you a strong person, and you can always face your fears. On this basis you are far superior to my good-for-nothing brother." After pulling Li Prst up, Mu Bai said. "So, what do you want to do? Praise the person who beat your brother violently." Xia Wushang stretched out his finger and shook it, and said disdainfully. "The Xia family doesn't need waste. When he challenges you over his own abilities and fails, he is no longer a member of the Xia family." Chapter 8. The main mission begins. After this time, Xiaoqi will be kicked out of the Xia family. This is a choice made by my father, the head of the family, and I. It's so heartless. Now I understand why Xiaoqi became such a person. Opening his arms, Xia Wushang said expressionlessly. "Ruthless? How many opportunities have I given this waste? Things without potential are destined to be other people's steps. Today you Mu Bai stepped on him, and tomorrow Mu Hong can step on him again. The most important thing is that he has been frightened by you." Reaching out and waving, Mu Whitehits cut off his words. "I don't care about your family's affairs. No matter how vividly you say it, it has nothing to do with me." The tall Xia Wushang smiled for no reason. "Indeed, it is boring to know other people's family affairs. I came here for one thing." The black pupils turned golden in an instant, and the low tone became passionate. Looking at the rude guy in front of him, Mu Bai clenched his fists. "What's up?" There was a hint of nobility or something else in the golden pupils. Zhang Buming, who joined Chengdu after the college entrance examination and was hailed as the #1 genius in the country this year, will form the strongest team in Chengdu and aim to sweep the National League. I am entrusted by Zhang Buming to invite you to join this team and aspire to win the National League in 1 year. Chengdu? Zhang Buming? There are currently only 4 universities that stand above all others in this vast land. They are Chengdu University, Baiyujing University, Donghuang Military Academy, and Zhongwu University. It is rumored that Zhang Buming belongs to the hidden imperial family and is extremely powerful. The meaning of naming him Buming is also very obvious. If he does not fly, he will be alone. He himself is also very impressive. He is currently studying at the Imperial High School and has won all the youth awards in the Imperial City for 3 consecutive years. Although he is only a senior in high school, his strength is unfathomable. It is rumored that he has already entered the level 4 threshold at the age of 18. In the last national competition, watching the duel and understanding the conqueror's domineering power became a legend. It can be said that Zhang Buming is a genius in the true sense, regardless of family background or strength. After a moment of silence, Mu Bai said seriously. Zhang Buming is very strong. It is expected that the team he chooses must be top-notch talents and has a high chance of winning the National League Championship. Xia Shang nodded in agreement and said with a hint of admiration. I always thought that I was the proud one of heaven, but when I met Zhang Buming, I realized that I had just accidentally glimpsed a corner of the Hall of Genius, and he was already high above the hall. So, Mu Bai, what is your choice? Li Piao next to him held Mu Bai's arm tightly, his eyes a little anxious. After turning his head and giving him a reassuring look, Mu Bai said without hesitation. I refuse. The beast-like man showed surprise for the first time. Did I hear you correctly? There are many geniuses in the imperial capital who want such an opportunity but they have no way. Is that Zhang Buming's personal invitation? Mu Bai's eyes were firm. No matter how many times, I will still reject you. With a long sigh, Xia Shang said with some regret, Mu Bai. You will regret it. You lost a transcendent opportunity. With your fruit ability, it's a pity. With a casual smile, Mu Bai said, when you no longer have the heart to transcend, you have lost the qualification to become a top powerhouse. Zhang Buming, I will defeat him in the National League. Both Li Piao and Xia Shang looked at him in shock when they heard this. Mu Bai still looked calm on the surface. But he was already feeling uneasy. He had not yet decided which university he would go to, but it would definitely be one of the above. But when Xia Shang mentioned Chengdu University, the sound prompt of the mission system sounded. Take a quick glance, guess what the task is. The main mission begins. Mission 1, join Zhongwu University. Task 2, I have never heard that the system host has to serve others, beat him up. Defeat Zhang Buming in the National League in the team or individual competition. Task 3, after defeating Zhang Buming, tell him, Zhang Buming is trash, bah. Reward, fruit location, you can enter the Devil Tree world again and take the second devil fruit, and mysterious rewards. Punishment, mission failure to eliminate host hair. The system. It gives too much. And the punishment is too vicious. You can take the second devil fruit. Such a reward is something Mu Bai cannot give up, not to mention that this is the main mission and the basis for starting subsequent missions. There was a ripple in Xia Shang's heart. This Mu Bai actually had such a character. If he were invited by the strongest person of his generation at his age, he would probably be extremely arrogant. But Mu Bai refused with a calm expression, and threatened to defeat Zhang Buming. I underestimated you. See you in the National League. By the way, if you win the bet between you and Xia Qi, 1 million will be credited to your account. Looking at Xia Shang who was gradually walking away, Li Piao swallowed his foam and said to Mu Bai. Mu Bai, I really admire you today. You are so awesome. I'm so scared just looking at those stupid eyes. He should be an animal type ability user, and his eyes have some special beast-like abilities. You were a little embarrassed just now. Li Piao curled his lips and said with some worry, damn it, Mu Bai, I thought of something. Xia Shang won't tell him about your plan to defeat Zhang Buming, will he? It doesn't matter, say it or not, if I say I can defeat Zhang Buming, I will try my best to do it, or I should say do it with all my strength. He secretly said in his heart that in order to be rewarded, Lao Zi also had to unseat Zhang Buming, the genius known as the number one in the country. The college entrance examination is in 1 month, so you have to work hard, Li Horing. I wiped it, I lay flat, and I fainted when I saw blood. Going to eat. Where to go? Go wherever you say you want to go. Where to go then? Good. The driver asked in the speeding luxury car. Young Master Xia, does Mu Bai need to be dealt with? Looking at the scenery outside the car window, Xia Shang said in a low voice. No need, he is already famous throughout the country, and doing so will only cause trouble. Buzz, buzz. Who called? Xia Shang was shocked when he saw the number. When the driver in front saw this scene, he slowed down. Xia Shang said respectfully to the other end of the phone, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. Mu Bai didn't agree. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. It's interesting. When Xiaoguo refused my invitation, it made me think highly of him. If I don't agree, just agree. Mu Bai is just a dispensable person. I have gathered all the main members. The rewards from this year's National League are very important to me. I'm sorry to trouble you these days, Senior Xia. No trouble, Mr. Zhang. Chapter 9 Concentrated Training to Prepare for the College Entrance Examination. Is he the owner of the Zhen fruit on the internet? That's right, Mu Bai from Class 3. I watched the battle video, it's awesome. The students who were coming and going between classes saw Mu Bai talking through the window. Some of them even come from lower grades to see him specifically. He's a big star, Mr. Bai. Li Piao said jokingly. Mu Bai, who was sitting on the table, said calmly. What a big star, they look at them, I do my thing, it's good not to disturb each other. Well said Mu Bai. Li Piao Duo and Mu Bai are learning from each other and are neither arrogant nor impetuous. Teacher Kong came over and said with a thumbs up. Then he looked at Mu Bai. Mu Bai, I have something to tell you. The college entrance examination will be held in a month. The school is organizing a centralized training for the top 5 students in the school. Do you want to go? Top 5 in the school? Touching his chin, Mu Bai smiled and said, what is Teacher Kong's main training in this intensive training? I heard from the principal that there seems to be actual combat training, domineering and Marine 6 style precision training. Mu Bai nodded and said, Teacher Kong, I will participate. Okay, you can just report to the principal's office after lunch. I understand, teacher. The two briefly chatted for a few words. Someone outside called Teacher Kong, and Teacher Kong left first. When participating in intensive training, Mu Bai values the most practical training. The rules of the college entrance examination change every year, but without exception, the assessment of comprehensive strength is always practical training. After lunch, Mu Bai walked into the principal's office, where 2 men and 2 women were talking. The principal hadn't come yet. When the pale boy at the head saw Mu Bai coming in, he excitedly went over to shake hands with Mu Bai. You must be Mu Bai, and I am Song Cheng. I went to see you and Xia Qi fight. You were so awesome. The little fat man next to him smiled. Hello, Mr. Mu, I am Guo Dadu, the owner of Paramecia Tuntun fruit. Hello. The Tuntun fruit is really a magical weapon when used properly. Whatever you swallow can merge with yourself. It can be said to be an ability with great potential. 2 girls, the one on the left is heroic and the one on the right is Xiajia Biu. Hello, my name is Sun Yingxia, a user with Logia smoke fruit ability. Hello, my name is Song Jiajia, and my fruit is a phantom beast species, the snake fruit is in the form of a 2-headed snake. Hello. I have never heard of the 2-headed snake form of this phantom beast, but there is a snake fruit Yamata no Orakai form in the original work. As for the smoke fruit, Mu Bai is even more familiar with it, it is the fruit of marine smoker in the original work. Looking at them, Mu Bai smiled and said, my name is Mu Bai, from Class 3, a user with Paramecia fruit ability. Hearing this, Song Cheng gave the other party a high look. He was so famous, but he didn't show any sign of looking down on others in Laozi. At this time the principal from outside came in. When he looked at the 5 people in front of him, especially Mu Bai, his eyes were full of expectations. He coughed and said, the 5 of you are the most promising people from No. 6 middle school to be among the top 50 in our province's college entrance examination this year. I hope you will not limit yourself to Jian City. Having said this, the principal smiled. Of course, just making high-sounding words without giving you actual help is all nonsense. The school will prepare a bonus of 600,000 for each of you. In the next month, the school will organize intensive training at its expense, using the most advanced equipment and inviting the best teachers. I hope it can help your strength. The teacher we invited? Who is it? The principal? Song Cheng said curiously. It's a secret. Forward. The principal was very curious when he saw these children, but he just didn't answer them. You will know then. There is no need to go to class in the afternoon. Prepare some daily necessities and set off tomorrow morning. Closed training will be conducted in other places for the next 30 days. You should all be mentally prepared. The next morning, the 5 people gathered at the designated location, and Mu Bai was the first to arrive. There is a vicissitudes of life middle-aged man wearing sunglasses under the entrance of the designated square. When Mu Bai looked at him, the other party also noticed him. And shouted towards Mu Bai, "Yes, come here." Is the other party the mysterious teacher mentioned by the principal? When he got closer, Mu Bai realized that this teacher was too fashionable. On his bohemian beard was a head of long black hair that was even more bohemian. It was true. He stretched out his hand in his leather jacket and handed Mu Bai a cigarette. "Teacher, I don't know how to smoke." Seeing that Mu Bai was not pretending, he originally wanted to light the cigarette and put it back. The other party grinned and said, "Mu Bai, a user with paramecia fruit ability." It's not surprising how the other party knew this. After all, even if you don't have access to the internet, as a teacher leading a team training, you must know the abilities of the people you want to train. I've seen your fighting videos, and I have to admit that you are a genius. I don't mean physical skills and domineering, but fruits. Speaking of this, he said with emotion, it is the first time I have seen such a genius who can fully master this ability in less than a day after obtaining the devil fruit. This teacher has something special. Indeed, his fruit development progress has reached 25%. Don't underestimate this 25%, there are many people with devil fruit abilities who will never be able to do it in their entire lives. Mu Bai smiled and said, maybe it's because this fruit and I have a strong affinity and a high degree of compatibility. He stretched out his fingers to push up his sunglasses and said thoughtfully, it's not impossible. The power of vibration should not be underestimated. I feel that if you use it properly, you may have a range of damage that far exceeds that of Logia. Everyone is here. Just wait here and I'll bring the car over. What's happening? Mu Bai activates his sense of sight, but there is no aura of the other 4 people around him. No, I can actually feel it when it comes, but my own perception of sight, hearing, and color has not reached that level yet. This teacher does have something. The other 4 people came over one after another. Song Cheng saw Mu Bai and asked, Mu Bai, is the team leader here? Pointing at the approaching black van. The teacher leading the team is driving here. The car stopped. The teacher wearing sunglasses motioned them to get in the car. In the car, he said, all 5 of us are here, let me tell you. I am your training teacher this month. My name is Gao Ji. Song Cheng thought for a while in the back seat, feeling like he had heard this name somewhere before. On the other hand, Guo Dedu's expression changed. Takasuk. Hearing Guo Dedu's exclamation, teacher Gao Ji dug his ears and said, what's wrong with the name? Song Jiajia asked in the front row. Song Cheng patted his forehead and said, 10 years ago, the runner-up in the National League individual competition was named Gao Ji. Gao Ji, who was driving, had a smile on his face. Yes, it's me. Chapter 10 Battle against Gao Ji, shock reappears. I didn't expect anyone to remember me. In this kind of national competition, people often can't remember the second place. Several people in the back row of the car glanced at each other, and Mu Bai said, Teacher Gao Ji will naturally say what he wants to say, and there is no need to ask if you don't want to say it. Our task is to receive training. Song Cheng and others scratched their heads and gave up. Takasuk in the driver's seat laughed. After he stopped laughing, he said, I know what you little guys want to ask. As a former runner-up in the National League, he is only in his 30s, how did he end up like this? For some special reasons, I decided to retire on my own. Those years were really unforgettable. The car drove for an hour and had already left the city. Mubai, have you opened a social account? Why didn't I find you? Song Jiajia turned around and asked in confusion. Account? Mubai then remembered that he was referring to the social software that had just become popular this year, called Sparks. I have completed a hidden mission about popularity before, which was only the first phase. Although the system did not say it, there should be subsequent second and third phase rewards. Thinking of this, Mubai said. I haven't registered yet, I'll register now. Use your mobile phone to download the Spark app, and use your real name directly. After uploading your identity information, you selected a daily photo of yourself. An official staff member in the background contacted Mubai and asked him if he wanted to add official certification. Mubai entered it in the input box. Let me go, Mubai, are you sure you just created an account? Next to him, Song Cheng was also browsing Hanabi, and Mubai actually appeared in the recommendation column. Clicking in, I saw the official certification below, the strongest newcomer, Paramecia Shaking Fruit Ability User. The number of fans kept rising. Mubai was also frightened, and guessed, it should be that the official website of Huahua wants to use the traffic on my hot search to recommend it to me. Attention! It only took a dozen seconds for Mubai's number of fans to go from 0 to 1,000. There was a buzz in the background of the private message. Mubai sent a photo outside the window followed by a horizontal character. Training before the college entrance examination, come on. After the release was successful, Mubai switched the interface and looked at the private messages. There are many people saying everything in the private messages, some saying to work hard, and some questioning the authenticity of Mubai Zhen fruit. F***ck. Mubai, look, Zhang Bumming left a message below you. Guo Data said with a red face. What message did you leave? When Mubai saw the comment reminder, the comment that ranked first and had the most likes was posted by Zhang Bumming. Only 6 words, the National League is waiting for you. Gao Ji, who was driving, asked curiously, do you still know that monster from the Zhang family? No, he invited me to enter Chengdu University and become one of his team members. Gao Ji said in a playful tone, you agreed. I refused. Rolling down the window, Gao Ji said with a smile, it's interesting, but it's also true. How can a king be inferior to others? His eyes flickered, but Mubai didn't answer. It's impossible for Kosuk to say this for no reason. Unless he sees that he possesses Conqueror's domineering spirit. Others obviously did not understand the profound meaning of Gao Ji's words. It's a pity that Chengdu University's comprehensive strength has surpassed Zhongwu University in recent years. If Zhang Bumming leads the team next year, I'm afraid there really will be no rivals. Song Cheng rebutted Guo Dadu and said. Zhang Bumming's reputation is so great that he seems to be the leader in our current class. In fact, in actual practice, I am afraid that Zhang Bumming may not be the first. The van stopped. Everyone came to a huge building. Okay, we've arrived. This is your training base for the next 30 days. Wrapped in dense forests, it would be difficult to discover this secret base without getting close to the bottom of the mountain. The 5 people followed Gao Ji and walked in. The neat and clean hall was completely different from the image outside. Register the accommodation issue. 3 male students will live in one room, and 2 female students will live in one room. They are all working together. After leading everyone to the training ground, Gao Ji glanced at the 5 of them and said seriously, next, I will train according to the characteristics of each of you. Mubai, you can let go of your fists and boldly use your fruit abilities here. The materials in this training room are all taken from the dimensional space and are very strong. Okay, before that, you all attack me together. Then you're welcome, Teacher Gao. The first one to take action was Song Cheng. As the canned lemon of the wax fruit, Song Cheng manipulated the candle waves flowing out of his body to attack Gao Ji. Too slow. As he spoke, Takasuk used the Marine 6th style moonwalk to easily jump into the air and avoid the attack. Song Cheng took back the flowing candle, condensed the solid candle stilts under his feet, and condensed the hard candle knife in his hands to fight with Gao Ji in the air. Wrapping his arm in armed color, Gao Ji turned the direction of moonwalk, and before Song Cheng could react, he dived at high speed, and his hard-armed arm lightly touched the back of Song Cheng's head. Song Cheng, who had no ability to resist, turned his eyes white and passed out. A mist in midair enveloped a strange snake with 2 wings and 2 heads. It was Sun Yingxia and Song Jiajia. The wings of the 2-headed snake flapped, and a strange purple wind swept in under the cover of the mist. Gao Ji, who was surrounded by purple gas, held his breath. But my body still felt numb. Miraculous ability, even if you don't breathe, as long as you are surrounded by gas, you will lose your ability to resist. Shave. He activated one of the 6 moves, Shaji, and retreated quickly. Air shock. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Bai activated his shock fruit ability, and used the pale white ball cover in his hand to attack Gao Ji, who was retreating rapidly. Takasuk, who observed all the action with his sense of knowledge, naturally knew what was going on behind him. His right hand turned into a sword, and with the blessing of the armed color, it cut through the sky and struck straight down towards Mu Bai. The hand knife collided with the fist wrapped in the air mask, erupting with an unparalleled vibration force, which even Gao Ji was a little unable to bear. Song Jiajia and Sun Yingxia, who were not far away, were unable to move in the air under such fluctuations and hurriedly fell to the ground. Terrible ability. Takasuk commented. The space was shattered, and the crisp sound was like Shinigami's music. Teacher, you didn't show your true strength, so be careful about overturning the car. As he spoke, Mu Bai disturbed the air with his hands and grabbed down hard. Hey! Gao Ji was a little surprised. Could he launch such attacks continuously? The atmosphere was vibrating, the airflow was reversed, and the super air pressure hit everyone present. The atmosphere and the ground are being torn apart, and the ground made of special material is also making a whining sound. Except for Gao Ji, who could still stand, the others could only lie on the ground with difficulty. Gao Ji, who was hit by the strong airflow, was also very surprised. If his previous evaluation of the Zhen fruit was that it was a very powerful ability, so the current evaluation is that the Paramecia devil fruit has the highest destructive power and widest attack range in history. Chapter 11 Shocking Continuous Pointing Gun. What a crazy power, unrivaled in dominance. But this alone is not enough, Mu Bai. Taking off his shattered shirt, the armed color spread all over his body, and his whole body was covered in armed color. The shining black skin gives the enemy a fatal sense of oppression. You are worthy of being a teacher. Whether it is about armament or knowledge, it is at a level that I can't match at the moment. Teacher, what level are you at? Mu Bai said calmly as he prepared for the attack. Level? That thing cannot measure a person's true strength to a certain extent. For example, I have never regarded you as an ordinary level 2 strength. If I have to say it, I am a level 5 diamond. Mu Bai's eyes were solemn, and his clenched fists rattled. To be honest, Teacher Gao, I haven't really used it with all my strength since I got the Zhen fruit, but today I face a strong person like you, teacher. A crazy smile appeared on the corner of Mu Bai's mouth. I can give it a try. Haha, okay, if you don't exert yourself with all your strength, how will you know where your limits are, where your shortcomings are, and how will you make progress? After speaking, Gao Ji turned to Song Jiajia and others and said, I will guide Mu Bai first, and you guys should go out and rest for a while. Touching his round belly, Guo Data said depressedly, I haven't made a move yet. Supporting Song Cheng, Song Jiajia and Sun Yingxia walked out together. As soon as the door of the training room was closed, Song Jiajia said with a palpitating face, these two guys are too scary, especially when Mu Bai activates the vibration, I can't even stand still. I heard that Mu Bai practices until early morning every day. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it. Guo Data clapped his hands and said. Song Jiajia, who looked surprised, said, where did you hear that? How did I hear that Mu Bai went to the underground boxing gym to fight every day after school, and could kill 10 people a day? Sun Yingxia, who was sitting next to her, laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten up. Haha, you made me laugh so hard. Did you two listen to what Li Piao from class 3 said? The two said in unison, how do you know? That guy and I were classmates in elementary school. Who doesn't know that he talks about cheating? He and Mu Bai have such a good relationship. In the training room. Like a natural disaster, Mu Bai, with full firepower, shook the ball cover with his left hand, knocking back the Iron Man Gao Ji. The ball cover had already gathered in his right hand, and he used his instantaneous explosive power to approach Takasuk, and then the ball cover bombarded Takasuk's chest. The layers of the atmosphere ruptured, and the accumulated force and sound were like a tsunami, and Takasuk was knocked away like a comet. But then the figure disappeared. Mu Bai activated his sight and hearing color with all his strength and clearly sensed Gao Ji's figure, but when his body wanted to move, it would always be slow. Since I can't find you, let's make sure my attack has no blind spots. At this moment, Mu Bai changed his usual quiet and peaceful attitude, gathered his arms, and a huge white ball cover appeared on his crossed hands. His arms accumulated strength, and veins popped out. Then his arms surged, and his fists hit the space on both sides. This move is called collapse. Takasuk, who used his shaver to move extremely fast, watched this scene with interest. I saw cracks appearing in the void on both sides, accompanied by a unique creaking and cracking sound, tearing the void apart with the power of mountains, rivers, and tsunamis. The entire space of nearly 300 meters was covered. In the space wrapped by cracks, even Gao Ji could not hide and was forced to stand in front of Mu Bai. Only there was no vibration. Are you here, teacher? Mu Bai smiled happily, and then there was a violent attack like a storm. Marine Type 6, vibrating continuous pointing gun. A tiny pale white ball cover covers Mu Bai's finger gun. This is the combination of the shock fruit and the Marine 6 type finger gun, although it is not as powerful as the concentrated air shock. But the powerful vibration ability can effectively paralyze the opponent's muscles when attacking the opponent. This prevents the opponent from effectively mobilizing the injured muscles to fight back. Gao Ji had to admit that Mu Bai was a genius. He combined his fruit ability with the 6 moves to create some unique attacks during the battle. This was a sign of improving his control. Facing Mu Bai, who was coming so fast and fiercely, Gao Ji used the same 6-type finger gun as a counterattack. Gao Ji could catch every shot of Mu Bai's finger gun with his finger gun. This vibrating finger gun of yours can actually numb my diamond-level body. It's amazing. The two men's offensive did not slow down, but because Mu Bai once again mobilized his whole body's strength to output, the offensive became faster. Teacher, didn't you notice? Seeing Mu Bai's somewhat malicious smile, Gao Ji had an ominous premonition. Mu Bai withdrew the finger gun, and Gao Ji suddenly found that his body was out of control, thinking of the few rounds of the finger gun that the other party had just hit his chest with. Gao Ji said thoughtfully. You didn't hit aimlessly, but you hit according to the acupuncture points of the human body. Teacher is worthy of being a teacher. He can tell it at a glance. I read a medical book some time ago and it took me a long time to sum up these things. After twisting his muscles and bones, Gao Ji recovered within a few seconds. It's an interesting idea, but it's hard for someone who is one level above you to be effective. With that said, Gao Ji kicked his leg, and his right leg hit Mu Bai's neck like a black whip. Throat. Mu Bai's figure flew out upside down, and Gao Ji tried his feet. He sighed, Did you protect your neck with the domineering aura? It doesn't feel right on your feet. In a cloud of smoke, Mu Bai stood up. After patting his numb neck, Mu Bai broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he used his armor to protect him, otherwise he would have fainted. With his current physique, he is still far from being able to withstand a kick from a level 5 diamond head-on. Where did you come from as a monster? Your physical fitness is stronger than a normal level 3. Gao Ji saw the other party standing up easily and scolded with a smile. Mu Bai smiled and said, maybe it's because I like to exercise more. A physique close to 50 points is no joke. In terms of endurance and strength, Mu Bai is already stronger than most of the third level. It's very strong. You can kill weak level 4 warriors on certain occasions, but remember to run away when you encounter level 5 enemies. Nodding seriously, Mu Bai said. I understand. Indeed, in all the battles just now, Gao Ji was cooperating with Mu Bai to exert his full strength. If Gao Ji showed his true strength, even Mu Bai would only be killed instantly. Mu Bai, who understood this, naturally had no arrogance or contempt. In the next few days, Gao Ji taught everyone carefully. Mu Bai's teaching was the simplest, and he had a one-on-one challenge with himself as a teacher. Although he was abused every time, the rising panel data did not lie. Mu Bai could feel that he was getting stronger every day. Gao Ji, who had been sparring with Mu Bai, felt his growth most intuitively. 30 days passed quickly. After completing the training on the last day, Gao Ji called Mu Bai out of the dormitory. Mu Bai, I have something to tell you. Chapter 12 Different Dimensional Space, the college entrance examination is coming. Walking into Gao Ji's office, it was extremely simple and simple, completely unlike Gao Ji's uninhibited style. Seeing the flash of surprise on Mu Bai's face, Gao Ji smiled and said, Clean, you may not know that I am a mysophobia. Mu Bai thought to himself, I believe you. Teacher, what's the matter with me? Holding his chin, Gao Ji looked at Mu Bai seriously. You are strong but not strong enough. Before Mu Bai could speak, Gao Ji continued. Compared with ordinary people of the same age, you are ridiculously strong. Compared with the group of people at the top of the pyramid, you are still far behind. The top of the pyramid? Teacher, are you referring to Zhang Buming? Mu Bai asked thoughtfully. Tapping the pen on the table, Gao Ji said with a smile, yes, it refers to the kind that has the strength to compete in the top 20 in the National League singles competition. After hearing this, Mu Bai found a chair and sat down, and said without hesitation, Teacher, what do you think the gap is? Big and small, many and few. Mu Bai thought to himself, good guy, you are very good at writing nonsense. After deliberately teasing Mu Bai for a while, Gao Jian said concisely, we are short of time and still short of killing. Mu Bai frowned. At that time, he understood that compared with the systematic and rigorously trained geniuses, he relied on his own exploration for his own cultivation. If it were not for the systematic appearance, he would probably only be an ordinary student. This is also the reason why although Mu Bai is proud, he is not arrogant in his heart. Kill? Teacher, are you talking about challenging different dimensions? Gao Ji, who had piercing eyes, snapped his fingers and said, that's right, people who kill 7 in and 7 out in the sea of blood and corpses are two different things from people who live a comfortable life. I can see that you won't be an ordinary person in the future. You have a chance to beat them, beat those who are born winners. Searching for the memories in his mind, Mu Bai looked heavy. Different dimensional spaces came to this world along with the Devil Tree Realm and are distributed all over the world. Different races of creatures live in every different dimension, including machines, legendary dragons, orcs, demons, etc. Devil fruits bring people abilities beyond common sense, and different dimensions bring eternal pain and never-ending battles to humans. The powerful extra-dimensional space will counterattack humans. In the early days, humans suffered heavy casualties. Finally, after decades of unremitting efforts, they finally defeated the dimensional creatures and drove them back to their own world. The original parents died heroically in such a battle. He rummaged through the drawer to find something similar to a ticket and handed it to Mu-Bai. Taking it subconsciously, Mu-Bai saw the Earth Dragon Dimension Space Pass written on it. Is this a ticket to another dimension? That's right, I'll give it to you. The 2 months after the college entrance examination are a window period. You can just go to another dimension to exercise. I can't take something as valuable as teacher, otherwise I'd better give it back to you. Mu-Bai said as he put it back in his pocket. Seeing this scene, Gao-ji laughed and scolded, "You brat! Is there a reason why I want to get back the things I gave you? You said you didn't want it and you still kept it in your pocket. You are really a bit like me in this regard." Patting his chest, Mu-Bai said angrily. "Haha, I'm just being polite. If the teacher has any instructions, just tell me. I can definitely do what I can do, and I can't do what I can't." This kid, Gao-ji, knew that the other party was a smart man, and he knew that he would not be rewarded for his efforts, but he was also afraid that he would not be able to say what he wanted to say. This ticket is not a precious thing. You will know it when you go to a prestigious school. I don't need you to do anything for me. On the contrary, you will do it even if I don't tell you. Gao-ji grinned and said. National League Championship. Whether it's a team competition or a solo competition, it's all fine. Standing up, Mu-Bai said matter-of-factly. Indeed, Teacher Gao, I will do it even if you don't tell me. Really? He is such an ambitious person. Go back and tell others to have barbecue tonight. That's great. Guo Data was so happy. By the way, Teacher Gao, you don't need us to take the money, right? Gao-ji held his forehead and said, you can get money if you want. The door of the office was closed, and Gao-ji fell into memories, thinking about Mu-Bai's progress in the past month. Maybe someone is born with a genius, a one-of-a-kind conquerors, the strongest paramecia fruit, and a terrifying rate of progress. All three combined, as long as they don't perish. It will definitely become the throne of the emperor. On the playground, a group of people were eating barbecue, bragging, and thinking about life after the college entrance examination. Gao-ji and Mu-Bai argued with each other, making others laugh. Happy time is always short. During the 30 days of closed training, everyone gained a lot, especially Mu-Bai's attributes, which increased dramatically. Mu-Bai could clearly feel that he had reached the limit of level 2, and was just one step away from reaching level 3. Before leaving, everyone reluctantly left here and said goodbye to Teacher Gao. In such urgency, the National College entrance examination is coming. The first ray of sunshine in the morning hit his face. Mu-Bai woke up and turned on his phone at 6:30 in the morning. What is the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? Wash? Play with your phone? Eat? Go and relieve yourself? No, it's a sign-in. Ding dong, sign in successfully. Physique +1. Seeing and hearing domineering +300 proficiency. Armed color domineering +100 proficiency. Vigor +1. Open the panel, here are the results accumulated over the past month. Name, Mu-Bai. Level 2. Physique 62. Armed color domineering, 4965/5000, initial stage. Information and domineering, 4886/5000, initial stage. Conqueror's dominance 15, vigor. Kendo 866/1000, entry level. Marine 6 styles, 510/25000, skilled. Devil fruit, shock fruit, 29%. The 6th form of marine has risen to a whole new level, and the 2-color dominance has also reached a new peak. It is only one step away from reaching the next level. As for his own physique, it is even more exaggerated. To put it bluntly, no one with level 3 strength can compare to Mu Bai. With his 62-point physique, if he had to fight Xiaoqi again, Mu Bai would be able to rub the animal-turned Xiaoqi with his physical body alone. Early in the morning, I took a taxi to the examination site. Mu Bai was the focus of the entire examination room as soon as he arrived. The principal held Mu Bai's sign and said earnestly, "Come on, don't take it lightly, use all your strength. Show up with the courage of a student from the 6th middle school, I believe in you, Mu Bai." Some of the people around him also recognized Mu Bai. What a handsome young man! Isn't he the one on the internet? I wonder if he has a partner. I don't know if the strongest paramecia is real or fake, so don't be a fool. Damn it, Mu Bai is my idol in the 6th middle school. When I turn 18 next year, I will definitely go to the Devil Tree Realm to get all the fruits that are similar to Mu Bai. The 6th middle school is about to rise. I heard some people praising me and NAing me, and some people ridiculing me and doubting me. It's so popular that there are so many people. However, Mu Bai felt that it didn't matter. Others could talk as much as they wanted, and it wouldn't hurt him. The more he discussed, the more famous he became, and he might be able to continue to trigger hidden tasks related to reputation. Just as he was thinking, a crisp sound interrupted his thoughts. Ding dong! Chapter 13 next, Mu Bai. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden mission. The number of Hanabi social software fans has reached 300,000. Task reward: all panel proficiencies will be increased by 1000. Damn it! You just opened your mouth, right? Whatever you think comes to you. Armed Color Hacky and Knowledge Color Hacky broke through to the next stage at the same time and reached proficiency. The breath in the body is steadily rising, which is a very mysterious feeling. The principal beside him naturally understood this and said excitedly, "Mu Bai, have you made a breakthrough?" Teacher Kong and several classmates from Class 3 also gathered around. Teacher Kong asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Teacher Kong, "Mu Bai should have broken through to level 3, the principal said happily. "What? Level 3? At this time, Mu Bai opened his eyes and felt very strange. If level 2 is a basin of water, then level 3 is a swimming pool. No matter in terms of the upper limit of water storage or the depth, it is beyond the reach of the former. It can be said to be a truly all-round improvement without any blind spots." After touching his hair, Mu Bai said calmly, "Accidental breakthrough." The people around who were paying attention to Mu Bai were so shocked that they couldn't open their mouths from ear to ear. "Are you kidding me? You're only at level 3 in your senior year of high school? This is a monster. Damn it, hide it, this guy is not a human being." It was indeed a sign of upgrading just now. I can only say that high school seniors are so scary. I think Mu Bai has the qualifications to be an emperor. This reputation is really a good thing, and the rewards are real. Mu Whitehits opened the Spark app, which she had not used for a month, and as expected, the number of fans reached 300,000. After thinking about it, Mu Bai took a photo of a crowd of people in front of the exam gate and captioned it with a sentence. "Today's college entrance examination, I got to level 3 as soon as I was nervous. I hope I will get good results." Within 10 seconds of posting it, the number of comments below went up like crazy. "Ugh, is it normal that you're a senior and haven't reached level 3 yet? Mu Shen will also go to Versailles, take the pass, take the pass. I'm a senior in high school, is it normal to still be at level 1? It's not normal. If you ask, I suggest you practice your account again. Uncle, I like Mu the most." Teacher Kong and several classmates were shocked. It is rare to reach level 3 in the 3rd year of high school, even in big cities. In Jian City, Yuan Province, there is a dimensionality reduction attack. A man in blue overalls shouted with a loudspeaker. "Now please all candidates to enter the examination room." At 8 o'clock sharp, the martial arts examination will start on time. Those who are not in place will automatically give up. Candidates can enter the examination room by scanning their faces. People who take the test as someone else's identity are not allowed. Once found, they will be severely punished. Let's go in. I'm going to show off my skills, and victory or defeat will be today. Mu Bai. After squeezing through the crowd, Song Cheng came to Mu Bai. Have we started to enter? We are taking the test here, and the three of them are in another venue. Let's go and see what will be tested in this year's martial arts exam. A huge army of high school seniors entered the examination room. Several staff members held up the number plates and divided them into groups according to the first digit of each number. There were about 200 people in each group. Mu Bai was assigned to the 9th group, which was also the last group. The examiner in a blue suit clapped his hands and motioned for everyone to be quiet. After seeing that there was no sound, he said, "This year's martial arts exam is different from the past. It is a unified exam across the country. However, the admission requirements of each university will be different according to regional differences. The first test is the power test. Hit the power test machine twice. The first time you hit it you can use all abilities except the fruit, and the second time you hit it can be the blessing of the fruit ability. The total score is 200 points. The second item is the secret room test. There will be random props in the secret room to attack the candidates. The candidates can use Marine 6 styles and 2-color haki to effectively block and dodge at will. Total score is 300. The third item is an effective practical test with professional examiners. The final score is scored by 3 examiners off the court and on the court, and the final score is the average. The total score for actual combat is 500. Now each group will begin the examination in an orderly manner. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Prosperous military fortune." Nearly 2,000 people shouted together, full of momentum. Song Cheng, who was standing in front of Mu Bai, said in confusion, "Why are the actual scores so high this year?" Mu Bai thought for a while and said, "The extra-dimensional space is not peaceful recently, and the country needs practical talents to deal with it. I guess that's the case. It's possible." The 9th group of Mu Bai and others were brought to the first examination site. I saw a machine like a stone tablet standing there on the high platform, with a numerical display at the top. The staff signaled that the candidates below were ready to take the stage. The young man who came up first swallowed, gathered strength in his right arm, and punched the stone tablet with a punch. There was no pain in his hand, which surprised the young man. There is a thin film visible to the naked eye protecting the steel. Normal attack value is 110 power. Please start attacking using the fruit's effects. The cold machine has no hint of emotion. Walking to the edge of the ring, the young man's legs were like springs, pressing hard against the ground. Someone from the candidates in the audience said, "He's actually a paramecia spring fruit user. Charged attacks are his strength. It's a pity that the arena is only 3 meters wide, otherwise we could use the power of the spring to hit higher values." It seemed that he had pushed his strength to the limit, his face turned red, veins on his neck popped out, and he hit the stone monument head-on. The film protecting the monument remained intact. The attack value of the fruit effect is 460 power. The guarding examiner recorded it and then said, "Next candidate. Animal type, paramecia. The attack method is really multifaceted 8 gates. Some can turn their saliva into bombs, and some can directly transform into saber-toothed tigers and use their front teeth to push against them. Putting a bag of melon seeds in front of the candidates feels like a show. I heard that in the Paramecia TV series that just emerged this year, the animal male protagonist turns into a horse while running and is ridden into the sky by the female protagonist. It can be said to be very shocking." In Mu Bai's eyes, the performance of these high school students was like children fighting, and they did not show the strength that Guo Guo should have at all. After 10 minutes, it was finally Song Cheng's turn in front of Mu Bai. Come on. Mu Bai encouraged Song Cheng. It's necessary. I'll do my best. He bent his knees and bent his arms, twisted his body in the air, and kicked the film of the stone tablet with his whip leg. Normal attack value is 300. It's the armed color. He used the armed color. You can use it if you know how. There is no rule against using armed colors. Oh no, who knows? I don't know much about the 6 marine styles. Damn it, the value is so high, it's still a normal attack, and the fruit ability is not used. There is something, he should be the top student in the school. I've seen Song Cheng from number 6 middle school, he's pretty strong. The examiner sitting aside couldn't help but nodded. After seeing so many performances of candidates, this one was considered quite good and had the potential to be admitted to a prestigious school. Next is the attack of the fruit ability. Song Cheng's body flows with candle waves, slowly melting the chain. The examiner sitting below reminded. Candidates, please note that the exam is time limited, and each attack lasts up to 20 seconds. 20 seconds was enough. Song Cheng struggled to lift the sharp spear condensed by the candle, and his whole body was connected to the solidifying candle. Candle spear. A shot struck the membrane. The attack value of the fruit effect is 980. The examiner below kept nodding. Not bad, the best result among the 9 groups so far. Next. Mu Bai comes on. Chapter 14 Shocking Performance, Shocking. I am here. Well, let's show up. The examiner did not raise his head, recording something. There was a commotion among the candidates. That's outrageous. Mu Bai is in our 9th group. After the exam, you have to take a photo with Mu Shen. Oh. I have to hold him and give him a kiss. Sisters are awesome. Beauty, why don't I go and kiss Mu Shen, and you kiss me again, so that we both get a kiss from Mu Shen, a win-win situation. Damn pervert. Get out of here. The examiner looked behind him with stern eyes, and the noisy sounds behind him slowly disappeared. The candidate on the stage is in good spirits. Let's see if he can get a good result. Mu Bai, who was standing in front of the stone tablet, saw the flowing film. Was it a product of the dimensional space? The color of his right arm is strengthened, his left leg takes a step forward, and his whole body's energy and spirit are condensing. The examiner stood up. Are you kidding me? A student can have such a strong, armed and domineering attitude? Clench your fist, show your left hand, and punch out between the lightning and flint. The film that was hit continued to tremble. The airwaves raised by the fist blew through the hair of all candidates. How is this possible? The examiner's hands trembled slightly. At this time, the cold sound of machinery sounded. Normal attack value is 6545. The audience shouted in unison, FK. What a joke, when a physical strongman in the 3rd level does not use his fruit ability, the value he hits on the stone tablet is only 4987. Are you Mu Bai himself? The information says you are 18 years old? Are you? He was not replaced by someone. He is the person with the shock fruit ability who went viral on the internet a month ago. A rich bass interrupted the examiner's words. When he saw the person coming, the examiner said respectfully, Your Excellency, Examiner. The person who came was the examiner who first explained the rules of the college entrance examination at the podium. Haha, if you have time, go online more and pay more attention to current affairs information. The examiner said with a smile. Student Mu Bai, please continue. The examiner turned to Mu Bai and said. After the feeling just now, Mu Bai knew it in his heart. Mr. Examiner, the student has a question. Oh? You say? Mu Bai said seriously. If I use my fruit power to destroy this machine, I won't be asked to pay for it. The examiner smiled heartily and said. Interesting, this thing is not that easy to destroy. It can withstand even a few attacks from level 5 diamonds. That means I don't have to pay for it. Of course, if Mr. Mew can do it. After moving all the muscles and bones in his body, Mew Bai felt relieved. I'm relieved that I don't have to pay compensation. I'm going to start. Several people who had tested their power before said disdainfully. This Mew Bai is awesome, but if you say he can destroy the stone tablet with one blow, I don't believe it. More than 6,000 Dao power is simply outrageous. I don't believe that he can use the fruit's power to destroy the stone tablet. Song Cheng couldn't help laughing when he heard it. You're really a frog in the well. If you can't do something yourself, you always think others can't do it. Oh no, who the hell are you talking about? It's you, I'm talking about you, why do you still dare to do it? You. Everyone's eyes were on Mew Bai. Some saw him making a fool of himself, while others thought he could do it. The pale white ball cover condensed on Mew Bai's right hand, he bent his arm, and a crazy look appeared on Mew Bai's handsome face. Try this, one ride can equal 1,000. The pale white ball cover expanded again, and after Mew Bai shouted loudly, it exploded violently on the stone tablet. Unprecedented vibrations started along with a creaking and cracking sound. A candidate slumped on the ground, saw the cracks spreading in the sky, and said in horror, "Is this the end of the world?" The ground was split apart by the terrifying power of vibration, and the powerful airflow that tore through the sky rushed aimlessly. Some of the ground collapsed, and some of the ground bulged high. In the face of this natural disaster, people have long forgotten that this is an exam, and all they have is despair and powerlessness. And the stone tablet, which was said to be able to withstand the moves of a diamond level 5 expert, was twisted into a twist at the source of all the vibrations under Mew Bai's fist. The vibrations slowly stopped, and the turbulent airflow returned to normal. The examiner who stood firm looked at Mew Bai, who was not far away. "Examiner, what should I do?" The examiner next to me almost cried. "I remember there should be a spare one. I'll install that later. I underestimated you, Mew Bai." The examiner thought of something and walked up to Mew Bai. "The strongest paramecia fruit, it deserves its reputation." Glancing around, he saw the collapsed playground and the twisted stone tablets. Mew Bai said apologetically, "It seems like I used too much force. Is this called a bit?" The examiner smiled bitterly. "Okay, student Mew, this has nothing to do with you. Let's continue with the exam after lunch." "Thank you, Mr. Examiner." The 8th group not far away came here and were all confused. "What about the Dolly test machine? Why does the playground look like it was bombed?" The examiner said a few words to the 8 groups of examiners who were leading the team. The leading examiner looked at Mew Bai with an alien look. "Fortunately, there are spare stone tablets in the examination room, but the installation and configuration will take some time, just in time for lunch." Mew Bai and Song Cheng had a meal at a restaurant outside. "Old Bai, you are popular again. There is a video on the internet of you punching a stone tablet into a twist. Put down your chopsticks and turn on your phone." "Oh wow, it was really popular, it became a hot search within an hour." Shocked. Mew, a grade 1 student in Jian High School, shattered the power measuring device with one punch. "Is this human nature?" Shocked. The owner of the paramecia shock fruit strikes again, scaring passers-by. Shock. Good guys, a bunch of clickbait. Open the Spark app and enter your homepage. Sure enough, a group of people are on 8, and many people forward this video. The number of his fans has also skyrocketed. Someone also specially edited this video and paired it with epic and majestic music. Those who didn't know it thought it was a movie clip. On the way back to the examination room after dinner, Mew Bai was interviewed by reporters who surrounded him. "Hello, classmate Hao Mew, I am our reporter from Jian. Can I interview you?" "Okay, you say." "Excuse me, what do you think of Mu's current heated discussion about you on the internet? Thank you all for your continued attention. I would like to say here to all those who support me, good afternoon, everyone. Haha, Mr. Mu is very energetic. Do you have a favorite university now? Yes, but I can't say it yet. Mu's strength must be one of the 4 top universities. Do you have anything to say to the audience across the country? I would like to say that Jian, Yunnan Province, is a good place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It has outstanding people, without the hustle and bustle of big cities, and the people here are warm and hospitable. I speak for Jian and welcome friends from all over the country to visit here. Chapter 15 Challenge the Examiner. In the afternoon, the 9 groups of candidates were conducting the second test, assessing the 2-color domineering and marine 6 style. Take out the apple without any damage from the closed chamber. The more damage you receive, the lower your score will be. The short-haired boy ran out of the secret room in embarrassment and said with a cry, "It's too much fun. How could you do this? You can't dodge the beams coming from all directions. Who's to say otherwise? You won't be able to avoid it even if you are not proficient in the marine 6th style. There are some places where you can't dodge at all. I know how to moonwalk. Can I run with you as soon as I get in?" Mu Bai walked over not far away, and for some reason those who were squatting stood up when they saw Mu Bai. Mu Bai was speechless. "Everyone, why are I so nervous? I won't eat you. We are all in the same class, so we can help each other." Next to him, Song Cheng wanted to laugh a little. "In the morning, you worshipped the gods and showed off your kamui, as if you were a god descending to earth. Who among us would dare to treat you as an ordinary person?" A rough young man wearing glasses said respectfully to Mu Bai. "Mushin, if the agency here were you, how would you deal with it?" As he spoke, he recounted the descriptions of others. The examiner who was still there beside him didn't care what they were saying, as long as he didn't disturb the normal order. Mu Bai did not answer immediately, but pondered for a while and said decisively, "The reason why 3 tests are used across the country this time is because these 3 tests are broad and universal." At this point, Mu Bai listed 8 ways to deal with the mechanism just now, each of which only requires one of the 6 double-color domineering marine styles. After telling everyone this, Mu Bai said with some emotion, "Actually, as long as you practice a special technique and master it proficiently, you can pass it easily." The examiner opened his closed eyes and looked at Mu Bai with some surprise. This kid is really smart and self-taught. He can understand this just by relying on other people's dictation. The other candidates were also silent. At first, they thought Mu Bai was so powerful because of the Zhen fruit. But they didn't expect that through the other party's narration just now, they understood the deep meaning of the question maker, and Mu Bai who told these words was even more terrifying. "I'm afraid he is the Grand Master of both dual-color haki and marine 6-style mushin, otherwise he wouldn't be able to pick them up so easily. With the same age and the same grassroots background, how could the gap be so big?" At this time, the examiner said, "It's your turn, Mu Bai." Mu Bai entered the secret room with a smile on his face. "Wait," the examiner stopped Mu Bai. "Ahem. You have to pay attention to the scale. If you can't use the fruit's ability, try not to use it. Seeing and hearing is enough." Mu Bai said lightly. The door to the secret room was closed, and the examiner was a little embarrassed. "Damn, he's so handsome, I can't stand any guy. There is something about Mu Shen, but in comparison, we pale in comparison." "Okay, big brother, what are you comparing to Mu Shen? Just try your best to be yourself." "That's a good statement." Before the discussion outside ended, Mu Bai opened the door and walked out. There was no dust on his body, and he still held an apple in his hand. Not to mention the other students were stunned, even the examiner was stunned. After swallowing, the examiner asked uncertainly, "Did you complete the task? You didn't just go in and you came out. What other people did in 5 minutes took you 20 seconds, right? Shaking the red apple in his hand, Mu Bai said. As long as the movement of all objects is sensed in advance, it can be easily done. The friends were all shocked. Sighing, this Mu Bai was always unexpected, the examiner said to everyone. Okay, let's go to the last level. If you don't do well, there is no way to retake it. There are surveillance cameras in the house, and every video is backed up by the superiors. Hiss, okay. Let's go, it's the last level. Walking through the corridor, you came to a strange-looking training room. Song Cheng said in surprise. Hey, this looks like the training room we used during special training before the college entrance examination. Mu Bai felt thoughtfully as he touched the material on the wall. It should be made of the same material, and it must be from the dimensional space. Walking into the training room, there were 3 strong men in black attire. Ding dong! It has been detected that host is taking the college entrance examination. The first 2 scores are estimated to be perfect, and a side mission is released. Mission: defeat the all-out level 4 warrior, examiner, without using the power of the fruit, obtain full marks, and be rewarded with a 30% increase in fruit development progress. This is a special reward with a very low probability of being triggered. Please be aware of this and please cherish the opportunity. 30% fruit development progress reward. Even if you ask me to go to the gate of hell once, I won't blink an eye. Although the condition is that he cannot use the fruit's ability, Mu Bai believes that he can do it. The examiner in charge of the 9th group had settled down and saw Mu Bai coming over. What's wrong with Mu Bai? I want to apply for a formal battle with the examiner responsible for the 3rd assessment. The middle-aged examiner touched his ears. Am I deaf? No, classmate Mu, can you say it again? There was not a trace of emotion on Mu Bai's face, and a few straight words came out of his mouth. I apply for a formal battle with the examiner. Neither agreed nor refused. Student Mu, I will apply to my superiors. After saying that, the examiner dialed a phone number and communicated for a while. The examiner looked at Mu Bai with a complicated expression. Yes, but you have to think clearly that the examiners who evaluate the college entrance examination are all level 4 warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles. If you are level 2 examiner, please interrupt me. I am currently at level 3. Seeing Mu Bai's helpless expression, the examiner felt that his worldview had been refreshed again today. Did I come to Chengdu or other first-tier big cities? How could such a perverted character like Mu Bai pop up? Yes, but you have to be the last one. Okay, thank you, examiner. After snapping his fingers, Mu Bai responded with a smile. Every candidate in the examination room tried their best to attack the examiner. Are experienced examiners so easily knocked down? Apparently not. Each candidate was led by the examiner to display the 6 marine styles and 2 color domineering skills they had learned. The proficiency of special skills and their use in actual combat are all observed by the instructor. The sun slowly sets, and the afterglow of the setting sun fills the earth and shines on the training ground through the windows made of special materials. All 9 groups have been scored, except for one person, Mu Bai. The leading examiner walked quickly to Mu Bai. Mu Bai, owner of the Zhen fruit, my name is Li Yang. I heard from your examiner that you want to challenge the level 4 examiner, and your superiors agreed, but before that, I still want to test your skills. Would you like to try your skills? That's fine. Shave. Marine Type 6, Continuous Finger Gun. Before Li Yang could react, there was an evil wind blowing from his back. No time to think too much. Iron. Iron block. Mu Bai forcibly changed his body shape while moving at high speed, and kicked Li Yang sideways with his slender legs wrapped in an armed domineering look. Null. A bang. What? Li Yang was surprised to feel the huge force on his neck, like being hit by a speeding train. As Mars wiped the floor, he took a dozen steps back before he could stand firm. The two examiners watching the battle looked at each other solemnly. They naturally know that Li Yang's strength is relatively strong among level 4, and his attainments in physical skills are also very high. Chapter 16 Turning on Conqueror's Dominance. But just now, Li Yang, who was at level 4, was kicked away by Mu Bai, who was at level 3. Li Yang was still in the iron state. The other students at the door were also secretly shocked. The examiner who treated them like a piece of cake actually looked a little unbearable under Mu Bai's offensive. After twisting his neck, Li Yang's eyes towards Mu Bai also changed somewhat. "Examiner, please give me some advice." Before he finished speaking, Mu Bai used shout to quickly approach Li Yang. "Lanjiao! Lone Wolf!" Li Yang slashed forward quickly in a jumping manner, and a curved light wave emitted from under Li Yang's legs. "Lanjia! Thread!" Small sharp white light waves emitted from under Mu Bai's flashing figure. The two light waves touched together and made a sharp sound. After a cloud of dust, Li Yang transformed into a werewolf form, which was exactly the dog fruit and wolf form. With a strong body, agile speed, claws and teeth that can tear everything apart, Li Yang in the human animal form is taller and more ferocious than the animal form. "Are you an animal devil fruit owner? I'm afraid Mu Bai is in trouble." The examiner's speed and strength are doubled in the human animal form. The candidates were worried and talking. "Aren't you going to use your devil fruit powers?" Seeing that Mu Bai had not used his devil fruit ability for a long time, Li Yang said doubtfully, his voice full of wildness. "I want to try what I can do, so I won't use my devil fruit powers this time." Mu Bai replied to Li Yang calmly. "Really? You are a genius. I recognize your strength, but it is too early for you to challenge me now. I will use all my strength." The giant wolf head shook his head humanely, full of regret. The two moves he had just fought made Li Yang completely convinced of Mu Bai's strength, so when Mu Bai said that he could not use the devil fruit ability, he was very sorry. "Wolf type, shave. Using the strong leg muscles in werewolf form, you can shave faster than normal. Like a lone wolf sneaking into the forest at night, he finds delicious food in the forest. The extremely fast-moving figure is watching for the prey's weaknesses." Using his superb knowledge, Mu Bai locked eyes tightly on Li Yang's ghostly figure. "Finger gun. 10-finger gun." The night-like eyes flashed with bloodthirsty violence, and he closed his hands, no, now I should say both claws, using the high speed of the finger gun and the sharpness of the wolf claws. Attacked Mu Bai's chest. Mu Bai, who was well prepared, activated the extremely powerful sensing color, combined with the already charged Shao, and quickly left the battlefield. Then he launched moonwalk in the air and came to Li Yang's head. Armed with AS*X finger gun. God-killing. Li Yang's perception in wolf form was also greatly improved. He felt the fatal threat above his head, moved his body, faced upward, and decided to fight with each other. Finger gun. Moonlight 10-finger gun. This is an evolved version of the 10-finger gun. It uses the fingers of both hands to slightly bend upwards from the ground to attack at high speed. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Mu Bai, who has a physique of over 60 points, concentrated all the power in his body on one point for the first time, and created this move with pure armed domineering, which was not easy to catch. Two figures staggered down, and a light red light flashed past. What happened? They were so fast. Some candidates exclaimed. They used shaving almost the whole time, and it was certainly very fast. Student Mu was slightly better just now. The examiner who led the 9th team narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Damn it, examiner, you are so good, you can see it right now. Two black lines appeared on the head of the examiner leading the team. I'm also at level 4, why can't I see it? Back on the field. Mu Bai took off his shirt that was scratched by wolf claws, revealing his strong but well-proportioned muscles. Li Yang, who was in werewolf form, was still reminiscing about Mu Bai's move just now. When he saw his pierced palm, he clicked his tongue. How did you avoid it? At my speed, even most level 4 people can't dodge it. Putting away his palms, Li Yang turned around and asked doubtfully. Stronger body control, stronger knowledge, and domineering power. Mu Bai touched a scratch on his chest and said calmly. Sometimes if it's just a little bit worse, it will be a disaster. Mu Bai, you are a genius. I will remember this weapon-armed finger spear to kill the god. It's a pity that you will never have the chance to use this move again. Li Yang said to Mu Bai confidently. It seems that I have to use all my strength. I have always been confused about what happened to me. Why did I come to this world and why do I live? But in the battle, I found myself, I found my true path, and I have to rely on my own perception and understanding to create a path that belongs to me. Although Mu Bai doesn't know what you are talking about, it sounds pretty good. Is your fighting spirit high? Come on, let's start fighting again. Secret skill. Boiling beast blood, lone wolf. Li Yang's black hair suddenly turned blood red, and even his body size became one size larger. His scarlet eyes were full of the desire to kill. The two examiners were thinking about whether to stop this battle that was about to get out of control. Mu Bai closed his eyes and forgot about the system, his past life, and all his distracting thoughts. Inexplicable power flowed through his body, surging. Exciting. It was flowing music, and it was an unimagined path. Open your eyes. The surging and violent conqueror's domineering energy swept from Mu Bai's body and swept the entire venue with astonishing momentum. Many candidates watching the match rolled their eyes and collapsed on the ground after being affected by the aftermath of conquerors. Those who were still conscious only felt that their legs were heavy. Under the terrifying momentum, they couldn't help but kneel down in front of Mu Bai. Conqueror's domineering. He folded his arms in front of his chest. Under Conqueror's suppression, the boiling beast blood almost cooled down. Li Yang looked at all this in surprise. Unrivaled, Conquerors belongs to Mu Bai. In a world that no one can hear, a voice prompts. Ding dong, congratulations to host for realizing Conqueror's true meaning on his own, and his courage +1+1. Ding dong, the courage points have reached 50, and the intermediate Conqueror's haki is activated. Host can freely control the release of Conquerors. The courage points increased by a full 35 points. It jumped directly from 15 points to 50 points. Is the intermediate Conquerors domineering? Mu Bai murmured. What a terrifying momentum, Mu Bai. I didn't expect you to have the qualifications of a king. Now let's continue the battle. Blood Wolf Li Yang said with a smile on his lips. Certainly. Mu Bai let out a breath. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Li Yang felt that Mu Bai's body seemed to be a little taller. Chapter 17 7 Deadlines, 59% Fruit Development. No, it's not an illusion. In Li Yang's doubtful eyes, Mu Bai's body was radiating heat, like a grilled prawn under the hot sweat. This is not normal. Ordinary people only sweat so much after exercising for a long time. What you are going to do is really exciting, classmate Mu. Suppressing the last trace of reason, the Scarlet Wolf head couldn't wait any longer, drooling on the ground. Mu Bai, who was in a state of selflessness, closed his palms, and the violent aura in his body gradually returned to normal. 7 limits. The 7 limits are intended to open the valve of the body's limits, and use a powerful physique far beyond the same level to forcibly open the infinite power of the human body's treasure house. Mu Bai's body was being compressed and returned to its original physical size. But in Li Yang's senses, Mu Bai's body seemed to have broken some shackles, and that ferocious aura was like a wolf meeting a hunter to him. Can't wait any longer. The blood-red figure cut through the sky and roared through the void. This astonishing speed had already made the two instructors watching the battle unable to see clearly. Feeling Li Yang's approach, Mu Bai whispered. 7 limits, the first limit, random numbers. Before the figure arrived, the sharp wolf claws covered Mu Bai's figure with blood. Throat. The fists wrapped in armed colors and the scarlet wolf claws burst out with brilliant sparks, and the two bodies paused slightly. This was just the calm before the storm. Immediately, the astonishing air waves were dispersed by the offensive of the two, and the shadow of rapid punches and collisions enveloped the two of them. How could he possibly keep up with my speed? Li Yang's remaining sanity was about to be shattered by this offensive. Who is the person with animal abilities? Mu Bai's arms were covered with armed domineering force, and he performed strange moves that Li Yang had never seen before, but they looked familiar. Yes, that's a set of boxing techniques. A set of boxing techniques that are completely adapted to Mu Bai's own fighting style. He ignores his own defense and attacks with all his strength. He dismantles the essence of a large number of traditional boxing techniques and only holds one goal in mind. Penetrate your opponent. The scar-faced examiner who was watching the battle was ready to take action at any time. He saw that Li Yang's consciousness had been replaced by wildness and was afraid that he would kill Mu Bai. But soon, what he didn't expect was that during the two people's offensive, Mu Bai was already suppressing Li Yang. Are you kidding me? A level 3 newcomer is beating the veteran animal type at level 4. The body is like a fallen leaf, the fist is like a sea, and the numbers are random. The straight punch turned into a shadow, a short attack, fast and fierce, penetrating the internal organs. This is a fusion of traditional martial arts Beng Chuan. The center of the fist is facing inward, and the force is on the face of the fist. Every time he punches, it has surpassed Mu Bai's own thinking speed. This is the first limit of the 7 limits. Random numbers consume double the physical strength to temporarily enhance the reaction speed. The body automatically follows the subconscious and launches the most violent attack. Fist in front, thinking behind, no defense. When the blood wolf was half a move too late, Mu Bai got close to his body and launched a series of short blows. Raindrop-like fists landed on the joints of the opponent's arms and entire body. Under this crazy attack, the giant bloody wolf was barely able to parry, until he was beaten until his arms hung down like sandbags. Black raindrops penetrated the red body when Mu Bai's last punch stopped. The huge wolf body collapsed suddenly. Exhale and close your fist in one go. Ding dong, host completed the task and the fruit development progress plus 30%, the current Zhen fruit development progress is 59%. Ding dong, host has learned special skills, 7 random numbers, and received bonus physical fitness plus 5. Hearing the system's beep, Mu Bai felt that the fatigue in his body was gone. The examiner Li Yang, who had returned to his human form, lay close to the ground, squinted his eyes, and said feebly, "You are a monster among monsters. This is the first time I have been knocked down head-on in blood wolf form. Examiner, if you persist a little longer, I will be the one who falls to the ground exhausted." Mu Bai helped Li Yang up from the ground. Hiss, it hurts. Li Yang, who felt severe pain in his body, couldn't help shouting. "Student Mu, you don't need to help me. I can walk on my own after sitting here for a while. The animal type has the strongest recovery ability." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, examiner. I'll treat you to dinner when you have time." He randomly found a training uniform in the venue and put it on, Mu Bai said to the 3 instructors. "Thank you for your kindness, little brother, but we are responsible for returning to the army after this exam. During this time, our superiors have stipulated that drinking and going out for dinner are not allowed." The scar-faced examiner said gently. "So that's how it is, then." At the door of the training room, unconscious candidates woke up one after another. What happened? How could Mu Shen still fall asleep while watching the fight? Some candidates also realized that Mu Bai had awakened conquerors, and their hearts could not be calm for a long time. The gap between humans is greater than the gap between humans and pigs. The examiner from Group 9 sighed, there was so much going on today. Okay, the exam is over. Let's go back to our homes and find our mothers. The exam results will be announced in a month. You can check them online at that time. Ah, it's finally over. I'm free, although I don't know what my grades will be. Withdraw, goodbye brothers. After bidding farewell to the 3 examiners and exchanging contact information, Mu Bai walked out. Mu Shen, the Special Operations Team of No. 6 Middle School will have a dinner tonight, are you going to go? Song Cheng, who was leaning against the wall, waved his cell phone. Go, I have to go, today is the hungriest day I've ever been. Mu Bai said jokingly. In a residential building in Jian City, a man in a black cloak wiped the blood from his hands. He likes killing and hates the dirty blood. The eyes under the hawk-beak mask had no whites, and the ears moved slightly. He sensed that someone was coming and put away the documents in his hands. He came to the window, kicked the glass to pieces, and huge black wings stretched out from his back. Stop! The wooden door was knocked open. The young police officer who led him lowered his eyes and saw Professor Yang lying in a pool of blood. He rushed towards the man in the black cloak angrily. Too slow. A strong hurricane blew in front of him, blowing the sheriff to pieces. He couldn't open his eyes and his body was nailed to the wall. Amid a burst of weird laughter, the man turned into a big black bird and jumped down from the windowsill, flapping his wings and flying high into the sky. Number 5, wait for me. A strange man with bandages all over his body, holding 2 sharp swords, shouted loudly to the birdman in the sky. He ran around in the street with strange movement skills, and several ordinary people who had no time to dodge were cut in half. Blood splattered onto the ground, and everyone who saw this screamed. The bandage monster saw that the birdman above was still refusing to come down, so he had no choice but to follow him on the ground. There seemed to be students in front. By the way, today is the day of the college entrance examination. What a despair it will be if a young life withers before it blooms, ha ha ha. That will be a joy beyond all. Kill. Kill. I'm going to kill them all. The sword held by the bandage weirdo in both hands suddenly turned black. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, dancing and slashing wantonly on the street. Facing the approaching night, amidst the fires and explosions, the killings continued to spread. The man in the hawk-beak mask high in the sky looked ahead, and a bit of blue light rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Surrounded by blue flames, they resemble mythical creatures. Phoenix. Who I thought it was, turned out to be Phoenix Juji. The masked man with the weird smile was not afraid, and his tone was full of ridicule. You are still alive and dare to cause trouble in Jian. Tell me how you want to die. Feng Zhuge's expression was solemn, and the blue flames on his body swept across the sky. High in the sky, a war is about to break out. Chapter 18 Riot City. After a hard day's work, a man wearing headphones hummed a tune while walking home. What happened in front? Even with headphones on, the roaring explosions not far away echoed in my ears. Amidst the explosion, blood flowed from the broken limbs. Some had their limbs cut off and were dying. Some covered their abdomens with stab wounds and fell on the way to escape after taking only a few steps. No one could escape from the fire and smoke. The young man wearing headphones felt that his feet were a little weak, so he took off the headphones that were playing soothing music. What appeared in my ears were miserable howls and crazy laughter, and the laughter was getting closer and closer. The crowd behind them retreated in horror when they saw this scene. Seeing that the young man with headphones hanging at the front didn't move, the crowd behind them sent out friendly reminders. Young man, don't get so close, I don't know what's going on ahead. Call now. The sheriff should be here soon. The lower body, which was as heavy as a piece of iron, could not move even one step. I can't move. There was fear in the trembling voice. An old man in the crowd ran over, grabbed the young man's hand and tried to drag him over. A flash of black-red sword light cut through the smoke, the thin sword blade cut through the old man's neck, and warm blood poured on the young man's body. The laughter in the smoke revealed his true face, a bandaged man nearly 2 meters tall. Ha ha ha! Every cell is boiling. The more scared you are, the more excited I am. Hey, aren't you scared? Lowering his head and seeing the motionless young man in front of him, the bandage weirdo asked with interest. Close to the head, I could see the look in the young man's eyes, which was a dull look after extreme fear. You can't move your body because you're scared. The bandaged man tore his mouth and blood flowed out. The crowd on the other side of the street had already dispersed and fled back desperately. Seeing the blood on his hands, he smiled with satisfaction. In the bandaged palm, a long sword dripping with blood cut through the sky and was raised high. The young man who regained some consciousness shouted in horror, "No! Why not? I will repair you into the most perfect work of art." A work of art cut evenly in half. As he spoke, the sharp sword held high in his hand cut down mercilessly. Glutinous rice stretch. At this critical moment, a ball of glutinous rice stuck to the young man and pulled him over. "Are you okay?" "This friend." The young man dressed in hip-hop style said with a solemn expression. It's okay, thank you." "Thank you. You should leave quickly, this lunatic kills people without blinking an eye." The young man shouted hysterically. "What happened?" A clear voice sounded from behind. "I saw a young man with a well-proportioned figure and a handsome face walking over." The visitor was none other than Mu Bai. The hip-hop boy straightened his hat, pointed at the bandaged man opposite and said, "I don't know, that bandaged man is killing people indiscriminately on the street with 2 swords." When this happened just after dinner, Mu Bai rubbed his eyebrows. 1, 2, 3. Let's have some skewers." The bandage weirdo counted the number of people in front of him with his slender fingers, with a crazy smile on his face. Double sword style. Murderer. The 2 sharp swords were shining with luster, spinning in the hands of the bandaged man, and the figure flew across the street at high speed, with murderous intent filling the sky. Iron. Zeker sound. The fierce double swords were blocked by the bald man. The identity of the bald man in the uniform of a police officer is self-evident. Where did the monsters come from? See if I don't accept you. Shave. The strong man shouted low, his strong body moved quickly, and he hit the target accurately with a knee kick. The body of the bandaged man who was kicked in the chin did not move at all, even if he was kicked in such a fatal weakness, he was unscathed. The other party's scarlet eyes were a bit playful. The bald man saw something bad and hurriedly pulled away. What kind of monster is this? It didn't make a sound even when it was hit in a vital part. Mu Bai behind him saw some clues. This bandage weirdo must have blocked the sense of pain and his body has been modified. Hearing the voice behind him, the bald man said, "You 2 are students, I'm afraid. This weirdo's strength has probably reached level 4. You should run away." "No need, bald man, you can go rescue other places. Leave this bandaged man to me," Mu Bai said with a smile. "Are you kidding? Are you the Mu Bai on TV?" The bald man turned around and was about to scold her. How could the students help? But when he saw this face, he looked familiar. Damn it, isn't this the genius Mu Bai who was interviewed by Jian local station at noon? The bald man came back to his senses and frowned. He had seen Mu Bai's glorious deeds online, defeating an ancient ability user and tearing apart a stone tablet with 1 punch. But these are not actual combat, and the 2 cannot be measured. Do you think of me as a piece of food? The bandaged man was angry. Did these ants actually regard him as a dish and take advantage of him? Today, you all must die. After saying that, with scarlet eyes, he held the hilt of the sword behind his back and attacked Mu Bai with a strange posture. The bald man's heart palpitated for a while. Even he who had just entered level 4 could not react to this speed. No. It's too late. If a proud man like Mu Bai falls, it will be Jian's loss. Get out of the way. Is that it? Have you ever been kicked like a football? Mu Bai said calmly to the bandaged man approaching in front of him. The bandage monster's slender arms did not pause, and streaks of black and red sword light streaked through the air. Mu Bai dodged easily, and the sharp sword that couldn't stop cut the car beside him in half. What? The bandaged man looked around in confusion, wondering where the young man had gone. Mu Bai leaped into the air with his hands in his pockets and a white ball cover condensed on his toes. Just like kicking a football, he lifted up his long legs and kicked the bandage weirdo in the head. There was a creaking and cracking sound in the space. At this moment, the bandage weirdo actually felt the pain that he had not seen for a long time. The tyrannical brute force coupled with the power of the shock made this seemingly ordinary kick directly kick the bandaged weirdo into the dry river bed 100 meters away next to the street. Deeply embedded in the ground. The tyrannical Mu Bai could naturally sense that this guy had not expired. Shave. Mu Bai, who turned into a shadow, arrived in front of the pit in a few blinks. The hip-hop teenagers were all stunned. Is that a strong man with suspected level 4 strength? Was he kicked out of commission by a junior high school student? And it seems that Mu Bai has done all this so calmly, it can even be said to be relaxed. This Mu Bai is so cool. It's even cooler than hip-hop music. The bald sheriff on the side was also dumbfounded. Am I level 4, or is Mu Bai level 4? Continuous explosions were heard in the city, and the sheriff had a solemn look on his face. I asked where the police officers on duty were. Sure enough, more than one place was attacked. Uncle, go ahead. I think student Mu can easily deal with him. The hip-hop boy said excitedly, with an expression as if he was meeting his idol. A large number of combatants are needed now, and the surrounding troops will definitely send people to support them soon. All we have to do now is to survive this period of time. Chapter 19 Conquerors All Suppressed. There is no other way but to trust classmate Mu. After the sheriff explained part of the matter to the hip-hop boy, he hurried to the nearest explosion site. In the dry riverbed, the bandaged man struggled to get up, laughing loudly. Mu Bai, who was standing on a boulder, looked at him calmly. It seems that he is not a fruit user, but a swordsman. In this world, both knives and swords belong to Kendo, unlike in the One Piece comics, where they are all called swordsmen even though they use knives. Ahem, fruit power? How can something like that be better than the sword in your hand? The bandaged man with a deformed head said in a slightly out-of-tune voice. Sure enough, there was no pain. Under such an attack, the weaker level 4 would probably have been hit in the head by forcefully taking Mu Bai's kick, like a watermelon being kicked to pieces. If that's the case, why do you need to undergo physical transformation? The only reason is that you don't believe in the two swords you hold tightly in your hands. Mu Bai shook his head disdainfully and said lightly. Kill you. Kill. Kill. As if being stimulated, the bandage weirdo wielded his two swords and slashed at Mu Bai desperately, even scratching himself without any reaction. Double sword style, self-inflicted sword wave of glowing moon. Continuous red sword light slashed at Mu Bai, and the sharp sword light cut through the dry earth, like a demon slashing under the blood moon. Swirls of dust stirred up. The hip-hop boy standing by the river dam felt his heart tighten. This crazy slashing was simply life-threatening. Is Mu Shen okay? The bandaged man who reached the limit of his body stopped. Is the other party dead? The bandage geek looked closer. In the dust in front of him, an iron hand grasped the sword-holding hand of the bandaged man. With one turn and twist, the bandaged man was stepped on by Mu Bai. The dust dispersed, and Mu Bai was unscathed, not even a scratch on his clothes. Mu Bai dodged all the fatal slashes. Too weak. Mu Bai said softly with an expressionless face. Mu Bai, who was stepping on the bandaged man, had a white ball covering condensed on his soles. No. The bandaged man whose life was threatened wanted to fight back, but under Mu Bai's feet, the bandaged man's body was nailed to the ground. One ride is worth 1,000. With a soft drink, Mu Bai announced a death notice to the enemy at his feet. The white ball cover exploded, the dry river bed cracked directly, and the ground cracked like stairs. The ground shook, and the hip-hop boy beside the river dam couldn't stand firmly and could only hold on to the railing. Is this the fruit ability of Mu Shen? It is really a natural disaster level ability. Don't. The body of the bandage monster was crushed in an instant. No matter how strong your modified body is, if you are crushed into powder, you will still survive. Is that Uncle the Sheriff gone? The hip-hop boy was startled. Mu Bai, who was 100 meters away, appeared next to him at some unknown time. The hip-hop boy nodded and said, "That uncle went to support other places. Mu Shen, I just recorded your battle with my mobile phone. Can I upload it to the internet? Okay, by the way, what's your name? At first I saw that the devil fruit ability you used was Nyomi, and your devil fruit is Paramecia Nyonyo fruit." After thinking for a while, Mu Bai said, "My name is Lu Jun. Mu Shen didn't expect you to know about this fruit. Thanks to this fruit, I usually work part-time at my pastry shop. In combat, I can use the properties of glutinous rice to perform many unique attacks. The Nyonyo fruit is called the special Paramecia ability fruit in the original work. In the original work, it is the ability of Katakuri, the leader of the three generals. After the fruit awakens, it can be said to be very powerful." Mu Bai, who sensed the two auras, raised his head and looked at the sky. Black and blue flames intertwined in the air, erupting with terrifying momentum, and the aftermath of the battle turned into firelight and dissipated in the air. Lu Jun said in surprise, "It's the guardian envoy, Feng Zhuge. Who is he fighting?" Mu Bai naturally knew who Feng Zhuge was. He was the nominal guardian of Jian, a strong man who had half-stepped into the 6th level of Purple Gold, and was also a user with the ability of the Phantom Beast Phoenix Fruit. The two people in the air collided like meteors, rose into the sky, and disappeared before Mu Bai's eyes. At this time the phone rang. When I picked up the phone, it was Li Piao. Mu Bai was the first to ask, "Hey, how are you doing with Li Piao? Are you okay?" "Mu Bai, I'm fine here. Now the city is full of members of the pain cult. You have to be careful over there. I heard that a level 4 strongman has also come in." Hearing the noise on the opposite side and the chants of the troops, I thought that Li Prst would be fine. "Are you in the military camp?" "No, it's the troops stationed in Dongcheng district who have begun to eliminate members of the cult. I'm at the rear here. By the way, are you sure you are the only one who will enter level 4 in Jian? I'm sure that what the officer just said seemed to be a lunatic called Bandage Swordsman. I just killed a man with bandages all over his body. His strength is almost level 4. Damn it, how come Mr. Bai can tear you to level 4 even if I haven't seen you for a few days?" Mu Bai touched his nose. Well, his strength did improve a bit quickly. He now understands a little bit, when he asked about the level of Gao Ji in the training camp. The levels mentioned by Gao Ji are not an obvious division of strength. Only actual combat is the only criterion for testing combat strength levels. On the bridge ahead, a group of police officers escorted a car of ordinary people, with a dozen men in black robes chasing after them. After seeing this scene, Mu Bai said something to Li Piao and hung up the phone. He started shaving and came to the middle of the two groups of people who were confronting each other. "Mu Bai. Classmate Mu is in danger, a dozen of them are level 3 cult combatants." The sheriff who recognized Mu Bai reminded him. Since Mu Bai came to the local stage, he has become a household name in Jian, not just a household name. After connecting him with people on previous hot searches, basically everyone knew some of his deeds. The cult members opposite had obviously heard of Mu Bai. These cannon fodders have been abandoned. It seems good to pull a talented young man to support him before he dies, at least to clear some obstacles for the coming of the god of pain in the future. What's more than a dozen level 3 people can't kill a level 2 person. How is this possible? They still don't know the news that Mu Bai has been promoted to level 3. Even if they know, they will probably dismiss it. It's not like they have never killed famous geniuses. With low strength, he was dazzled by fame, thinking that he was the boss in heaven, the second boss in the earth, and he was the third boss. In the end, when they really started to take action, they found that the enemy would not tolerate them. Do it. Kill Mu Bai first. A dozen men in black robes responded to the sound and rushed towards Mu Bai. The sheriff also rushed forward, but was stopped by Mu Bai. Seeing such a scene on the truck, the civilians being escorted hurriedly shouted, "Student Mu, be careful! Get out of the way!" Just when the leader of the cult member was about to touch Mu Bai smiled. "Interesting, launch a human wave tactic against me." Snapping his fingers lightly, with Mu Bai as the center, the unparalleled courage was like black thunder, suppressing the minds of all the cult members. The young man standing in front of them was like a chasm, cutting between their life and death. His body was stiff, and even his consciousness seemed to have stopped at this moment. All distracting thoughts disappeared, except for Mu Bai, who was like a god and demon in front of him. Under the terrifying pressure, they all knelt down uncontrollably. It was like meeting their king. The leader of the cult said with trembling teeth in disbelief, "It's actually Conquerors, Domineering." Chapter 20 Space Storage Bag. If you guess it correctly, each of you will be rewarded with a pair of silver handcuffs. Mu Bai, who put his hands back in his trouser pockets, replied calmly. The kind voice in my mind rang. Ding dong, complete the hidden mission and use the intermediate Conqueror's domineering power to frighten 10 level 3 enemies. Reward, Space Storage Bag, can store anything, not bound by dimensional rules or the Devil Tree world. Use your consciousness to try it in, it's about 40 cubic meters. This is a good thing. The original ancient tree python relied on the power of the earthquake fruit on its back to pass through the barrier and swallow the devil fruit. If your own shock fruit develops and awakens, will you have the opportunity to open the space barrier, plunder multiple devil fruits at once, and then use this space storage bag to bring them out? Mu Bai said that he had realized it. The sheriff behind him reacted and hurriedly stepped forward to control the cultist who was still awake but no longer able to resist. There were also some who were not strong-willed enough and were directly knocked unconscious by such a strong conqueror's wash. Some ordinary people in the rescue vehicle didn't understand why these vicious cultists knelt down immediately when Mu Bai was just standing there, completely losing their ability to resist. It's Conqueror's Haki. That's what the cultist just said. What is Conqueror's Haki? Isn't it just two-color Haki? Yes, Conqueror's dominance. Only one person among millions of people may have such a king's qualifications, and awakening it is even more difficult. But people who awaken Conqueror's domineering power are without exception very talented people. For example, Yin Tianzheng, the first president of Zhongwu University, is also very rare among the younger generation. Zhang Buming from the imperial family in the divine capital has awakened Conqueror's domineering power and become famous. I didn't expect Mu Bai to have such qualifications. The sheriff had all the cultists under control, and then the intercom rang. How are you doing there? Report. Lord Guardian. With the help of classmate Mu Bai, all 15 third-level heretics have been arrested and brought to justice. That Mu Bai with the Zhen fruit actually has such strength? How did he do it? It's Conqueror's Haki. The voice on the other side of the intercom paused. Wait a minute, I'll be right over. The police officer who was in charge of communication just now smiled at Mu Bai and said, Student Mu, please wait here for a while. The envoy will be here soon. Guardian Envoy, Feng Zhuge? Good. It seems that the battle is over and all the cult members in the city have been wiped out. I have seen Feng Zhuge on TV, but I have never seen him in real life. Mu Bai is also a little curious about what kind of person has the Phantom Beast Phoenix fruit. Mu Bai, who had nothing to do, was also helping the sheriff detain the cultists into the car. Seeing Mu Bai approaching, the cultists who woke up shook their bodies like a sieve. They yelled to prevent Mu Bai from getting closer. They consciously got into the car, and then tied each other up in groups of 2. When the police officers saw this scene, they were all amazed. Some sheriffs also joked that after Mu Bai finishes college, becoming a sheriff will definitely reduce the crime rate in a place. Mu Bai smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, after the experiment just now, Mu Bai also understood that when Conquerors is upgraded to the intermediate level, strictly speaking, the power does not increase. The higher his courage, the stronger the power of Conquerors. But my control ability has improved a lot. For example, when I just cast Conquerors, I could easily delineate the area and avoid accidentally injuring the sheriff or civilians. There was a cry in the dark sky, and the yellow and blue flame bird came from far away and fell in front of everyone. The flames dissipated, and the face of a middle-aged man with long hair was revealed. Mu Bai felt like the sword fairy in a picture book. Feng Zhuge turned to look at Mu Bai and said with praise, "Young hero, I heard that you got perfect scores in all 3 exams. I'm afraid you are the first perfect scorer in Jian or Yuan province. It is our duty to bring honor to our hometown of Jian," Mu Bai said seriously. Mu Bai naturally knew his exam results well. Feng Zhuge, who was dressed in white, couldn't help but nod. Then he thought of something and said with a smile, "You brought me a lot of surprises. You can defeat a veteran level 4 animal type user at level 3, without using the fruit ability. When the chief examiner in charge of you asked me for instructions, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you to actually do it." It turns out that the superior the examiner asked for instructions at that time was Feng Zhuge. Also, as the nominal person in charge of a city, the guardian envoy has great authority. How can you become stronger if you can't break through yourself and break down the barriers you're holding onto? Mu Bai said with a smile. As expected of the genius who opened Conquerors, what he said was very domineering. Yes. How can you defeat others if you don't defeat yourself first? It seems that the results will be announced in a month, and the university admissions office will be able to grab it. Feng Zhuge hesitated for a moment and asked again. Mu Bai, have you chosen your favorite university yet? Yes, I have only one goal, Zhongwu University. The cold wind blew across Mu Bai's face, and Mu Bai said firmly. For the reward of the second fruit position, Mu Bai can risk his life. Joining Wuhan University is the first step of the mission. Zhongwu University is good. Among the 4 top universities, it has the longest history and the most foundation. You may not know that I graduated from Zhongwu University. Feng Zhuge, a man of celestial spirit, briefly recounted his previous experience at Wuhan University. This has benefited Mu Bai a lot. Senior, how can this cult have such great power and dare to invade the city? Mu Bai expressed his confusion. When Feng Zhuge heard the other party calling him senior, he didn't correct him. The Pain Cult is one of the top 10 underground forces. Their base camp is hidden in the dimensional space, so it is difficult to eradicate. I don't know what they are looking for in this small-scale riot. But no matter what you are looking for, it must be related to the children of pain in their prophecies. Speaking of this, Feng Zhuge's expression became more solemn. According to their teachings, when the son of pain appears, the world will permanently lose sunlight. Only the blind son of pain can lead his believers to walk in the kingdom of God. The son of pain once appeared. 50 years ago, the person who killed him was Yin Tianzheng, the first president of Zhongwu University. Did it actually happen? Seeing the surprise in Mu Bai's eyes, Feng Zhuge continued, these cults circulating in different dimensions do have inheritance. According to them, they are the reincarnation of gods. Stop talking about this, Mu Bai. What are your plans in the 2 months after the college entrance examination? Thinking of what Gao Ji said to him, he naturally thought about the arrangements for the 2 months before the start of school. Enter a different dimension and prepare for the start of school. Chapter 21 Earthly Dragon? Killed with one punch. A few days after the riot ended, Mu Bai arrived at the entrance to another dimension. Hand the ticket to the guarding soldier. The soldier carefully explained the precautions for entering the dimensional space. And give Mu Bai a bead. When he wants to come back or is in danger, he can crush the bead and he will return safely. When he registered his identity information and saw that Mu Bai had reached level 3 at the age of 18, he looked up in surprise, but said nothing more. I don't know which family's genius descendant came here to practice. When you come to the twisted dimensional gate, people above level 4 cannot enter this space. Only those below level 4 can enter. If you reach out and touch it, the world will spin for a while. When Mu Bai opened his eyes again, he was already in a forest. Ding dong, it has been detected that the host has arrived in another dimension, and a mission has been issued: kill 100 earth-moving dragons. Reward: mystical knives and massive proficiencies. The mysterious knife seems to be equipment or something. The earthly dragon is a tall dragon-blooded creature, and this dimension is also named after the earthly dragon. They move in groups, with an average of about 20 ground dragons in a group. The average level is level 4, and coupled with their rough skin and thick flesh, it is difficult for ordinary humans at level 4 to defeat the group of earth-walking dragons in single combat. 100 means that I need to find 5 groups of earth dragons and kill them. Mu Bai said to himself. Roar! In the dense forest, a group of huge black wolves nearly 3 meters tall seemed to smell the scent of prey and surrounded Mu Bai. Mu Bai, who was standing on the branch, naturally saw all this. I used my knowledge to sense it, and found that this wolf pack was generally around level 2, and the more robust giant black wolf at the head should be around level 3. Woo! The wolves drooled when they looked at the monkeys on the tree. At the howl of the first wolf, the remaining 30 or so black wolves scrambled to climb up the giant tree. This wolf can actually climb trees, it's interesting. Looking at this scene with slight surprise, Mu Bai jumped down from the tree, and a pale white ball cover condensed in his right hand. Seeing this, the alpha wolf quickly opened his huge mouth, trying to swallow the delicious food that jumped out automatically. Unfortunately, it ended up being paid in error. The ability to shake the fruit is too great, and Mu Bai sometimes restrains himself when using the fruit's ability. But it's in a different dimension. Of course, it's the wanton use of abilities. Air shock. The right hand that gathered the ball cover grasped the big mouth of the alpha wolf, pressed it to the ground, and unleashed a full-force air shock that swept through the entire wolf pack, or rather the forest. Huge trees that had grown for more than 100 years were uprooted, and the ground was like a small wooden boat on a tsunami, being overturned by the attack of the stormy waves. The power of the shock fruit, which is 59% developed, can be imagined when fully used. A huge gap opened in the earth, and the whimpering wolves were swallowed up by the gap. The tearing continued, and the pale white ball cover turned into a powerful shock wave, sweeping across the land nearly 100 meters in radius. The dense trees sizzled as they were crushed under such impact. When Mu Bai stood up, the surrounding area had turned into ruins after the earthquake. The vibrations of wanton catharsis are truly intoxicating. But it's not over yet. Using the power of seeing and hearing, he sensed all living things around him, and a very strong vitality fluctuation came from the east not far away. The very strong life fluctuation should be an earthly dragon. Let's go and have a look. Activate the 6th form shave. Skimming through the trees at extremely fast speeds, heading towards the fluctuating position. Hearing the distant rumble of the ground, all the lazy ground dragons got up. Nearly 10 meters in length, with scales of dragon blood attached to their bodies, they shine under the refraction of the sun. They never need to hunt, and naturally there will be subordinate races to complete the hunting task for them. The only task of each group is to guard against attacks from other groups of earth-walking dragons. As the top of the food chain, they possess intelligence close to that of humans. So when they heard such a huge noise, they just stood up and watched for a while, and continued to bask in the sun after seeing that there was no danger. An old earth dragon with the heaviest pattern didn't think so. He issued a special roar and ordered several young earth dragons to go and check it out. The two ground dragons roared in dissatisfaction, twisted their bloated bodies and crawled towards the forest to the west. Green leaves passed across Muebai's face. Muebai, who was moving at high speed among the trees, felt two dragons approaching him. Turn direction to launch moonwalk. The animals that saw the huge body of the earth-walking dragon fled in all directions in the forest. No matter what the strength of the earth-walking dragon was, ordinary creatures like them could not provoke it. I see you. Muebai, who was high in the sky, had a kind smile on his lips. The earthly dragon on the ground heard the sound in the air and looked up curiously, only to see a humanoid creature high in the sky. Just when they were wondering how this creature could fly high into the sky without wings, a sound pierced the air from far to near. Shave. Hands are empty. Muebai hit the ground dragon like a missile, his hands condensed into pale white ball covers, and a terrifying vibration force brewed in his palms. Gently passed in front of the two dragons. Two transparent spheres are embedded on the heads of the two earth dragons between electric sparks. Hey? What is this? Dising-long looked at the white ball on his head and didn't care. Muebai, who passed by them, did not look back at them and snapped his fingers in his hands. The dragon beast's animal intuition frantically reminded them of the danger of this light ball at this moment. But they had no way to break away from this ball of light, and it was at this moment that they remembered their fear. When the light ball exploded, the ground was crushed instantly, and the huge head exploded like a watermelon in the vibration. There was no movement on the ground. Muebai, who did not look back, said thoughtfully, "The ability to control the fruit seems to have improved." The elderly Dising-long not far away suddenly opened his eyes. "No, Aku and Ariel are dead. An enemy killed them." The unique roar reached the ears of all earth-walking dragons. "What? There are still creatures that threaten us around here. Could it be that another group of earth dragons attacked us?" The old Dising-long saw the face of the perpetrator through mysterious power. "They are those creatures from another world, creatures that call themselves humans." "Old patriarch, what are you talking about?" A strong earth-walking dragon said disdainfully, "Those weak creatures are very low in strength. I have eaten 2 of them before, and the meat was quite weak." "You are wrong, Mook, he has the power of the devil." "Ho! I'm going to eat him." After saying that, the sturdy ground dragon ran very fast on the ground, and a figure appeared in front of the tribe's main road. The ferocious beast head is cruel and bloodthirsty. Sulfuric acid spray. Puffing up his cheeks, earthly dragon Muebai sprayed a mouthful of green concentrated sulfuric acid at Muebai. Shave. He actually avoided it, so what, a monkey is a monkey. The earthly dragon opened its big mouth and bit Muebai fiercely. "Are you playing house? It's such a clumsy fight." He dodged and missed the attack. The white ball cover condensed on his right fist, and he punched Dising-long on the cheek. The huge body was overturned to the ground, blood flowed from the sour mouth, and the steel teeth were shattered. Chapter 22. You can also break through the iron wall. Dragging the earthly dragon's body up and using both arms, Muebai easily threw the 10-meter-long earthly dragon like tatters. This level 4 is too weak. Muebai moved his muscles and bones, looking slightly disappointed at the dozen terrifying beasts in front of him. The other earthly dragons did not dare to underestimate this human being anymore, and cautiously surrounded him. He didn't even dare to make a tentative attack. "Since you don't attack, then it's my turn." Bai didn't talk nonsense, just shut up and hit him. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai's figure disappeared from the spot. With terrifying speed, his hands vibrated the ball cover without any need to accumulate force, hitting the several earthly dragons in front of him like a violent storm. The fist wind stirred up waves of energy. The vibrating ball cover swept across like a strong wind, vibrating and exploding on the back, head, and abdomen of the earthly dragon. The chilling creaking sound spread out densely on the huge body. It was the first of the 7 limits, random numbers. The difference was that Bai had a vibrating ball cover in his hand at the moment, and the power of vibration was integrated into every violent attack. There is no need to accumulate power, and the same power is also weakened a lot. But even if the power is weakened, Bai's terrifying attack frequency is there. In 1 second, more than a dozen shock fists are bombarded on his body, and even a level 4 physical earth dragon cannot withstand it. There was a furious Dixing-Long who tried to strangle Bai despite the pain, but it was too slow for this man who was like a god and demon coming to the world. The first punch hit the opponent's head, causing the shock ball cover to explode. All the organs of the earthly dragon were vibrated and displaced. The second and third punches from behind hit weak places such as the abdomen without interruption. Within a few punches, the giant beast lost consciousness. You are the iron wall. Bai can also break through for you. The battlefield was a one-sided situation. In less than a minute, more than a dozen earth dragons were knocked to the ground by white hits. It's like having Wushuan enabled in the game. The leader of the earthly dragon clan behind the encirclement looked at all this with horror. When Bai was killing everyone, he made up his mind. There was a strange mantra in his mouth, which seemed to be some kind of ritual prayer. Bai, who stopped his offensive, was exuding heat. Beside him were more than a dozen giant beasts lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Some were stunned, and some had been beaten to death. The warm-up is over, come and try my vibration power. Bai opened his hands, then clenched his fists, and the huge white ball cover condensed again. The space was making a whining sound, but the ball cover was still condensing, and the color also changed from pale white to pure white. The biggest round of shaking fruits. Earth shaking. The vibrating dome disturbed the atmosphere and the ground, and violently bombarded the center of the tribe. Squeak! Squeak! The ground cracked layer by layer, and an unprecedented huge gap swallowed up everything. The ground tilted at a 60-degree angle, allowing the incapacitated earth dragon to fall into the ground gap. With this blow, all traces of the earth-walking dragon tribe were eliminated, and the force of the shock turned the entire ground upside down. If Bai was in the ocean at this moment, he might have caused a tsunami of nearly 100 meters. You devil! Dragon god! Give me strength so that I can fight against the devil. The leader of the earthly dragon clan slid into the bottomless gap under the pressure of the shock, still muttering a special spell in his mouth. Bai, who must be the clan leader of the tribe, had a calm expression when he saw this scene. Killing and plundering are the nature of living things, and the fittest will survive. Even if more killings occur, Bai will not regret it. As long as you can make yourself stronger, even if hundreds of millions of creatures die and hundreds of interfaces are annihilated, it is still worth it. After gaining powerful abilities, my personality and mentality seem to have changed, but that's not bad either. Bai said to himself. The configuration of his own abilities must also be put on the agenda. It is estimated that it will not take long for the shaking fruit to be developed and awakened, reaching the level of Whitebeard when he was young. Talking and laughing can trigger the shaking power of islands and seas. If you can get subsequent devil fruits and have the fruit position given by the system, according to the optimal ratio, 1 for each of the 3 major systems. This is something to talk about later, just relax your mind. Bai clearly sensed that a creature was approaching. To be precise, from the nearly 6-meter wide crack below, a bloated body was rushing up. The black shadow rushed out. A pair of sky-covering wings stretched out from his back, the ferocious dragon horns stretched forward, dark dragon scales densely covered his body, and his golden pupils were full of anger. Western black dragon? What came out was a black dragon. No, it was not a real black dragon. It was a dragon beast that had been forcibly possessed by gods and strengthened by its bloodline. The minimum strength of a real 5-color dragon or other pure-blooded dragons is level 5, while the 4-color dragons in front of them are estimated to be able to reach the peak of level 4. Human, you destroyed my race and slaughtered my compatriots. You devil, you are seeking your own death. The black dragon could actually speak human language, which surprised Mubai. Through the anger in his eyes, Mubai guessed the identity of the other party. Are you the leader of this tribe? You shouldn't blame me for their deaths. Mubai, with a serious expression, spoke word by word. If I don't blame you, who should I blame? The black dragon lowered his head with fierce eyes. After a while, he would let this visitor from another world experience the real terror. It's your fault. Looking directly into the opponent's pale golden pupils, Mubai said decisively. It's my fault that you, the leader of the clan, are too weak to protect your compatriots. All this happened because of your unbearable strength. You are the destiny, and I am the variable. I, Mubai, will not come today, but Mu Hong will come tomorrow. Your ending is doomed, but you can change everything but do nothing. My arrival only accelerates the process. Seeing that Mubai's eyes were extremely sincere, the old patriarch was also a little confused. Is it really his fault? It was because he was too weak. There was actually a trace of self-blame in the huge pupils. I'm kidding, you can't really believe it. Mubai snapped his fingers and said with a smile. You are asking for death. Black flame. Realizing that he was being tricked, the old patriarch angrily spit out black flames, and the huge flame beam struck Mubai. If you want to corrode and burn Mubai alive, the black dragon's black flame contains extremely strong corrosive power. This is the right thing, come on, fight with your life on the line. The excited Mubai gathered the ball cover with his right fist and struck hard into the void. The disturbed atmosphere and the ground form a vibration barrier. The black flame and the white vibrating barrier were at a stalemate at the moment they collided with each other. Is this the peak of level 4? It's just that you disappoint me a little. The strong wind blew Mubai's hair back, and Mubai said a little disappointed. Black flame is retreating, and Mubai's shock barrier has the upper hand. Chapter 23 Falling from High Altitude. Hateful. The earthly dragon clan, who transformed into a black dragon, saw something bad in his eyes and flew into the air with his wings vibrating. Taking control of the air is easy for dragons, and no creature can defeat the Sky Overlord. The black dragon soaring in the sky circled in the air, then glided close to the ground and rushed towards Mubai. Dragon breath, great black flame. Black flames spurted out, and black beams of light cut across the ground. Wherever the black flames passed, the land was transformed into a highly corrosive swamp. Shave. Mubai, who dodged the attack, looked at the black dragon in the sky playfully. Shock, moonwalk. A white ball cover condenses on the sole of the foot, stepping on the void, using the reaction force of the vibration, coupled with the characteristics of moonwalk, it can move at high speed in the air. You think everything will be fine in the air? You're so naive. He bent his legs, and with a roar, cracks appeared on the ground, and Mubai's figure moved rapidly in the air. How can this human being still fly? Black Dragon looked at this scene in surprise. He was so panicked that he almost forgot to flap his wings. No, the transformation time is coming soon, I have to get rid of this madman. He danced his wings that covered the sky and flew higher into the sky. The friction between the dragon scales and the air made a sharp sound. That was the fastest speed he could achieve. Flying higher and higher until he passed through the clouds, maintaining the gliding posture of his wings, the old patriarch turned around and saw that there was no figure of that human being in the thick clouds, and he felt relieved. No bird can fly up to such a height, let alone a human being, haha. Looking straight ahead, the anxious old patriarch is looking for a safe place. His transformation is estimated to only last for a few minutes. Above the clouds, you can vaguely see the towering mountains, and a few solitary strange birds appear and disappear in the clouds. Under the sunlight, the colorful light is dazzling, and this scene is like an otherworldly scenery. What a beautiful sight! Yes. Hey? The old patriarch who turned into a black dragon realized who he was talking to. This voice. That human is right above my head. How is that possible? I didn't notice it at all. Mu Bai sat leisurely on the dragon's head, holding the dragon's horns with both hands. It's not that Heilong didn't notice, but Mu Bai used the color of his knowledge to interfere with the other party's perception, making him seem invisible. But in fact, before the black dragon could fly to the clouds, Mu Bai had already grabbed his wings, turned over and jumped onto the dragon's head. Black dragon's sweat dripped from his forehead, and he didn't dare to make any sound. A minute later, the black dragon, who was driven crazy by this threat, said, "How can I provoke you, a human from another world? Forget about the revenge of genocide, can you let me, a poor old guy, go?" After eating a piece of chewing gum from his backpack, Mu Bai didn't reply to his words. In this depressing atmosphere, another half-minute passed. Mu Bai, who was on top of the dragon, spoke slowly. "Of course I can let you go, but you have to take me to a new Earth Dragon tribe." "What? Impossible, you devil!" Pressing the black dragon's head with one hand. The pale white ball cover gathered together. "It seems you haven't understood your situation yet. Get off here." There was a creaking sound of cracks in the palm, and the surrounding clouds were torn apart. Unparalleled vibrations exploded on the top of the black dragon's head. The torn atmosphere was filled with chaotic airflow, and the huge dragon wings swayed feebly with the wind under the impact of the airflow. The unconscious black dragon fell vertically to the ground. Boom! The body falling at high speed hit the edge of the lake hard, and the splashing water waves scattered the surrounding animals drinking water. Shave! Stepping on the black dragon's body, Mu Bai felt that the vitality of the earthly dragon clan leader under him was rapidly weakening, and he transformed back into the form of the earthly dragon after a few seconds. "I lost consciousness." The move just now seemed a bit harsh. Mu Bai touched his chin and muttered to himself. A pair of cold vertical pupils in the lake watched what just happened, swinging their bodies and tracing the curves of the waves in the water. The huge crocodile emerged from the water, and its ferocious breath made the surrounding animals hold their breath. He is the overlord of the lake, the real king of giant crocodiles. He evolved wisdom and defeated the powerful enemies in the surrounding forests in only 20 years. Yo! Look who's floating by the lake. There was actually a comatose earth dragon, and the giant crocodile's eyes lit up. He would definitely advance to level 4 by devouring such flesh and blood. He opened his huge mouth, which was nearly 5 meters tall, and from the corner of his eye, he saw an ape-like creature standing on the body of the earth-walking dragon. "You haven't been scared out of your wits in front of me? No matter. Let's swallow it together." What a big crocodile! It seems that the animals in this world are not small. Seeing the giant crocodile coming at him with its mouth wide open, Mu Bai kicked it to the side with a shock to the ball cover. Hit the giant crocodile's front mouth directly. The lake split in the middle, and the giant crocodile's huge body was kicked out of the lake by Mu Bai amidst the creaking vibrations. After completing a difficult 720-degree continuous turn in the air, the giant crocodile's body knocked down 2 trees and stopped. Crocodile meat seems to be quite delicious. I have decided that the first lunch in the different dimension will be you. Think and act. Simply chop down a few giant trees and arrange them like a barbecue grill, and then put the decomposed crocodile on the barbecue grill. After a while, a strong fragrance floated on the edge of the lake. Holding a giant skewer in hand, he flipped it up and down to grill it. It looked charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Mubai opened his mouth wide and bit down. The crocodile meat is tender and very soft when swallowed. It can be said that it has the tenderness of aquatic animals and the wild fragrance of terrestrial animals. After eating and drinking, Mubai rested on a branch. I had just eaten meat equivalent to at least 3 times my body weight, but it was all digested by myself. It should be due to my super physical condition. If his physique is greatly improved again, Mubai can feel that he is about to reach that stage and his life will be returned. Glancing at the task bar, I saw that I had killed a dozen earth dragons so far. And I was still some distance away from 100. Mubai had just inspected the surrounding area. Most of them were ordinary creatures, and he didn't see a single earthly dragon. I'm afraid there won't be many of these earth-walking dragons. You have to search every place in the world by yourself to find them in the year of the monkey, horse, and moon. This is why Mubai spared the life of this earth-walking dragon clan leader. The old horse knows the way, and this old earth-walking dragon must know where in the surrounding area there are earth-walking dragons living. The sound of turning came from Dixing Long. Mubai jumped off the branch and walked to the leader of Dixing Long who had just woken up. Mubai stepped on his head and said, "Just wake up. I'll give you another chance. Tell me the location of the earthly dragon population and I'll let you go." The weak chief of the earthly dragon clan had no other choice but humiliatingly agreed to this human's suggestion. Chapter 24 The Good and Quick Sword Xianye is in trouble and returns to Yun Province. The number you dialed is not in the service area, please call again later. In the bedroom, Song Cheng hung up the phone number. He was a little curious about where Mubai had been during this time, but he never answered the call. It's been a month, and tomorrow is the time to announce the results. On the other side, a man covered in blood sat on the ruins of the collapsed earth. All around were earth dragons beaten to death by the force of the shock. In the past 20 days, Mubai could be said to have been searching for dragons all over the world. After learning the location of the 2 tribes from the first earthly dragon clan leader, Mubai worked non-stop to eliminate the 2 tribes. Just now, Mubai found the last tribe. 2 earth dragon priests in their prime had reached the peak of level 4. Even Mubai took some effort to kill them. Ding dong, the mission of killing 100 earth dragons is completed. Mission reward, Xianye Heavy Fire, Liang Kui Dao, all proficiencies increased by 2000. It turned out to be a knife. Summoned, a long knife with a dark handle and flame patterns appeared in Mubai's hand. Hold the handle of the knife and slash the nearby trees from top to bottom. The white blade of light split open a tree the size of 4 people's surroundings evenly in an instant. It's such a fast knife, and the quality is not low. This world is the same as the One Piece world. The levels of knives are divided into ordinary knives, quick knives, good quick knives, great quick knives, and supreme quick knives. For example, Hawkeye, who is known as the world's best swordsman, holds the supreme sharp sword Black Blade Knight. The white-bearded Zanjai Unki in the original work is also of this level. After checking the time, Mubai knew that tomorrow would be the time to announce the results and he had to leave. It seems that I haven't signed in today, which is a shame. Sign in. A slightly hoarse voice came from Mubai's mouth. Ding dong, sign in successfully. Physique plus 0.5. Seeing and hearing domineering plus 200 proficiency. Armed color domineering plus 200 proficiency. Vigor plus 0.5. Open the panel, here are the results accumulated over the past month. Name, Mubai. Level 3. Physique 70. Armed color domineering, 3800/25000, skilled. Information and domineering, 3886/25000, skilled. Conqueror's dominance 56, vigor. Swordsmanship, 1502/25000, skilled. Marine 6 styles, 8900/25,000, skilled. Devil fruit, shock fruit, 66%. Equipment, Xianya heavy fire, good quick sword. All skills on the panel have reached proficiency level. The originally inferior swordsmanship also improved to proficiency this month. His physique has also reached 70 points from more than 60 points when he first came in. Mubai had a hunch that when his physique reached 100 points, he would undergo earth-shaking changes. The progress of fruit development has also skyrocketed, increasing by a full 7 percentage points in 1 month. Gotta get out. After crushing the teleportation bead, Mubai's figure twisted. Brush. Mubai, who had a somewhat bad image, was teleported out. The guarding soldier didn't really recognize who it was for a moment. Good guy, you are Mubai. The originally aloof soldier said in surprise after seeing Mubai's face clearly. Using the pool nearby, Mubai simply washed his face. Mubai was also a little surprised when he heard the soldier's inquiry. You know me. This is a red province, so it stands to reason that my reputation should not be that great. Aren't you the Mubai from Yuan province, the domineering high school senior who awakened Conquerors and spread on the internet some time ago? Do you know that Conquerors is already known to everyone? Thinking of the scene at that time, it was probably a civilian in the car who filmed the scene of himself solving the painful cult member with his mobile phone. Yes, it's me. Mubai responded without changing his expression. Complaining about the people who took the video to expose him would Conquerors? Not complaining. Hidden strength? That is what mediocre people do, pretending to be pigs and eating tigers when they are weak. However, in the real world, the first batch to be eliminated are these people who love to hide. If you want to become a top powerhouse, you have to fight, grab, have a strong heart, and use all your strength in every battle. If you don't do this, how can you compete with the trendsetters of those eras? Some people are originally domineering tigers, but they really turn into pigs when they hide. This is not the protagonist of a novel about cultivating immortals, who become stronger by just living in obscurity. Even if he gains the ability of double fruits in the future, Mubai will not hide it. In the last life on Blue Star, as an orphan, he wanted to be an ordinary person, but in this wonderful world, Mubai no longer wanted to. Afraid of being coveted by others, looking forward and backward, afraid of this and that, how can you become a top powerhouse and stand at the top of the world? Become stronger than everyone else, step onto the 8th level throne, or even surpass it. At that time, you will be the rule. Say goodbye to the guarding soldiers and board the train back to Jian City, Yuan province. On the train at night, Mubai looked at his cell phone. Several people called him while in the dimensional space, and Mubai called back one by one. A month later, the number of fans and sparks actually increased to 800,000, which really shocked Mubai. The backend of the app is extremely stuck. They are all private messages to me. They say anything. When I open my home page, the video with the most likes is posted by a person named Mushin's biggest fan. Click on that person's profile picture, good guy, it's Lu Jun, the Nyonyo fruit ability user that night. What he posted was a video of Mubai neatly solving the bandage weirdo. The comments below are also mixed about 8 gates, and they have everything to say. There is information about Bandage Man on Xiaoguo's official website. He is an S-class wanted criminal and a bandage swordsman with level 4 strength. I have to say that torturing him at level 3 Mu Shen is like stepping on ants. Awakening Conqueror's Haki and powerful shock fruit and perfect taijutsu, I'm convinced. I'm afraid Mu Shen will be the first tier player in the country. It's so terrifying that we can't stay here. After watching the video, the bandaged swordsman walked peacefully. Not bad, but compared to Zhang Buming, he's not as good as he is. I have a lot of words, so listen to me. Mu Shen and I are fellow villagers. According to my observation, Mu Shen may be a girl. The results will be announced tomorrow for admissions. People like Mu Bai must be the ones the 4 major universities are looking for. Where has Mu Shen gone? There has been no update for almost 30 days. Woo, my moo hee hee. Damn it, keyboard powerhouses are so scary. I casually took a photo of the carriage and captioned it with a line of words, Yuan Sheng, I'm back. Within a few seconds, the comments surged. The hand speed of these guys is too fast. Buzz buzz. There was a ringing sound in his hand. Mu Bai didn't like the sound of ringing, but he had a soft spot for vibrations. He didn't know if it was affected by the fruit. See the caller ID. Admissions Office of Zhongwu University. Chapter 25 Mysterious Legendary Card. In the admissions office of Zhongwu University, the gray-haired director Liang smoked one cigarette after another. It is said that the 4 universities are most respected by Zhongwu, but in the past few years, the other 3 top universities have won the National League Championship one after another. This year, I heard that Zhang Buming joined Chengdu University with the intention of sweeping the national championship. The principal has given a fatal order. If we can't recruit players who can compete in the National League this year, you, Director Liang, just leave. But where can I find such talents? Zhongwu has been weak in recent years, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that the only thing supporting this university is probably this golden brand. Real geniuses are cultivated by aristocratic families, and Zhongwu University happens to be unable to deal with these aristocratic families. This is the real reason for the decline of Zhongwu University. Looking through the newspaper distractedly, Director Liang saw the news that Mu Bai was commended for killing a cultist. That's right. Mu Bai from Jian. He is not a child of aristocratic family. I turned on my computer and checked online, and I immediately became excited. Paramecia shock fruit. Kill the level 4 bandage swordsman instantly at level 3. He even awakened Conqueror's Haki. What a joke. How come he doesn't know about such a person? Oda. Director Liang shouted at the top of his lungs. The door to the director's office was pushed open, and a young man wearing glasses entered the room. Tianjun's heart skipped a beat when he saw that Director Liang's face was not very good. He knew that Director Liang had just been severely criticized by the principal in the past few days. Director Liang, I'm here, what's going on? After swallowing and spitting, Tianjun said carefully. Seeing the confusion on Xiaoshan's face, Director Liang pointed to the computer screen and said, What else are you asking me about? What's going on with this Mu Bai? I asked you to pay attention to the deeds of these geniuses on the internet. Why didn't you mention it to me? When Tianjun heard this, he said aggrievedly, Director, you have wronged me. I mentioned it to you 2 days ago. You were absent-minded at the time. I thought you had invited Mu Bai. Hiss. My bad. Director Liang slapped his forehead vigorously and said with a look of remorse, My fault, I remembered it. If I let such a genius go, even if the principal doesn't fire me, I won't have the shame to stay here. You go, forget it, I'll contact this Mu Bai. Okay, Director Liang. Yuan Province, Jian City, there seems to be a friend serving as a garrison there. Feng Zhug. Let's contact this old friend first. Since Mu Bai is in Jian, Feng Zhug must know Mu Bai's situation best. After calling Feng Zhug and communicating for more than 10 minutes, Director Liang also understood. The 3 major universities are all vying for Mu Bai. They offered a sky-high price for the bargaining chip, and I can't wait any longer. Once Mu Bai agrees to the other 3 universities, it will be too late for me to regret it. But he didn't know that as soon as he finished talking to him on the phone, Feng Zhug, who was sitting in the office on the other side, smiled. Although it is his alma mater, Mu Bai is my genius in Jian. You can't do it without a big blood blow in the martial arts. It's up to you how many resources you can get from Mu Bai. Director Liang, who had just hung up the phone, went to ask the principal for instructions without stopping. But it was a pity that he couldn't even enter the principal's office door. The principal said that he saw that he was upset, so he could just tell me what happened at the door. Director Liang told Mu Bai's story with a wry smile. After a long time, a word came from the principal's office. Give you the maximum authority. This Mu Bai must grab Zhongwu. If Mu Bai doesn't come to Zhongwu this year, Yu Liang Jiwi will also get out of Zhongwu. After receiving the order, Director Liang returned to the office and dialed Mu Bai's number. After a while the call was connected. Hey, is this student Mu? I am the director of the admissions office of Zhongwu University. I wonder if student Mu Bai has chosen any of the 4 major universities. Mu Bai smiled when he heard the voice on the phone. I haven't decided yet. I'll take a look when the school representative comes to our number 6 middle school tomorrow. After chatting a few more about family matters, Mu Bai tactfully said that he was going to take a rest. Director Liang on the other end of the phone smiled and said to have a good rest. After hanging up the phone, Mu Bai knew that Feng Zhuge had given his phone number to the Zhongwu admissions office. In this world, confidentiality of privacy is done very well. Zhongwu was able to contact him in advance because they must have contacted Feng Zhuge. Thinking of Feng Zhuge's instructions to him that day, he didn't know that this was an opportunity for the lion to open his mouth. As for why Mu Bai didn't clearly state that he would go to Zhongwu, of course it was to increase his bargaining chip. Given the current situation of Zhongwu, it is somewhat difficult to have a place in the National League. For this reason, Zhongwu can only focus on the freshmen. The importance of the National League to various universities is self-evident. Other universities may be thankful to be included in the rankings, but for Zhongwu, there is only one way to change its predicament. National League Championship. The allocation of resources in major universities, the degree of national support, and the allocation of personnel in some key resource-based interdimensional spaces are all based on the ranking of the league. After putting down the phone, Director Liang of Zhongwu's admissions office packed his luggage and said to Tian Jun outside, Xiao Tian, I'll leave all the rest of the work to you. I want to go to Yuansheng in person. Going to find that Mu Bai. That's right, Mu Bai's answer on the phone just now was ambiguous. No matter what he thinks, we must fight for this opportunity. Tomorrow, the Zhongwu recruitment in Jian will be left to me. Director Liang, who booked his flight tickets online, hurriedly walked out of the school after speaking. There was a glimmer of light in the sky, and Mu Bai, who was resting with his eyes squinted, also opened his eyes, and a new day began again. Of course, the first thing I did when I opened my eyes was to sign in. Sign in silently in your mind. Ding dong, sign in successfully. Physique +1. Kendo +200 proficiency. Armed color domineering +100 proficiency. Vigor +1. It is detected that the host has successfully signed in for 70 days. And the big carousel is opened once. Hearing the notification sound, Mu Bai suddenly woke up. It turned out that there was such a reward for signing in for a certain number of days. Open the big carousel. Instructions for the big turntable. Turn the big turntable and the host will have a chance to get magical cards. The rarity of the cards is divided into common, rare, epic, and legendary. It is detected that the host opens the big carousel for the first time, and the newbie reward is enabled. 10 consecutive games will be given for free once, and the newbie will definitely get a legendary card when the first 10 consecutive games are played. Card? What is this? Clicking on 10 draws in a row, the colorful Madara turntable in front of him rotated violently in the void, and even sparked. Subconsciously tilting his head back, Mu Bai suspected that if the turntable continued to spin, it would be scrapped. Along with the dinging sound, rewards with cards of different colors jumped out from under the turntable. White ordinary card, physical recovery potion, can restore a certain degree of physical strength. White ordinary card, magical bread, eat it and you will not need to eat for 3 days. Blue rare card, strength and sharpness. Using it will enhance the weapon you are bound to, making the weapon sharper. Seeing the illusory cards in his hands, the passengers passing by seemed unable to see them. Interestingly, these things are not owned by this world. I don't know what the legendary cards will be, which makes Mubai a little excited. Chapter 26: The location of the fruit. The ambition of the second fruit. The big turntable is still turning, and more sparks are flying. Mubai had no doubt that this virtual turntable would fall apart in the next second. A purple card fell out. After catching the card, Mubai's eyes lit up. Purple epic card, black mysterious gloves, equipment card. The gloves contain dark power, sword damage is reduced by 20% for you. System prompt: you can only wear one of the same equipment card, and the equipment card can be hidden. No matter whether the host chooses to hide it or not, other people cannot see these equipment. Mubai silently thought about equipping gloves. A pair of black leather gloves appeared on Mubai's hands, and Mubai chose to hide them. The gloves on the hand disappeared out of thin air, like a magic trick, and the touch of the hand did not change, like the emperor's new clothes. This thing is good. Let me ask the system what parts the equipment card has. System prompt: the equipment card includes the head, helmet, neck, necklace, hands, both hands, upper body, clothes, lower body, pants, and feet, shoes. A total of 6 parts can be equipped. Just like in the game, each part can be equipped with an item. Mubai couldn't help but look at the big turntable with even more eager eyes. But what is regrettable is that the next 5 cards are all white and ordinary quality, and they are all recovery potions. At the last moment, the turntable collapsed, and a golden light appeared in front of Mubai's eyes. This special effect. If you make a game with this system, it will definitely be popular. After he finished complaining, he picked up the golden card floating in front of him, and a sound like a mountain roaring and a tsunami came. Ah! Golden legend! 2 black lines appeared on Mubai's head. Why was this voice so familiar? He seemed to have heard it before. Turning over the card, golden light flashed throughout the carriage, of course invisible to others. This is... The whole soul stopped at this moment. It's actually this thing. Golden legendary card, fruit location. No matter how powerful the devil fruit is, it is not as precious as this one. Using it allows you to take the second devil fruit without any hidden dangers. The fruit position is Eternal God. Overjoyed, Mubai put this card into his card bag, and his idea for the second devil fruit took initial fruition. As long as you can get another devil fruit and use the fruit position, you can become a dual devil fruit user. And unlike Blackbeard in the anime, there are no hidden dangers in eating devil fruits using the fruit's location. For example, Blackbeard's darkness requires double damage. But if Mubai eats the dark fruit, there will be no hidden dangers at all. What your own system gives you is higher than the basic rules of this world. How to obtain devil fruit is a bit difficult for Mubai, but as long as there is a system, it may not be difficult to obtain devil fruit in the future. The fruit position card in your hand, plus the fruit position rewarded by the system after winning the National League. He is about to create a new history, with an unprecedented 3 devil fruits in one body. Attention all passengers, Jian North Station has arrived. Hearing the station's notification tone, Mubai walked out alone, putting all his luggage in the space storage bag. I walked out of the station, had a simple breakfast, and took a taxi to the entrance of number 6 middle school. I said hello to the guard and entered the campus. It's time for get out of class to end now. The first and second grade students are all playing sports on the playground. Most of the third grade students have not come over. The college entrance examination results are usually announced at noon. Mubai was the first to arrive. As soon as he walked into the playground, he instantly exploded. Holy shit! Is that Senior Mu? What do you call me, Senior? Call me Mu Shen. I guess, Mu Bai is a bit handsome. Mu Bai is my idol. Just because Mu Bai and I once attended the same school, I can brag about him for the rest of my life. Several junior school girls held notebooks and pens and said to Mu Bai shyly, "Senior Mu, can you sign your name for us? Senior Mu, can you write me a blessing? Senior Mu." Mu Bai, who was surrounded by girls, tried his best to control his aura. It was not that Mu Bai had any desire for these school girls, but that the evil aura on his body was too strong. 20 days of fighting had changed Mu Bai's temperament. He took the notebook and pen and signed his blessings and his name in the notebook. The junior classmate who got the notebook jumped up and down happily, but the junior classmate behind her was not happy. Why? Why can the junior school girl do it? But the junior school brother can't. Senior Mu, I like you. Can you write your blessing on my back? The junior fellow, who looked a little rough and was nearly 2 meters tall, said to Mu Bai shyly. Damn it, Junior, you are playing a bit perverted. The junior student who took off his school uniform was shirtless and his back was facing Mu Bai. Get out, ahem, I still have something to do, let's take a step first. Mu Bai relaxed his voice, ignored the others, and walked into the teaching building. The burly junior saw the others looking at him as if they were perverts. He put on his clothes and looked away with disdain, a sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth. What's the use of a woman? I dare say that Mu Shen will never forget me from now on. The girl walked away with a disgusted look on her face when she saw this scene, but the boy behind her suddenly realized what she was doing. It makes sense. If you want your idol to never forget you, you either have love or hate. That makes no sense. This brother is a talented person. I think I can learn from him. I bet, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. If you want to be punished by Mu Shen's vibrating fist, go ahead. Walking to the door of his class, Mu Bai saw a middle-aged man with grey hair talking to Mu Bai's teacher, and the principal next to him also echoed from time to time. When the three of them saw Mu Bai's arrival, they all came over. The grey-haired middle-aged man stretched out his hand, with a kind smile on his face, and said to Mu Bai, "Hello, you are Mu Bai. You are indeed a talented person. I am Liang Jiwi from the Zhongwu admissions office who has spoken to you." "Hello Director Liang, I am Mu Bai. I didn't expect you to come here in person, which makes me very scared." Mu Bai's tone could be said to be very polite. The principal, with his hands behind his back, led the two people to the conference room, winked at Teacher Kong and left. Teacher Kong gave Mu Bai a few words of advice before leaving. Although he knew that Mu Bai was young and mature, as a teacher, he still had to give a few words of advice on such a major matter as which university to join. "Teacher, don't worry." Knowing that the other party was also doing it for his own good, Mu Bai nodded repeatedly. Teacher Kong walked out of the conference room, and now only the two of them were left. Pulling out the chair, Director Liang said appreciatively, "Student Mu's deeds are widely spread even in Wuhan University. Our Principal Duan from Zhongwu University also highly praised you." Principal Duan Zia, and Mu Bai are certainly familiar with this name. They are the president of Zhongwu University and the chairman of the Ming Province Martial Arts Association. The most important thing is that he is a level 8 emperor. Chapter 27 Betting, Wuhan University's internal recruitment. The praise of a level 8 emperor. If this sentence is spread, no matter whether Duan Zia has said this sentence or not, it will be a bombshell. No matter how low-key a young hero is, he can't remain calm when hearing such comments. He was observing Mu Bai, a senior high school graduate who had created a series of miracles. Picking up the warm water on the table, Mu Bai took half a sip, his face calm. At the negotiation table, false reputations are nothing, and striving for more resources is the way to go. Principal Duan has always been my idol and moving forward. I am very happy to be praised by him. Mu Bai raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. Haha, this little fox. Director Liang looked at Mu Bai's change of expression and knew that this guy was not a fool. On the contrary, this Mu Bai boy is mature and has a slight sense of alienation, or a sense of distance, in his speech and behavior. The two chatted for a while, and the topic gradually heated up. Haha, classmate Mu is indeed an extraordinary person, and I won't hold back. Standing up, Director Liang said solemnly, on behalf of Zhongwu University, I invite you to join us. I admire Zhongwu University very much in my heart, but in fact, for me, I can choose from any of the 4 major universities. I think it will not be difficult with my ability. After tapping on the table, old god Mu Bai was still talking. Not only is it not difficult, it is simply too easy. Even if Mu Bai abandons the exam or scores 0 on the college entrance examination, the other 3 prestigious schools will use special admission quotas to let Mu Bai join their schools. This is impossible for ordinary candidates, but it is very simple for top geniuses like Mu Bai. Free admission to 2 medium-sized different dimensional spaces during school, first-class treatment from top universities, all 4-year university tuition fees are waived, and you will receive a personal subsidy of 15 million yuan every year. Director Liang said each one in a straight tone. These conditions are indeed good, especially free access to different dimensions. Level 1 is not enough. I want special treatment, and the school wants to give me 1,000 points. Mu Bai shook his head and said to Director Liang in a calm tone. Director Liang just frowned when he heard Mu Bai asked for special treatment. But when he heard Mu Bai asked for 1,000 points, his eyes widened and he looked at Mu Bai in surprise. Since you know the existence of points, Mr. Mu, you won't be unaware of its importance. The 4 top universities operate a point system. Points are obtained for completing tasks, consumption in daily life, consumption in special training rooms, crafting weapons, etc. It can be said that points are the cornerstone of running a school. What is the concept of 1,000 points? It is equivalent to you and your friend entering the workplace at the same time. Before your friend earns a monthly salary of 3,000, you have achieved a small goal of 100 million. Seeing the other party's reaction, Mu Bai was of course testing Director Liang's bottom line. In the end, points are just dead things. No matter how much you give me, they won't change Wuhan University's current predicament. But by winning the National League Championship, Wuhan University will no longer be what it is today. Director Liang, who was sitting on the chair, smiled. You are right. Whether it is an individual competition or a team competition, as long as Zhongwu wins the championship, he will once again become the top of the 4 universities, surpassing Chengdu. But what confidence do you have to win that dazzling championship? Do you rely on genius? Zhang Buming from Chengdu, Yuan Buer from Donghai Province, Qiang Ziyai from Zhuang Province, etc. Having said this, Director Liang sat back and stared at Mu Bai with piercing eyes. They are more famous. They may say that the championship is theirs, but to be precise, no one is sure to win the championship on such a national stage. Let's make a bet. Mu Bai, who was looking at Director Liang, suddenly said. Betting. That's right, a bet. Opening his hands, Mu Bai said with a smile, the upper and lower parts of this bet are divided into 2 parts. The upper part is that I will sweep Zhongwu within 1 year before the end of the next semester. How about it? After hearing this, Director Liang thought for a moment and asked, what is the next part of the bet? Defeat all the colleges and universities and win the National League and individual championships. Director Liang laughed loudly when he heard this. He saw the confidence in the young man's eyes. Director Liang pointed at Mu Bai and said, interesting. What's the bet? Snapping his fingers, Mu Bai said calmly, the bet is 10,000 points, and there is no point in betting 1,200 points. If I win, the school will give me 10,000 points. If I fail, I will work for the school to repay the 10,000 points. The premise is that the school will give me 1000 points unconditionally, and after I complete the previous part of the bet, all facilities in the school will be free for me. After thinking for a moment, Director Liang said, "Okay. A debt of 10,000 points is unheard of, and Director Liang can be sure that it will be 10 years before the full 10,000 points are repaid. But are you sure, Mu Bai? You have to understand that even if there is no bet, you are still a sought-after talent in the 4 major universities, and there is no necessarily pressure to win the championship. If I don't win the championship, why don't you give me the devil fruit position? I can't give up on my idea of a trinity of people with the strongest devil fruit abilities." After glancing at the main tasks in the interface, Mu Bai said that I would win this National League Championship. Young men with such pride are what Zhongwu currently lacks most. Well, Zhongwu is also full of talents this year. If you are the first freshman, I can apply for your privileges before the National League in advance and use the school facilities for free. Hearing this, Mu Bai looked at Director Zhao strangely. "Are you sure they are enough for me to fight?" Mu Bai's words seemed crazy, but he actually said them sincerely. Only he knew how strong he was currently. For students who are level 2 or have just stepped into the threshold of level 3, they are like the final villain in the TV series who has come to the novice village to stay in advance. The difference is not quantity, but quality. Director Liang was speechless after hearing Mu Bai's words. "Very well, keep this mentality. Now that everything is said, I have to leave." After tidying up his appearance, Director Liang said solemnly, "Finally, welcome Mu Bai to join us at Zhongwu University." "It's my pleasure." Mu Bai is also looking forward to joining Wuhan University and embarking on a new journey. After you get the results you want, it doesn't matter whether you look at your college entrance examination results or not. Taking out the phone, Mu Bai called Li Piao. "Why hasn't the PRSTU come to school yet? If you don't come, I have to leave." Li Piao on the other end of the phone laughed and said, "Who is Li Piao? I don't know you. I have successfully changed my name to Li Piao now. Is there any difference? Why are you leaving before the results are announced?" After reacting, Li Piao said doubtfully, "I was recruited internally. I joined Wuhan University. It doesn't matter whether I look at my grades or not. I'm a good boy. Bragging is my strength, but the real one is you." Chapter 28, Full Marks, Number 1 in Yunnan Province. Mu Bai walked out of the school gate and was called back by the principal and teacher. The principal said sincerely, "Mu Bai, you are the role model of our number 6 middle school. After the college entrance examination results are obtained, the superiors will come to hand out bonuses and cannot be without you." Well, if he had money to take it, Mu Bai thought it wouldn't matter if he waited a little longer. When I returned to the classroom, I saw a floating head wandering around. Li Horing? To be precise, the name change is correct, Li Piao. Spin and jump. I close my eyes. Seeing the other person intoxicated in his own world, Mu Bai hit the other person on the back of the neck with a big sniper. Li Piao was frightened. "Why is Fang Xiao causing trouble here? Ah, it's Lao Bai. Aren't you home?" Seeing that it was Mu Bai who made the move, Li Piao stopped talking. Seeing the limbs walking around on the ground, Mu Bai couldn't help but sigh. With your current image, others don't know that you are still acting in ghost movies. Fortunately, some people who shoot horror movies have come to see me in the past 2 days. They said that it would be a waste for me to not act in horror movies. These people are discerning. Mu Bai smiled and patted his forehead, as if he saw a rising master horror actor in the future. Near noon, the students in the classroom came in one after another, chattering about the college entrance examination results, looking at Mu Bai from time to time. During this period, Mu Bai was very famous, and he could often be seen on TV and the internet. "I'll be satisfied if I can get 500 points out of 1,000. Are you overthinking it?" I still want to get 800 points and join the 4 top universities. Come on, I can confirm that Mubai is the only one in our class who has the score to enter a top university. However, this year's admission score is really high. One requires a score of over 500, key universities require 600 points, and the 4 top universities have unified the score of 800 this year. Indeed, the competition pressure is much greater than last year. In this session, I don't know how many Yuan provinces will be among the top 100 in the country's high-scoring list. How come I haven't heard of the national score list? You are ignorant. Since this year's exam questions are common across the country, the official will add a national college entrance examination ranking in addition to the provincial ranking. Oh no, you can't bring down millions of people with just 1 point. I wonder if Mubai can be ranked. It feels a bit difficult. Although Mubai is very strong, I guess. The yawning Mubai held his head in his hands, feeling very sleepy. He hadn't rested for a while, and even with Mubai's physical condition, he couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it! Mubai, you're on TV. Youth Ambassador of Jian City. Li Piao exclaimed while scrolling through her phone. Other students also gathered around and saw the local news in Jian that Li Piao showed them. I saw a beautiful host in the news officially announcing that Mubai from number 6 middle school has become Jian's image ambassador. Last time I helped arrest a cultist, the government said they would give me a commendation. It's nothing. No student from the 6th middle school would stand by and watch something like this happen. Seeing his classmates staring at him, Mubai said calmly. If someone else said this, they would probably despise that person severely, pretending to be anything. But it was different when this sentence came from Mubai's mouth. After all, this person could kill a level 4 cultist instantly with just a few moves. Strength is the cornerstone of all discourse, especially in this world. Mubai, you are so awesome. I have never heard of someone who became a local youth ambassador after graduating from high school. If it were me, to be honest, I would run faster than anyone else when I see a cultist. Outside the classroom, Teacher Kong walked in and saw the students gathered together. He asked curiously, "What happened?" "They are all gathered in the back." An excited girl said, "Teacher, Mubai has become the image ambassador of our Jian." Upon hearing this, Teacher Kong was slightly surprised, but he quickly covered it up. Student Mubai is your role model. Whether you join university or work in the future, you must learn this perseverance. Okay, everyone, go back to your seats. The college entrance examination results will be announced soon. The students obediently returned to their seats. Brother Bai, you have become what Lao Kong calls bragging rights. When our school held an exchange meeting with the 5th middle school some time ago, guess what? I heard that Lao Kong was your teacher. The eyes of the teachers at number 5 middle school turned green. They all went to ask Lao Kong how he cultivated such outstanding students, which made Lao Kong very happy. Li Piao whispered to Mubai below. Haha, you guys, you weren't there at the scene, were you? Don't just hearsay again. Mubai, who was well aware of Li Piao's hobbies, knew that this guy liked to talk nonsense when he was bored. Hiss. I, Li Piao, am this kind of person. Don't you know it if others don't know it? If I make it up randomly, I will lose my arms and hands. Seeing Li Piao looking like he was willing to die generously, Mubai pointed at him speechlessly and said, "Aren't you the one with broken arms and hands now? Damn it! Did I say this too much to get this fruit? What a sin!" I don't know if Li Piao inherited the split fruit or the conqueror's luck from Buggy God Tier, but looking at this guy's unattractive look, he does look a bit like Buggy God Tier. On the podium, Teacher Kong glanced at his watch and said loudly, "It's 12 o'clock. You can check your college entrance examination results online. Don't forget your exam number and your ID number." The students who had received chicken blood quickly logged into their college entrance examination accounts, refreshed their scores twice, and the results came out. Some students jumped up excitedly and said excitedly, 501. Just 1 point away. A score of 439 is in line with my strength. Of course there are those who are excited and those who are frustrated. 221 points? What the hell is this? 388 points, this is a pity. If I awakened the armed color, my score would definitely be more than this. Li Piao and Mu Bai have become the most Buddhist people. Mu Bai himself was recruited from Wuhan University, and it doesn't matter whether he scores or not, so Mu Bai is not in a hurry. As for Li Piao, his desk mate and friend, Mu Bai naturally knew the reason. This guy's father had already made good connections and recommended him to a local number 2 school in Jian. Teacher Kong on the podium saw Mu Bai not moving. So he naturally knew the reason. He walked down from the podium, smiled at Mu Bai and said, Mu Bai, why don't you look at your own results? Mu Bai, who was urged by his class teacher, logged into his college entrance examination account without haste. Dong dong. The phone rang. Teacher Kong picked up the phone and saw an unknown number. After getting through, it was someone from the Yuan Provincial Education Bureau. Are you Mu Bai's teacher? I am a staff member of the Yuan Provincial Education Bureau. Have you seen Mu Bai's results? It turned out to be from the Provincial Education Bureau. The reason for calling him was because of Mu Bai's grades? There couldn't be any problem, right? Yes, I am Mu Bai's teacher. Mu Bai is right in front of me, checking his grades. The other end of the phone paused and then said, Okay, we will have relevant leaders come in the afternoon to congratulate Mr. Mu Bai for winning the first prize in Yuan province. Hearing this, Teacher Kong was shocked. The number 1 scholar in Yuan province? The score on the phone screen was also displayed. Mu Bai was not surprised when he saw the score, his expression was very normal. But when Teacher Kong saw the scores, his cell phone fell to the ground, but he couldn't care less about his cell phone at this moment. The clear 4-digit number caught his eye. This was the first time for him to see a 4-digit college entrance examination score in so many years of teaching. Mu Bai, am I right? You got 1000 points in the exam. Teacher Kong, whose eyes were red and breathing rapidly, grabbed Mu Bai's shoulders and said tremblingly. Chapter 29 Commendation Conference, 10 million Reward. Seeing the teacher's body shaking with excitement, Mu Bai said with a smile, the full score is 1000 points. When they heard that Mu Bai had scored 1000 points, the entire audience was silent. Especially after hearing Mu Bai's reply, they stood still. Yes, for them, 800 points is the maximum score they pursue in high school. With such a score, they can ascend to the biggest stage of Xia Kingdom and enter the 4 top universities. But for a genius like Mu Bai, the full score is only 1000, the full score is 2000 or 3000 and he will still get the full score. Such strength and structure are beyond the imagination of ordinary students like them. After a brief silence, excited shouts broke through the sky. The other teachers in the next class thought something had happened. They almost lost their breath when they came over and heard that Mu Bai had received a perfect score in the college entrance examination. The principal also stumbled towards Mu Bai. Weeping with joy, he took Mu Bai's hand and said excitedly. Just now, someone from the Education Bureau told me. You are the top scholar in Yuan province. Go and take a look at the National College Entrance Examination rankings. After hearing this, Mu Bai searched the National College Entrance Examination rankings. The scores from 100th to 90th were around 987, the scores from 90th to 30th were around 995, and the second place in the country scored 998. There are 5 people tied for first place in the country. Mu Bai, Yuan Province. Zhang Buming, Chengdu area. Yuan Bu'er, Donghai Province. Kayangzi, Western Wasteland Province. Yujianzhou, Ming Province. After getting 1000 points, Mu Bai naturally knew what was the most difficult thing. In theory, it was impossible to get full marks for 500 points of practical training. To get full marks, you must defeat the examiner. When I defeated the level 4 instructor of the animal system at level 3, I did not use the fruit ability. I don't know what Zhang Buming's level is. Although the exam items for this college entrance examination are different, there are still requirements for first-tier cities. The soldiers responsible for the actual combat assessment in first-tier cities are also the strongest among level 4. I have to become stronger than everyone else. In the horrified eyes of the surrounding students, Mu Bai was invited into the principal's office by the principal. 1000 points. This is the first time in my life that I see someone who scored 1000 points on the exam. They are still with me. I used to think that Mu Bai's strength was lower than that of top geniuses, but now it seems that I underestimated Mu Bai. If you give birth to Bai, why give birth to me? The other 4 people who scored full marks in the college entrance examination are far more famous than Mu Bai. Now Mu Bai is tied with them. It can be said without a doubt that Mu Bai has become popular all over the country from today on. These 4 top universities must be competing for the top spot. If I were Mu Bai, I would laugh to death even in my dreams. Okay, one by one, do you have the strength to compare with Mu Bai? Let's talk about it. From now on, if we want to see Mu Bai again, we have to do it on TV. Li Piao, who was sitting in the back row, sneered. Li Piao, that's right. You and Mu Bai have the best relationship. Do you know how Mu Bai trains? Seeing Li Piao in the back row, someone asked with great anticipation. Other students also looked at Li Piao. In the noisy classroom, other senior high school students also mingled in, wanting to admire his achievement of getting perfect scores in the college entrance examination. You guys! Do you think Mu Bai is a born genius? He is not. Having said this, he raised his head and looked out the window with thoughts and sublimity in his eyes. Have you ever seen Jian at 3:30 in the morning? Mu Bai. When he first started practicing, he went home from school every day and practiced hard until he fell asleep at 3:30, then woke up at 3:30 to continue training. Which of you has such perseverance? The students who heard this were dumbfounded. Mu Bai must have worked too hard. However, after hearing this, some students said doubtfully, if you go to bed at 3:30 and wake up at 3:30, doesn't that mean you didn't sleep? Hearing his words, Li Piao shouted loudly, subordinates are not allowed to kiss their boss, ahem. That's right, Mu Bai stays up every night because he can't sleep. He once said to me seriously, how can you still sleep at your age? The students around me were all shocked. Such perseverance is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Seeing everyone's reaction, Li Piao smiled proudly and said, come and take 2 steps. If you don't mind, take 2 steps. If I don't fool you, I won't be named Li. As Li Piao narrated, all the students present became excited. When the atmosphere reached a high point, Li Piao raised his arms and shouted. Princes, generals, and ministers, ahem, work hard. Fight hard. For the future of Xia Kingdom. Work hard. Fight hard. The school director at the end of the corridor passed by and saw this scene and clapped silently. As expected of Mu Bai, he practiced the 6 marine poses diligently during the bathroom breaks. Thinking of his incompetent children, the school director tightened his belt. Mu Bai in the principal's office naturally didn't know that Li Piao was already recounting his glorious deeds that he didn't even know about. The principal sat down, smiling from ear to ear. Seeing Mu Bai looking at him, the principal put away his smile and said to Mu Bai, just now, the Ministry of Education and the city government have been preparing for the commendation ceremony. It will be held at the city hall at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Mu Bai asked curiously. What's the reward? I value practical things more. 3 ginseng pills from the medicinal world. All of them are 300 years old. After taking them, they will be of great benefit to your cultivation and strengthen your own physique. Plus a 10 million stipend. The principal said excitedly. The pharmaceutical world? The so-called medicine world is a high-end, different dimensional space that is rich in precious medicinal materials. To enter, one must be a strong person above level 6 purple gold. The medicine world is full of dangers, the casualty rate is extremely high, and the medicinal materials produced are hard to come by. The 300-year-old alien ginseng can be said to be quite exaggerated, and every ginseng is the most precious and sought-after item on the black market. There have been auctions in the black market, and the auction prices started at 9 million, and the average price was around 20 million. In order to commend Mubai, the government can be said to be very sincere. As if Mubai is regarded as a super new star and a strong man on the throne of tomorrow. Afternoon. The commendation meeting was held as scheduled, and many media members rushed over after hearing about it. On the high platform, Mubai talked about his feelings about cultivation and life without being humble or overbearing. The media and people below burst into thunderous applause. The person in charge of the Jian municipal government awarded the alien ginseng and the scholarship to Mubai, and talked about the planning and construction of Jian City in the past few years and his own journey. Feng Zhuge in the audience gave Mubai a thumbs up. After the commendation meeting, Mubai declined the leader's request for a dinner party, got into Feng Zhuge's car and left the venue. Chapter 30 The Terrifying Gap, Xiaqi Unwillingness. In the car, Mubai and Feng Zhuge were sitting in the back row. You are indeed the same kind of person as me. You don't like such occasions. Feng Zhuge said with a smile as he crossed his legs. If there were rewards like this every day, I would really like it every day. He raised the alien ginseng in his hand and said with interest. Haha, that's true. What are your plans for the future? I heard that you have joined Wuhan University and made a bet with someone named Liang. Mubai briefly talked about the bet. Feng Zhuge beside him stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Just because you have the confidence to compete with these geniuses, you will have a place in the Xia Kingdom in the future. Wuhan University and I each get what we need and complement each other. The National League Championship is what the 4 universities dream of. I am confident that we will come out on top. Mubai clenched his fists and spoke forcefully. Isn't it tempting to compete with talented players from all walks of life in the National League? At the same time, Director Liang, who was sitting on the plane returning to Ming Province, smiled knowingly when he saw the top-searched news. With college entrance examination scores among the top 100 in the country, tied for first place with Zhang Buming and others, Mubai may be the savior of Wuhan University's rise. The black car stopped at the gate of the community, and Mubai thanked him and got out of the car. It seems there is a kid waiting for you. Feng Zhuge said thoughtfully. Using color to perceive, Mubai looked into the alley. Goodbye Mubai, I hope that the next time I see you again, it will be on the stage of the National League. Senior, are you leaving Jian? Although I had a premonition, after all, Jian is just a small temple and cannot accommodate Feng Zhuge, who is about to break through to the 6th level. The foreign war zone has been tight recently and I need to go there for a while. Feng Zhuge, who was leaning on the car seat, said nonchalantly. I wish you good luck in martial arts, senior. Before leaving, Mubai said seriously. Haha, I also wish you good luck in martial arts. The car door closed gently, and the black car drove into the distance under the moonlight. The car disappeared from sight, and Mubai turned his head and walked towards the alley, his slender figure stretched diagonally under the moonlight. In the dark alley, a man wearing a peaked cap stood not far from Mubai. What do you want from me? You're squatting in front of my house at night. After seeing the face clearly under the brim of the hat, Mubai was not surprised. The man opposite lowered the brim of his hat and said in a low voice. Mubai, I'm going to participate in the Eastern Wasteland trial tomorrow. I'm here just to see you. Taking a few steps forward, the face under the peaked cap was also illuminated by the flash of car lights. It was Xiaoqi who dropped out of school without reason and disappeared for many days. I don't think you can pass the Eastern Wasteland trial at your level. There is a high chance that you will die there. Mu Bai's voice seemed to be telling a fact without any fluctuation. The Eastern Wilderness Trial, also known as the Eastern Wilderness Military Academy Selection Tournament, is open to all people of the right age. They have to kill aliens in different dimensions. The more you kill, the higher your ranking will be. The level of the aliens inside is variable. You may encounter a level 2 alien today, but you might meet a level 5 alien tomorrow. There are nearly 20,000 participants every year, and in the end, 10 people alive will be selected to join the Donghuang Military Academy. I have no choice. I was abandoned by my family. I need a reason to keep going. This reason is to defeat you openly. There was a hint of perseverance on his young face. It seems that this Xiaoqi has matured a lot, but if he regards himself as a goal to surpass, he may not be able to achieve it. Ding dong. It has been detected that a human unit regards the host as a transcendent target. It has strong faith and starts a continuous mission, an insurmountable mountain. Every time it defeats the opponent, the host can gain 1% of the fruit development progress. Tip: the opponent can have one chance to defeat each level. This insurmountable mountain is a good mission. If you make good use of it, after entering Wuhan University, you only need to defeat those who are not convinced and resentful and let them regard you as a goal to surpass. It's a pity that you can only defeat it once at each level, but even so, your fruit awakening speed will increase to a higher level. Do you want to defeat me? I haven't seen you for a while. Let me see if your level has improved first. He took out the coins from his trouser pocket and saw cracks on the coins covered by the white ball cover. The coin bounced out of his hand and accurately hit Xiaoqi's abdomen. Along with the sound of cracks in the void, Xiaoqi's figure was shot out at high speed and embedded in the wall. Looking down and seeing the white smoke coins, Xiaoqi stood up with difficulty. Using the ability to transmit vibrations to matter and contain vibrations in matter, has your fruit developed to this stage? Mu Bai walked over and said softly, "You are too weak. If I were willing, this coin would be embedded in your brain." Shave. Seeing Mu Bai approaching, Xiaoqi, who was unwilling to give up, rolled like a carp, whirled around, and escaped Mu Bai's sight. Armed S*X finger gun. With a low shout, the black finger gun attacked Mu Bai. Are you still using such old-fashioned tricks? If a person with abilities doesn't develop his own fruits, it's undoubtedly. As he spoke, Mu Bai twisted his body with light steps, and the solace of his feet condensed by the white ball cover drew an arc in the night sky, and accurately hit Xiaoqi, who was moving at high speed. There was a roar, the void was accompanied by a creaking sound, and the layers were broken. Xiaoqi only felt that his chest was hit by the train. As the world was spinning, he was like a kite with a broken string, smashing through the abandoned wall in the alley. No more consciousness. Definitely stupid. Mu Bai, who was wearing a black sportswear, turned and left without looking in Xiaoqi's direction, because his goal was achieved. Ding dong, complete an insurmountable mountain mission once, and the reward fruit progress will increase by 1%. Back home, Mu Bai took out the pressure cooker, added water, and put 3 alien ginseng in. After eating 3 ginseng pills, see how many physical points and proficiency you can gain. Tens of millions of oceans are in a pressure cooker, and the pressure cooker feels like Alexander. Tomorrow morning, I will leave Yunnan Province and take a plane to Taiping City, Ming Province, where Zhongwu University is located. There are still dozens of days before the start of school, so I need to adapt to the environment in advance. On the ruins of the alley, after an unknown amount of time, Xiaoqi resisted the severe pain, stood up, and limped down the cold street. He understood that the gap between him and Mu Bai was getting bigger and bigger. The moment he got the fruit, he was crushed by Mu Bai, who had the Zhen fruit. But a few months later, he was not even considered a bug in front of Mu Bai, and he lost consciousness with an understatement. This feeling of having the power of life and death in the hands of others was not pleasant. Failure did not weaken his will. On the contrary, this undesirable fruit of victory would lead his soul to the bottomless abyss. Chapter 31 Provocation. One punch to shatter. The first thing you can't forget when you wake up is sign in. Ding dong, sign in successfully. Physique +1. Seeing and hearing domineering +100 proficiency. Kendo +200 proficiency. Vigor +0.5. After eating 3 alien ginseng pills last night, my body excreted a large amount of impurities, and the taste was disgusting. Mu Bai suspected that it was caused by too much waste and toxins accumulated in his body. Of course, my own harvest is also full. Open the panel. Name, Mu Bai. Level 3. Physique 75. Armed color dominance, 5800/25000, skilled. Information and domineering, 7886/25000, skilled. Conqueror's dominance 65, vigor. Swordsmanship, 3502/25000, skilled. Marine 6 styles, 10050/25000, skilled. Devil fruit, shock fruit, 73%. Equipment, Xianya heavy fire, Liang Kui Deo, black mysterious gloves. After taking ginseng from another world yesterday, my physical fitness and fruit progress skyrocketed. Especially after I ate the first ginseng, the efficacy of the second and third ginseng was greatly reduced. It seems that a person cannot take a medicinal material multiple times, as the body will become resistant and affect its own absorption. The effects of drugs in the pharmaceutical world are indeed extraordinary. Mu Bai could feel that his vitality had reached a critical value, and the barriers to level 3 were slowly loosening. On the flight to Taiping City, Ming Province, several flight attendants and passengers recognized Mu Bai. Want to take a photo with Mu Bai? Since the announcement of this year's National College Entrance Examination rankings, Mu Bai can be said to be well known across the country. As if he is a rising star, Mu Bai's number of fans on Spark social media has also exceeded the 1 million mark. The plane landed and the Mu White Hits car arrived at the center of the city. There were many high-rise buildings and pedestrians coming and going. It was unknown how many times there were in Jian, a third-tier city. The taxi stopped 10 minutes later, and Mu Bai paid the fare and got off. What comes into view is a simple and heroic strange stone door, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, and a vivid dowdy in the middle. Dahun's body is engraved with the 4 characters dragon flying and phoenix dancing. Zhongwu University. The 2 huge stone lions more than 10 meters high at the entrance of the college are daunting. Many young people came in and out with luggage. Judging from the situation, they should be senior students who returned to school early after the holidays. Pedestrians passing by on the roadside cast their eyes toward the school from time to time. A fat young woman not far from Mu Bai couldn't help but sigh when she saw the students coming in and out. It has to be a top university. The eldest son has already entered. I don't know if my youngest son can be admitted here next year. His dripping eyes glanced at Mu Bai, who was dressed in ordinary clothes but had a penultimate temperament, standing blankly at the door of the school, and then looked back at his fat and dull child. She was so angry that she said angrily, "This top university is not accessible to poor people. Those with no money or power cannot enter. Some people have to see their own situation clearly in order to be a good person." Hearing this, Mu Bai turned around and said with a smile, "Smelly Sanba, are you talking to me?" "Hiss. What do you call me, a poor, dog-like person like you? Do you believe it or not? I'll find someone to deal with you severely. It seems like you're just a stinky migrant worker from the countryside." I saw the middle-aged woman holding her waist and chattering away. This big city is great. The chances of encountering abnormal people are so high. But do you want to die? The smile on Mu Bai's face faded, replaced by endless killing intent. Under this fierce look, the middle-aged woman fell to the ground, unconscious. Poor guy. I'm going to kill you, kill. A pool of liquid flowed out from below. When the obese son next to him saw this scene, he walked up to Mu Bai angrily. Some Wuhan University students stopped when they saw this scene. Damn it, are they going to have a fight at the gate of Wuhan University? That's awesome. The little fat man who rushed in front of Mu Bai stood on tiptoes desperately, but he was still not as tall as Mu Bai. Seeing this funny scene, there were students around who couldn't help but laugh. Some took out their mobile phones and compared them repeatedly, as if they had seen this handsome young man somewhere. The others laughed out loud, but Mu Bai remained expressionless. His originally good mood was affected by this rubbish. Then go to hell. Without any hesitation, Mu Bai pressed his oily face with one hand and pressed it hard to the ground. The white ball cover condensed in his hand, and the little fat man desperately held Mu Bai's iron hand, trying to break free. But just like steel, it's useless to let him resist. The devil's whisper rang in his ears. Air shock. There was a creaking and cracking sound in the void, cracks appeared out of thin air in the wide field in front of the school gate, the ground was collapsing, and strong air currents were rushing around. A trace of blood flowed from Mu Bai's face, his eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. Everyone onlookers were dumbfounded. This lunatic, does he really dare to do this? This shock ability. He is Mu Bai, the top scorer in the Yunnan Province College Entrance Examination, and the monster who ranks first in the National College Entrance Examination with those monsters. Mu Bai picked up the unconscious little fat man from the rubble and threw it aside. The 250-kilogram weight was as easy as throwing a sandbag in Mu Bai's hands. If he dared to verbally assault him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to clean him up. At least he didn't kill him and he could just lie in the hospital for a year and a half. How brave! Stop right there! There was a loud shout, and a big fat man walked out of the school. He looked at Mu Bai angrily and walked up to the middle-aged woman in a few steps. Mom! Are you okay? Son! Kill him! Kill that little brat! Several other students saw this scene and tried to persuade the big fat man. Han Xiao, calm down. Things haven't been explained clearly yet. Enough. The fat man named Han Xiao walked up to Mu Bai angrily. He said in a beast-like tone, "Do you want to die?" This is exactly what Mu Bai said to his mother at the beginning. Han Xiao's classmate over there quickly said to Mu Bai, "Are you a freshman this year? Hurry up and apologize to Han Xiao, otherwise he will kill you." Are you Mu Bai? Another classmate said in surprise. Han Xiao, who was in a rage, couldn't listen to this. Just when he was about to take action, a person ran out of the school and it was Director Liang of the admissions office. Seeing the mess in front of him, he turned to look at Han Xiao and said, "What happened? Han Xiao, are you in trouble again?" Turning to look at Mu Bai, Director Liang said with a smile, "Student Mu is here." Director Liang, I'm here, but it seems that the quality of students in your school is worrying. Glancing towards Han Xiao, Mu Bai had an inexplicable smile on his lips. Chapter 32 Obtaining the Thunder Fruit. Boy, who are you talking about? Would a freshman dare to talk to a junior like that? Han Xiao looked at Mu Bai as if he were a dead person. Third-year senior? You're a dog-like thing. To me, Mu Bai, it's all about strength. But you're just a loser who barks and barks because you've wasted a few years. Hearing Mu Bai's words, Han Xiao's blood surged up, and then he smiled sinisterly and said, "Okay. It's the first time I've seen such a crazy person. You're a freshman. I'll give you time. I'll deal with you personally after the opening ceremony. You can't refuse when I issue a challenge." Upon hearing this, Mu Bai suddenly said, "I have no problem beating a piece of trash like you." Director Liang on the side did not interfere in the affairs of the two people, but just watched everything quietly. He wanted to see how Mu Bai would deal with such a conflict. "You are indeed a young man. The challenge I am talking about is the death ring. Do you dare?" Han Xiao, with fierce eyes, said disdainfully. "That means there is no problem if you accidentally kill someone. If so, I have no problem at all." Putting his hands in his pockets, Mu Bai said thoughtfully. Everyone was startled. No one thought that this new student would say such a thing. He was a lunatic even crazier than Han Xiao. Several followers behind Han Xiao stood in front of Mu Bai, and they all looked at Mu Bai with sarcastic smiles on their lips. How dare a freshman be so arrogant? No matter what kind of genius you are, you need to respect your seniors first, you know. Looking at the clamoring miscellaneous fish in front of him, Mu Bai found it very interesting. Interesting. After Mu Bai finished speaking, a tyrannical aura filled everyone's minds. The strong pressure caused the knees of the minions in front of Mu Bai to be slowly pressed to the ground. "Ah, my body seems, I can't kneel down." It's a pity that their bodies still can't resist Mu Bai's level of courage. As cold sweat dripped on the ground, and with a few thuds, they all knelt in front of Mu Bai and gasped for air. The eyes of several people were full of fear. They didn't even dare to look at Mu Bai and walked aside dejectedly. Seeing this scene, even Han Xiao, who was at the top of level 4, lost his composure. What I have to admit is that even he was slightly distracted under such courage, and his body stiffened involuntarily. This was a sign of death in a top-level battle. Conquerors domineering. What's your background? Han Xiao's plump face was a little uncertain. Okay, if you have any conflicts, you can resolve them later. Mu Bai and I can come in and go through the admission procedures. Director Liang frowned and dismissed everyone, leading Mu Bai into the school gate. The moment he entered the school gate, Mu Bai smiled. A familiar tone said, "Complete the main mission, successfully join Zhongwu University, and will be rewarded with a random Logia Devil Fruit. Do you want to extract? Is it random? Draw. Ding dong, congratulations on getting the Logia Devil Fruit, the Thunder Fruit. Unexpectedly, I successfully obtained another Devil Fruit the moment I entered Wuhan University. It was the famous Logia Thunder Fruit in the original work. Sure enough, following the main line, there are great benefits. In this way, he has the ability of two fruits, Logia Thunder Fruit and Paramecia Shock Fruit. Following Director Liang, I received my own special card with 1000 points on it. Aren't you curious why I don't care about the conflict between you and Han Xiao?" Director Liang, who was in the office guiding Mu Bai to fill out the admission form, said with a smile. "The strong have the right to explain everything. At least in this era, Wuhan University wants to cultivate strong people and tigers. How can you see a rainbow without going through wind and rain?" Mu Bai filled out the form with a pen while talking and writing. "Interesting interpretation, aren't you afraid that Han Xiao will organize senior students to deal with you together?" "Deal with me? That would be great. It's troublesome for me to find an excuse to deal with them. Don't blame me for bringing them to your door yourself." After filling in the last item, Director Liang had other things to do, so he didn't talk to Mu Bai anymore. After explaining to him the use of the premium card and Mu Bai's accommodation, he left in a hurry. Following Director Liang's previous instructions, Mu Bai found his dormitory. It is said to be a dormitory, but to be precise, it is a single-family villa, located next to an artificial lake. This is the basis for special treatment. In Taiping City, where land is at a premium, owning a single-family villa in a top university is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Walking to the pure wooden door, Mu Bai swiped his special card and the door opened automatically. Upon entering, the hall on the first floor is at least 6 meters high, with gorgeous crystal chandeliers, black marble floors, and mirror-like tiles. What a scene of a wealthy family! But at this moment, Mu Bai didn't have much thought to observe this. He closed the door and sat on the wooden leather sofa. Say it silently in your heart and open the fruit position. Ding dong! The fruit location is opened successfully. Host can absorb the second devil fruit without any drawbacks. Taking out the thunder fruit, a fruit with blue skin and spiral pattern appeared in Mu Bai's hand. Mu Bai ate it in big mouthfuls without any surprises. Mu Bai felt a surge of heat in his heart. Under this strange feeling, electricity flashed across Mu Bai's body, and his figure disappeared instantly, and he arrived in the bedroom on the second floor in the blink of an eye. This uses the electric field released by the thunder fruit to transform into electric current and move in the electric field, ignoring obstacles. This kind of movement speed that is far faster than that of a shaver can be called a magical skill. Swift body. With the slight sound of thunder and lightning, Mu Bai moved instantly at a speed beyond the naked eye. Even in Logia, this was a speed that could only be achieved by a small number of fruits. Standing outside the single-family villa, Mu Bai used the power of thunder and lightning. His right hand transformed into virtual thunder and lightning, and the flashing lightning on Mu Bai's body made a crackling sound. Aiming at the lake, he opened his right hand of thunder and lightning. A powerful electric current was emitted from Mu Bai's hand, and the blue electric light illuminated the dark night sky. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Thunder and light exploded, and electric currents of thunderbolts emitted from Mu Bai's body. It seemed that a powerful electric current capable of destroying everything broke free from Mu Bai's upper body. The lightning and flint turned into a beast composed of thunder and lightning. Under Mu Bai's control, the Thunder Beast opened its ferocious mouth and threw its fierce Thunder Beast claws towards the lake. Suddenly, there was an explosion from the lake. Even though Mu Bai intentionally suppressed the powerful current still clung to the lake surface and did not dissipate for a long time. Freshwater fish whose bellies turn white day by day float on the surface of the turbulent lake. Mu Bai was a blatant electric fish. Enel in the original work is actually not weak, and the fruit development is relatively comprehensive, whether it is melee combat, defense, or long-range attack. There are also various moves, including 30 million volt Thunderbird, 60 million volt Thunder Dragon, and 200 million volt Thunder God. There is also the heart network developed by combining the extremely strong sense of sight and hearing, and combined with the ability of the thunder fruit, the owner of the fruit can absorb radio waves, thereby enhancing the ability and range of the heart network. The range is so large that Enel can use the mental network on an empty island to hear other people saying bad things about him. He can also sense and summon thunder and lightning from the sky to punish the other party at will. Mu Bai, who had just taken the thunder fruit, roughly understood what step he could take after the experiment just now. Without the fruit being developed, he could use up to 60 million volts of Thunder Dragon. As for the heart network, Mu Bai stood in the yard and closed his eyes. He heard the sound of fallen leaves blowing in the breeze, the sound of the lake flowing and returning to calmness, and the cry of the nightingale. Still not close. Maybe if I go further with my knowledge, I can achieve a mental network like Enel. Mu Bai closed his eyes and saw darkness in front of him, but under the color of his eyes, the world was completely different. As soon as I thought about it, a big tree not far away was struck by lightning from the sky, making a crackling sound and appearing charred black. Turning his consciousness to the surface of the lake, thunder and lightning struck down continuously in the sky, and each shot accurately hit the dead fish turning its belly on the lake. Dead fish, whip the corpse. I wish you a fishbone stuck in your throat when eating fish. Opening his eyes, Mu Bai had a look of surprise on his face. The thunder fruit is the most potential Logia fruit. If you make good use of it, you can become the true master of thunder and lightning. This is another top fruit comparable to the Zhen fruit, turning mortals into thunder gods. You can go to the training room to practice tomorrow and continue to explore the development and application of fruits. Chapter 33 Freshman Enrollment, Secret Realm opens. In the pure white alien space, the boy with dark eyes was surrounded by thunder and lightning. With a crackling sound, a thunder dragon made of pure thunder and lightning galloped out from the boy's hand. Roar! As if it were alive, the thunder dragon roared loudly. This is exactly the result of Mubai's more than 10 days, perfect control of the thunder fruit. 60 million volts of Tyrannosaurus. Combine the speed of a thunderbird with the power of a thunder beast, and you have the Brontosaurus. In the blink of an eye, the thunder dragon hovered in the sky, and under Mubai's control, it hit the target. The terrifying current instantly turned the target into Kurozumi. The remaining electricity was scurrying around. Gather! As Mubai shouted, the remaining electricity flowed into Mubai's hands again. The ferocious and violent thunder and lightning were as obedient as a guard dog in Mubai's hands. At this moment, he is the king of thunder and the master of all thunder and lightning. Electrotherapy. Running the thunder and lightning, bursts of electric current flowed through Mubai's body. In the original book, Enel can rely on electrotherapy to shock his own heart with electric current, causing him to wake up from his coma. But Mubai made a new discovery. Using electric current to shock his own muscles can increase the physical points on the panel. Ding dong! Host is damaged by electric current, Constitution plus 0.01. Ding dong, plus 0.01. Ding dong! Reminder, host's body has reached its limit today. Another electric shock has no effect. Today's physical fitness will increase by plus 1 point. Shock yourself for half an hour every day, and your physique will increase by 1 point. This is a sure profit. After leaving the training room and returning to his single-family villa, so many days have passed before I knew it, and tomorrow is the first day of school. There was a trace of expectation in Mubai's eyes. I hope you are not too weak and have some ambition. I will rely on you to complete the mission. In the early morning, the rising sun rises in the east, and the purple air comes from the east. The first day of school has arrived. The campus of Wuhan University suddenly became lively. Freshmen from all over the country arrived, plus sophomores and juniors returned to campus. When high school freshmen walked into the campus, they were immediately shocked and amazed by the facilities of this top university. Wuda. 3 years. Do you know how I spent the past 3 years? I am the lucky one with a score of 801. I almost couldn't get into Wuhan University. This will be my new journey. In the vice principal's office, Yinwan looked outside with a headache. The square Huxia character face is calm and intimidating, and the white suit looks particularly eye-catching. What's wrong with the principal recently? He keeps doing things like this. He just cancels the freshman ceremony and throws them into another dimension. There were 3 teachers standing across from the seats. One was a strong man nearly 3 meters tall and naked. In the middle was a handsome boy wearing glasses. There was also a slender beauty leaning against the window looking out of the room. It would be good to let them adapt to life in a top university as soon as possible. Some of them are the strongest in their own schools. But they may not be ranked at Wuhan University. This psychological gap is what they should have. The tall, strong man had a gentle voice, which was completely inconsistent with his appearance. Compared with the gentle speech of the strong man, the teacher who sat like a big boy next door pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "What's going on in Wuhan University? If you're a loser and can't bear the pressure, just leave as soon as possible. I heard that Director Liang did a good thing and brought Yu Jianzhou and Mubai over." Vice Principal Yinwan sighed. I hope these 2 little guys can shine. Wuhan University can't wait any longer. The female teacher leaning against the window smiled and looked at the freshmen. After scanning everyone, a few students looked there with some feeling, but she knew that only 2 students had accurately discovered her. Mubai, Yu Jianzhou. On the playground, Liu Jun looked strangely at Mubai, who was chatting just now and suddenly turned his head to look at the teaching building. What's wrong with Mu Shen? Looking back, Mubai shook his head. Just now he saw a woman glance at the new student with a look of knowledge. She must be a teacher from the school. Lu Jun, just call me Mu Bai. I'm afraid we are the only ones in Jian City, Wuhan University. Mu Bai did not expect that Lu Jun would be admitted to Wuhan University. This guy still had some potential. Haha, I'm used to Mu Shen. I didn't expect you to be here, I thought you went to Shenzhen University. Seeing that he couldn't correct the other person's title, Mu Bai just smiled. On the rostrum in the playground, the vice principal cleared his throat, took the microphone and said, "Everyone be quiet. I am Yin Wan, Vice President of Wuhan University. Welcome everyone to join Zhongwu University from South Blue North. As one of the 4 top universities, there will be everything you want here. As an assessment for you, a ranking test will be conducted today." The students below said in confusion after hearing this. Damn it, have any of you ever heard of any other ranking assessment? I've never heard of it. Shouldn't there be a freshman reception ceremony first? My friend's eldest brother is at Wuhan University, and he didn't mention it either. Maybe it's a new policy. It's not bad. We'll do a ranking on the first day to see who is the genius among geniuses. It is not surprising that Mu Bai stood aside with his arms folded. It can be seen that the previous atmosphere of Wuhan University was not like this, but under the predicament of the past few years, Wuhan University's style has had to change. Ignoring the whispers below, the vice principal continued, "Let me tell you the rules of the game." The vice principal took out a bead and threw it on the open space not far away, and a blue twisted passage appeared. This is a kind of secret realm bead from another dimension. The rules of the game are very simple. When you enter this secret realm, a counting watch will automatically condense on your wrist. Each time you defeat someone, your score will increase. The scores of the defeated will be sent to the winner at the same time. Here you can let go. When your body is fatally injured, you will be automatically sent out, and the injuries suffered inside will disappear. The secret realm ranking lasts for 1 hour. During 1 hour, the protective shield will shrink from the surroundings to the center. If you step out of the protective shield, you will be eliminated. The corners of Mu Bai's mouth twitched. Why are these rules so familiar? Isn't this an alien version of Battle Royale? After all, it's a top school and really knows how to play. The vice principal on the podium knocked on the microphone. "Okay, you go in now, pay attention, your ranking inside will get different amounts of points, and points are necessary for you to survive in Wuhan University." The students below were excited and entered the secret realm in waves in an orderly manner. Mu Bai stopped and a sharp look from the crowd looked at him. Through the crowd, the long-haired boy walked up to Mu Bai. "Mu Bai. Yu Jianzhou." When they heard each other calling their names, they both laughed. The 2 kings will meet to see who is the real king and which one is the false king. Chapter 34, Using Less to Bully Many, Shaking the Power. Stepping into the secret passage, Mu Bai stabilized his figure while the world was spinning. When I glanced around, I saw ruins and ruins all around me. It seemed that before the world was destroyed, it was an intelligent race like human civilization. The whole world took on a gloomy feel, with dark clouds, as if there would be a heavy rain at any time. A virtual light and shadow counter is worn on the wrist. It's really magical. The secret realm is indeed the most precious one in the different dimensions. In the conference room, more than a dozen Hyuxia martial arts teachers looked at the big screen, which showed the secret realm from a third perspective. The principal sitting in the front row sat lazily on the sofa. The white beard hanging down looks like a fairy, and the black casual clothes are very fashionable. This is the kind of person who has white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows. It is none other than the 8th level Emperor, Duanxia. Which freshmen this year are good and put their third vision on the screen? After hearing the principal's words, the vice principal pressed the beads in his hand, and several major screens appeared in everyone's sight. Is he Mu Bai? Upon hearing the principal's inquiry, Director Liang in the back row said, Yes, he is Mubai. In the secret realm, Mubai looked at the protective shields passing through the wreckage, knowing that he was now in the outer circle. Hunters and prey, don't let me down. Swift body. Following the brief sound of electric current, Mubai activated his figure and turned into lightning in the void, moving forward at extremely high speed. In an abandoned two-story building not far away, more than 20 people, all from Ming Province, gathered together. Looking at the gloomy and oppressive sky outside, several people had a heated discussion. This time more than 1,000 skilled students have gathered together. As locals of Ming Province, we need to unite more and use the power of the group to obtain higher points. After hearing that someone was taking the lead, other students agreed that it was indeed very easy for a group to encircle and suppress a single student when their strengths were not much different. You are right, I agree. I agree too. Specialize in picking out those who are alone. It's a good idea, I agree. A steady voice came from the top of the building. The students below looked at each other, but no one noticed that there was anyone on the roof. You must know that as those who made it through the college entrance examination, whether it is the Haki of knowledge, the Haki of weapons, or the sixth form of marine, they are far superior to ordinary students. But even so, they didn't notice anyone on the roof. Hidden rat, let me give you some color. Animal transformation. Elephant form. The student with a kind-hearted face gave a loud shout and transformed into a humanoid form that was nearly 4 meters tall. He rolled up his nose and hit the roof. When other students saw this scene, they used their shavers and moonwalk to escape. With a bang, the already fragile two-story building collapsed. The student who transformed into a human elephant vaguely saw a figure in the smoke. There was a trace of cruelty in the beast's pupils. I saw you, let's see where you run away. Big nose collision. With an elephant's cry. The thick trunk wrapped around the mysterious figure. Why do I feel like I was caught on purpose? I don't think so much anymore. As long as I catch you, don't even think about escaping. Bump. Bump, bump. Why can't my nose move? The dust from the collapsed building dispersed, and a handsome young man in black sportswear appeared in their eyes. Compared with the giant elephant's thick trunk, he could see that his branch-like arms gently grasped the rolling trunk. How is it possible? Why can't I roll him up? A sharp-eyed student exclaimed. Oh no, it's Mubai. The guy who got perfect scores in the National College entrance examination. Holding the elephant's trunk with one hand, Mubai started to take action. Mubai smiled, turned his steps, threw himself over his shoulder, and the student in the form of an elephant was lifted into the air by a huge force. Are you kidding me? Who is the animal type user? Pulling the elephant's trunk, Mubai's body flashed with lightning and appeared in the sky instantly. In the frightened eyes of the human elephant, the pale white ball cover was pressed on his head. An indescribable force rushed straight to his head, like a cannonball falling to the ground. The huge body in midair was pressed to the ground by Mubai with one hand. Following a loud noise, the student in human elephant form immediately lost consciousness and rolled his eyes. In the horrified eyes of other students, the ground was cracking layer by layer. The city that was already in ruins was now swallowed up by the cracks in the ground. The ground made a creaking sound, like a broken mirror, and strong air waves blew some students who had not yet stood firm 10 meters away. Gao Hai put down his arms in front of him and started to unite these students from Ming Province, sweating all over his body. Are you kidding? Is he a monster? He can kill a level 3 animal in one punch. In the center of the shock, Mubai stood up and put away his right hand. The animal type ability user who was deeply embedded in the ground emitted green light, and then his figure disappeared into the secret realm. Points +1. It seems like we are back in the real world. Mubai, who was full of energy, murmured. Silence fell in the conference room, and the teachers looked at Mubai with disbelief. This is the earthquake fruit? The future generations will be terrifying. I think this Mubai is good at fruit development. Rather than saying that the Zhen fruit makes Mubai perfect, it is better to say that this Mubai is the most suitable for the Zhen fruit. I'm curious as to why he moves so fast. It doesn't look like he's shaving. The principal's narrowed eyes rarely opened. What a scary little guy. It seems that I have to take a serious look at Mubai, the little guy who promises to win the league championship for Wuhan University. On the ruins. Mubai opened his hands and invited everyone. Should you all fight together, or should I defeat you one by one? Gao Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said sternly. Mubai. Don't be too crazy. If more than 20 of us beat you, you won't necessarily lose. Why don't we just pretend that we haven't seen each other? Turned his head and looked at Gao Hai. Okay. Instantaneous. Mubai's ghostly figure disappeared among the lightning and flint. Not good. Gao Hai felt that he was being stared at by Mubai. Shave. He was so frightened that he regretted it. If he had known better, he would not have pretended to be a big-tailed wolf. Before the fruit ability could be activated, a ruthless iron hand pressed down on his forehead. It was Mubai. Gao Hai's shave was too slow in Mubai's eyes. Air shock. Following Mubai's low shout, Gao Hai felt as if his head had branched out, and layers of cracks exploded in the void. The body turned into a meteor and hit a tall building 100 meters away. Points +1. Sending another one away. Everything that just happened instantly. Those with lower strength didn't even know what happened. Mubai killed Gao Hai. Everyone, don't stay behind. Let's go together. With Mubai's speed, we can't escape at all. Instead of letting him defeat each one by one, why don't we fight with our last resort? Some students who had some clues shouted loudly. Everyone who made up their minds used their devil fruit abilities to surround Mubai. This is interesting. Mubai had a crazy look in his eyes. Chapter 35. The teachers were shocked and a natural disaster came. Swift body. The thunderous Mubai condensed the white ball cover with his hands at a speed that was unmatched by anyone. Following two creaking sounds, the students who did not react were instantly hit into the ground. Rhino reload impact. Seize this opportunity. The student who transformed into a ferocious rhinoceros suddenly had his eyes lit up, and Mubai showed his flaw. At least that's what he thought. The figure behind him had already been detected by Mubai's perception. Just as he was about to turn around, a tall and thin person with abilities hugged Mubai. Glue reinforced. Super glue. Mubai, with my ability, you lose the ability to fight back. Glue was seen all over his body, locking the movement of Mubai's upper body. Under such a strong adhesion, Mubai's upper body movement was restricted. At the same time, the soil under his feet also became soft inexplicably, and a bald student emerged from the ground with swimming goggles on his head. Armed colored hands tightly grasped Mubai's feet. I'm sorry, Mu Shen. The man who was like swimming said with a smile. Paramecia glue fruit, Paramecia swimming fruit. Seeing this scene, the rhinoceros who seized the opportunity increased his speed a bit, like a train hitting him. The cooperation is good. There was no trace of panic on Mubai's handsome face, but he spoke with praise. But an inexplicable fear suddenly haunted the minds of the two of them. The ground is like a river, Mubai directly wraps the legs with armed color, and the soles of the feet condense and vibrate the ball cover. The scalp of the bald man on the ground was numb. He had seen everything that had just happened, so he naturally knew the power of this shaking fruit. He retracted his hand in horror and swam away. The glue man on his back felt empty in his arms. Mubai, who had turned into an element, broke free from his power, turned from defense to offense, grabbed his neck and threw him high into the sky. Mubai bent his right arm, shook the ball cover and punched the sky. The glue man who was in free fall was hit hard by Mubai's punch. Squeak! Where the fist came into contact with the glue man, clear cracks spread all around. Ah! The severe pain caused the glue man to howl out in pain. Under such a terrifying vibration, the atmosphere was torn apart, and the dark clouds in the sky were shaken away. The rhinoceros in front who couldn't brake yelled F***ck. This was not the case just now. How could these two guys be easily solved when one ran away and the other one ran away? Let's shake together. Clenching a fist with his right hand, a light white ball cover wrapped around his fist, Mu Bai rushed forward with a lunge, and the rhinoceros horn and Mu Bai's fist touched together. The deafening sound caused all nearby beings to temporarily lose their hearing. Squeak! Ah! We can't fall down like this. The rhino's body organs were displaced by the shock, and blood flowed from its eyes, nostrils, and mouth. His consciousness was still struggling to hold on, but his body could no longer withstand such vibration and pressure, and the crisp sound of broken bones reached Mu Bai's ears. His eyes turned white, his huge body crashed to the ground, and his head was twisted into a twist by the shock pressure. Using his sense of sight, Mu Bai clearly sensed the location of the swimming fruit user. Where to run away? Instantaneous. Mu Bai, who transformed into an electric current, was on top of the opponent's head in an instant. Do you think it's safe on the ground? One ride is worth 1,000. The huge pure white ball cover condensed in his hand, and under Mu Bai's unrivaled momentum, it hit the ground hard. After a brief moment of silence, the ground fractured into the distance at an unprecedented speed. The ground completely collapsed under Mu Bai's full punch. Like a puzzle being torn apart, the undulating ground layer upon layer plays the morning song of death amidst the terrifying creaking sounds. An astonishing man-made earthquake is occurring. The ruined high-rise buildings collapsed and the streets on the ground were torn into multiple sections by cracks. Some students fell into huge cracks in the ground while standing unsteadily, and the terrifying air waves knocked the gravel high into the sky. Even if Mu Bai puts away his vibration ability, continuous earthquakes are still happening on the ground. This is the power of Mu Bai, who has developed the earthquake fruit to more than 70%. Man-made natural disasters that destroy everything. In the conference room of Wuhan University, some teachers had already stood up. They could not imagine that a student would have such an ability. The ability of a fruit to randomly cause natural disasters that overturn the earth is too buggy. Mu Bai does have the ability to compete for the top 3 in the National League. Artificial changes in the geological structure caused continuous earthquakes. Although the duration was short, there is no doubt that Mu Bai has perfected the development of the fruit. He has already reached a higher level of the fruit's ability. The fruit awakens. Speaking of this, even the principal Duanzia was surprised. He has seen countless geniuses, but there are not many like Mu Bai who have touched the secret of fruit awakening in his freshman year, and they are even unique. It seems that the Zhen fruit is very compatible with him, otherwise the more powerful the fruit, the harder it would be to develop it. Duanzia didn't look back, and said with some dissatisfaction, as a teacher of Wuhan University, don't be surprised, but be calm. Otherwise, how will you teach your students in the future? The teachers who were standing sat down one after another. The teacher, who was like a big boy next door, pushed up his glasses and said with appreciation, "Student Mu Bai, I like his style very much. This is exactly what Zhongwu lacks now." 50 meters underground, the body of the swimming fruit user had been divided into 3 parts by the vibration force coming from the ground. When he left the secret realm, he didn't understand why Mu Shen turned on him directly. Feeling the disappearance of the underground aura, Mu Bai's counter started to display again. Points +1. Points +1. Points +1. After scanning around, Mu Bai found that all the previous students were gone, having all fallen into the depths of the cracks in the shock. To the east of the secret realm, Yu Jianzhou could feel the vibrations of the ground even though he was far away. Is it that guy Mu Bai? Seeing that Yu Jianzhou was distracted, the short-haired man holding a spear swept over him with a single shot. Yu Jianzhou refused to dodge, and his body turned into grains of sand. Such physical attacks had no effect on him. Because he is Yu Jianzhou, the emperor of the desert, the one who controls the power of sand and has the ability of sand fruit. I originally wanted to play with you for a while, but now it seems it's more fun up front. The short-haired man did not dare to be careless, and the weapon was armed and domineering and pierced towards Yu Jianzhou. Desert sword. Yu Qianku's arm instantly turned into sand, and a sand blade like a sword vibrated at a high frequency, cutting sharply towards the short-haired man. After a crisp sound, the desert sword cut open the spear and penetrated the short-haired man's body, and blood-stained sand dripped on the ground. Points +1. To deal with a character like you, I only need one move. Yu Jianzhou, who has long hair shawl, has no emotion in his eyes. Chapter 36 The Final Battle, Shasha Fruit. The transparent protective cover is still shrinking. Some students with cheap hands touch the protective cover with their hands and are directly transported back to the real world and eliminated on the spot. After defeating more than 20 people from Ming province, Mu Bai met some miscellaneous fish one after another and solved them easily. Now his points have reached 152 points. Mu Bai, who was standing on the top of the building and looking into the distance, had a thought in his mind. In an instant, Mu Bai, who was standing on the top of the building, disappeared, and a sharp slash cut off half of the top of the building. Mu Bai, who had his hands in his pockets, looked at the ground. A young man holding a long knife stood below. What is shocking is that his body is covered with large and small scars, which are very inconsistent with his delicate face. You can easily dodge my slashes. It seems that you are not an ordinary student. I will have to work harder. A low and gloomy voice came. After snapping his fingers, Mu Bai said in surprise. It's really rare to be a swordsman. Indeed, the enemies Mu Bai encountered along the way were basically ability users or Grandmaster Taijutsu guys. This was the first time he encountered a swordsman, for example. Without talking nonsense to Mu Bai, the young swordsman tightened his grip on the handle of the sword. Ichiryu. Onitsuki. With both feet exerting force, and with amazing jumping power, the young swordsman rushed to the top of the building and slashed at Mu Bai with his sword. The back of the knife seemed to be attached to a fierce ghost, biting towards Mu Bai. Kang! A long sword with a flame pattern collided with the swordsman boy's ghost sword, and fierce sparks burst out. The young swordsman who took a few steps back said coldly, "What a great sword! Are you actually a swordsman too?" Swinging the flame pattern of Xian Yi's heavy fire, Mu Bai said with a smile. "I just happen to know a few." Mu Bai was telling the truth. Although he had not used swordsmanship much before, it did not mean that his swordsmanship was weak. "My name is Lin Zhan, what's your name?" the young swordsman asked softly. Mu Bai. Hearing Mu Bai's name, the young swordsman Lin Zhan was obviously startled. He naturally knew who Mu Bai was. "I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems that I will use all my strength." There was no fear or hesitation. Lin Zhan pulled out another long knife from his waist, and the blade drew a layer of shadow across the ground. Double sword style. Twin snakes. The two sharp long knives in Lin Zhan's hands were like two snakes with life. Crossing the sky, the two swords gathered together and attacked Mu Bai with terrifying slashes. This time Mu Bai did not dodge. Shock, slash. I saw that the tip of Xian Yi's heavy fire knife was covered with a pale white ball cover. With Mu Bai's slash, the ball cover exploded. Under the force of the shock, the house under his feet collapsed. Lin Zhan faced the shocking force and lowered his body to avoid the shocking attack. "Since you escaped the shock, what about this thunderous slash?" "Instantaneous. Disappeared?" "No. The other party is moving at high speed, but I can't sense it using my own sense of sight." Lin Zhan, who understood the huge gap between the two, gave up the attack and threw smoke bombs towards his position, trying to confuse Mu Bai's sight. But this is in vain for Mu Bai, who has a strong sense of knowledge. The crackling thunder and lightning chop wave tore through the smoke, directly hitting Lin Zhan. One sword style. Break the momentum. Frowning, Lin Zhan stopped, held the knife in his backhand, and used a defensive move to break Mu Bai's attack. But he got the point wrong. The slash was broken, and the power of thunder and lightning attached to the knife wave turned into a thunder beast, which violently collided with Lin Zhan's body. Under the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, Lin Zhan supported his body with his sword. The whole body smelled like being burned. The embarrassed Lin Zhan said with difficulty, "How come you have two abilities?" Waving his hand to disperse the smoke, Mu Bai shook his head and said, "I never said I only have one ability." Aiming at Lin Zhan, Mu Bai shouted, 60 million volts, Brontosaurus! A blast of lightning. Dense electric current condensed in Mu Bai's hand, and the thunder dragon composed of thunder and lightning hit Lin Zhan instantly. In a white light, a huge roar of thunder drowned Lin Zhan's consciousness. When Lin Zhan woke up again, he was already in the real world outside. He stood up from the playground and all the injuries on his body had disappeared. But he didn't pay attention to these. All I think about now is Mu Bai's last sentence. Is Mu Bai a dual fruit capable person? The third view of Mu Bai in the conference room was shrouded by Lin Zhan's smoke bomb, so everyone only saw thunder and lightning in the smoke, and Mu Bai walked out unharmed. As time passed by, the protective shield moved closer to the center of the secret realm at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the central square, a long-haired man sat on a bench and twirled his fingers. It was Yu Jianzhou. There is blood all around him. It seems that he has killed many people here. Noticing the figure walking not far away, Yu Jianzhou said excitedly, "Mu Bai, I knew you would come. Among the freshmen at Wuhan University, you are the only one who can fight with me. Let me introduce myself. I am a level 4 Shasha fruit user. Don't let me kill you accidentally. It's actually a Logia fruit, which is interesting. I am Mu Bai, a user with level 3 earthquake fruit ability. It seems that we are going to decide the winner here." The white ball cover is condensed in the right hand, and the body is instantly transformed. The thunder light flashed slightly, and Mu Bai's figure disappeared on the spot, and a terrifying shock hit Yu Qianku's position. But Yu Jianzhou, who was hit, was still smiling and turned into a pile of sand under the shock. "You're ridiculously fast." More than 10 meters away, the scattered sand that had gathered again took on the appearance of leaping into 1,000 sorrows. After his sigh, Mu Bai clearly felt that most of the water around him had disappeared, and the ground surface was dry. Espada. Desert sword. Following Yu Qianku's low shout. On the land that has lost its moisture, 10 sharp blades made of sand cut towards Mu Bai from all directions. Strong fruit control. Mu Bai praised highly. Using lightning to teleport again, Mu Bai's figure disappeared from the spot. The targetless desert sword did not dissipate, but regrouped into a pair of desert armor, covering Yu Qianku's body accurately. Sand tornado. Under the amplification of the desert armor, Yu Qianku's hands became elemental, and cocky miniature salon rolls took shape in his hands. Yu Jianzhou threw the miniature salon rolls around the venue, and suddenly a strong wind blew up, and a large amount of yellow sand spewed out from the sandy land. Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do, Mu Bai didn't give him a chance. From high in the sky, Mu Bai gathered the vibrating ball cover and punched the ground. With a creaking and cracking sound, the salon roll that was about to take shape was easily break up. Between the lightning and flint, Yu Qianku's elements spread out in all directions. Mu Bai in the air did not give him a chance to breathe, and his slender legs were covered in armor. He kicked the scattered sand body mercilessly. There was a muffled sound, and the armed colored arm blocked Mu Bai's attack. It is Yu Jianzhou who has been released from elementalization. This power. Feeling the astonishing strength coming from his arm, he did not dare to be careless and stretched out his free hand towards the ground. Sand transformation. Ground thrust. I saw sharp sand spurs gathering on the ground, shooting behind Mu Bai like missiles. Don't talk about martial arts, sneak attack. But this is of no use to me, Mu Bai smiled slightly. He gathered his hands together to vibrate the ball cover, and after a short period of energy accumulation, he struck left and right. The creaking sound covered the entire space, and the sand spines shot at Mu Bai also turned into ordinary sand again and fell back to the ground during the vibration. To avoid the shock, Yu Jianzhou turned into a wisp of fine sand and floated to the ground. If you don't hit this guy with your weapon, you won't be able to cause actual damage to him. After the previous confrontation, Mu Bai already had a rough idea of the opponent's level. Chapter 37 Thunder and Shock. Mu Bai, the dual fruit ability user. The two-color domineering power of Jianzhou is better than that of Mu Bai. In terms of physical skills, Mu Bai was a step ahead of his opponent. The whole body became elemental, and turbulent sand grains rushed out from Mu Qianku's body. Each sand grain was tightly combined, and in the blink of an eye, a huge palm composed of sand grains slapped Mu Bai. In the conference room of Wuhan University, teachers who saw this scene from a third perspective clapped their hands and praised it. Yu Qianku's fruit development is not weak, and the various uses of sand are both offensive and defensive. I'm still more optimistic about Mu Bai. The ability to vibrate can exactly restrain the composition of sand grains under the same circumstances. Teacher, you think too much. No one can restrain anyone. Whether devil fruit is strong or not depends on how you use it. No need to argue, Yu Jianzhou has taken action. Let's see how Mu Bai will respond. Seeing the giant hand of the desert that was blocking out the sky and the sun slapping him, Mu Bai stood quietly on the spot without dodging. Seeing this scene, the teachers present were all confused. Did Mu Bai want to use iron blocks? But under such a ferocious attack, the iron blocks couldn't withstand it at all. Yu Jianzhou, who pressed down his palms on Mu Bai, also frowned. He would not think that Mu Bai had given up resistance. The brief exchange just now made him realize how extraordinary the opponent was. There was no time to think too much, and the huge palm pressed down. Mu Bai was easily slapped into the ground? Wrong. Yu Jianzhou, a user with the ability of the Shasha fruit, can naturally see that the opponent turned into a wisp of thunder and lightning to avoid his attack. That is Logia's unique elementalization. In the dark sky, a thick thunderbolt pierced the dark clouds and struck the giant hand made of sand, seeming to show his supreme Kamui in the daytime. In the crackling sound, the seemingly unbreakable sand was blown away, and Mu Bai, whose body turned into fluid lightning, fell from the air. This, impossible. Shocked, Yu Jianzhou lost his sight and opened his mouth. This broke his common sense for more than 10 years. How can a person have two fruit abilities at the same time? Mu Bai's left hand was spread out in front of him, holding the terrifying thunder and lightning. The fist of his right hand was covered with a white shock ball cover. His short hair flew upwards in the airflow, revealing his handsome face, and blue current was flowing on his body illuminated by thunder and lightning. The right hand vibrated. The left hand thundered. At this moment, Mu Bai was like a god. In the conference room of Wuhan University, all the teachers had the same look as Yu Jianzhou. Mu Bai was actually a dual fruit ability user. Suddenly, the conference room seemed to explode. Principal Duanxia, who was sitting in the front row, looked serious for the first time. Looking at Mu Bai's face on the screen, he couldn't help but think of that person in his mind. He is actually a user with dual fruit abilities. The principal's murmur was both shock and joy. Yin Wan, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help himself, his face flushed with excitement. The principal naturally knew why Yin Wan was so excited. On the battlefield, Yu Jianzhou, who had just recovered from the shock, laughed. Haha, you really break common sense. Mu Bai, you are so interesting, you can actually possess the ability of two fruits. Your other ability is Logia's. Facing the other party's inquiry, Mu Bai smiled and said, "Logia ability, Thunder Fruit." Thunder Fruit. Yu Jianzhou has indeed never heard of it. There are countless types of devil fruits in the world, but Logia, the rarest one, only accounts for a small proportion. The Thunder Fruit happened to have never appeared in this world. The name of this fruit will be known to everyone in the future. In my hands, Mu Bai, it has the strongest Logia ability. The body was filled with lightning. Dense electric currents struggled out of Mu Bai's arms, and ferocious lightning dragons roared out from them. 60 million volts. Brontosaurus. At this moment, the world was illuminated by powerful lightning flashes, and the ferocious thunder dragon broke through the ground and bit Yu Jianzhou. Feeling the opponent's terrifying thunder and lightning power, Yu Jianzhou did not dare to be careless. Desert barrier. The flowing sand dunes turned into a barrier to protect Yu Jianzhou. Layers of sand and gravel were stacked on top of each other, totaling 18 layers. In the blink of an eye, the Brontosaurus hit the barrier, and the ultra-high current crackled. The roaring Brontosaurus instantly passed through these gravel barriers and went straight to Huanglong. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Yu Jianzhou gritted his teeth and roared, "Sand Country! Sand Sea Giant!" The sand and gravel adhered to Yu Qianku's body in a strange flow, and a large amount of armed color covered the giant's arms. The Sand Sea Giant, which was more than 10 meters high, raised its arms to attack the Thunder Dragon. Bang! The huge air wave caused by the collision of the two swept across the entire central square. "Did you hold it?" The Sand Sea Giant was covered in black smoke, and Yu Jianzhou, who was protected inside, was also in a miserable state. The dense current made his long hair stand up, and his face was white and grey. But he still withstood such an attack. Even Mu Bai wouldn't be able to launch it again in a short time. Lightning flashes. Mu Bai, who turned into electricity, instantly reached the head of the Sand Sea Giant, twisted his waist, clenched his fist, covered the vibrating ball cover, and smashed it down. The Sand Sea Giant moved very quickly, punching Mu Bai in mid-air. The huge armed iron fist collided with Mu Bai's vibrating ball cover. With the two people at the center, all the buildings were collapsing, and even the dark clouds in the sky had completely dissipated. "Mu Bai, you underestimate me. If you resist my attack with your level 3 body, you will die miserably." A low voice came from the mouth of the Sand Sea Giant. When he heard the other person's words, Mu Bai smiled. "The wheel that vibrates the most. One ride is worth 1,000. A pure white ball cover covered the pale white ball cover, and a more terrifying vibration power emitted from Mu Bai's hand. The Sand Sea Giant's armored arm cracked. How could such a vibration be artificially emitted? Even if Yu Jianzhou saw this kind of vibration power for the first time, he knew that activating such a vibration ability would place extremely high demands on one's own physique. Without a super strong physique, it is destined to be unable to exert the maximum power of vibration. Through the sand, he saw the relaxed expression of Mu Bai, who was stalemate with him. Yu Jianzhou cursed angrily, "You monster!" The shaking continues. The entire dilapidated city is also shaking. Under the fists of the two men, a crack dividing the city is expanding. The white shock wave caused by the vibration ran through the back of the Sand Sea Giant unbridled, and the sand grains were disintegrating. Seeing that the other party was about to lose his strength, Mu Bai said with some regret, "Is the famous Yu Jianzhou that strong?" Knowing that the other party was stimulating him, Yu Jianzhou disintegrated the Sand Sea Giant, and using the cover of the yellow sand in the sky, he rolled in front of Mu Bai, holding a sand spear covered in armed color. "This is right." Mu Bai, who was full of fighting spirit, smiled, and with a burst of lightning in his right hand, he struck at the opponent with a long sword made of thunder and lightning. Kang! Crack! The two were extremely fast and possessed extremely high levels of knowledge. They could be said to be equally matched in the ruins. There have been dozens of fights between lightning and flint. "Your swordsmanship is good." Yu Jianzhou, who was somewhat out of breath, said with a smile. You have good skills, but your physical strength is a bit lacking. The thunder sword in his hand dissipated, and Mu Bai said lightly. Haha, this is the first time someone has commented on me like this. But I am indeed far inferior to the physical strength of a monster like you, Mu Bai. The embarrassed Yu Jianzhou looked at Mu Bai with admiration. Only by fighting against such a strong person could he improve his level. He originally thought that Mu Bai was promoted by the media. But I didn't expect that Mu Bai's strength was so terrifying. He was also a dual fruit ability user. Perhaps among his peers, only Mu Bai was qualified to surpass that guy. The battle is not over yet, Yu Jianzhou. The thunder and lightning boiled at this moment. Mu Bai shouted. 80 million volts. Divine punishment. Facing Mu Bai, who was like the god of thunder coming into the world at this moment, Yu Jianzhou had a wry smile on his lips. Even as arrogant as he was, he had to admit that he was going to lose today. Chapter 38 The End of the Secret Realm, Han Xiao's Uneasiness. A huge lightning beam penetrating the sky fell from the sky, swallowing up Yu Qianku's thin body. After a while, the thunder light dissipated, and Yu Qianku's figure had disappeared, leaving only the earth cracked by lightning. Take back the crackling thunder and lightning on your body. Mu Bai, who had ended the battle, felt the changes in the space. With a snap, he was teleported back to the real world. More than 1,000 students on the playground stared closely at the secret passage. They were not sure who would be the final winner. With a muffled sound, Yu Jianzhou fell to the ground. Although he was unscathed, he felt very tired. Although the secret realm could protect the physical damage, it could not restore the mental loss. This monster, the teachers at Wuhan University probably know that this guy is a dual fruit ability user. Standing up and dusting off his body, Yu Jianzhou looked towards the teaching building. He knew some inside information. The other students were surprised when they saw Yu Jianzhou being teleported out, especially the classmates who were sent out by her personally. They knew the terrifying strength of this guy. Brother Yu, did you win? No, if you win, the secret realm will be closed unless there are still people inside. Are you kidding me? Is there anyone who can defeat Yu Jianzhou this time? Have you forgotten that there is another Mu Bai? That Mu Bai who also scored perfect marks in the college entrance examination also came to Zhongwu University. What do you think? I was sent out by Mu Bai himself. Taking off the swimming goggles, it was the swimming fruit ability user who had besieged Mu Bai before. Seeing everyone quarreling, Yu Jianzhou said indifferently, there is indeed only one person in there. I lost the duel between Mu Bai and me. Students from Ming province who knew his terrifying strength couldn't believe it. You must know that Yu Jianzhou is level 4. It is a level 4 without any water, a man who once singled out the entire high school year. In these people's previous understanding, even if Zhang Buming from Chengdu takes action, he may not be able to defeat him. As a result, today, this arrogant genius actually admitted his failure without any cover-up. Seeing a few familiar faces looking a little lonely, Yu Jianzhou said sharply. People will fail. Rather than saving face, it is not shameful to admit one's failure generously. What is shameful is to give up on oneself after failure. People must constantly surpass themselves, and the victory that has been taken away by others must be taken back with their own hands. 30 years to Hedong and 30 years to Hexi, don't bully the young and defeat them. Hearing Yu Qianku's speech, the eyes of the local students who were close to him burst into tears. Yes, if you fail, you have to take back the victory. Leap boss. God, don't bully a young man into defeat. He's too good at it. When other students saw this group of people, they all stayed away. Unexpectedly, Yu Jianzhou, the cold-faced young man rumored by the outside world, could actually say such shocking words. Well said. The passage to the secret realm was closed, and a handsome young man with a well-proportioned figure walked out. It was Mu Bai who was teleported. Ding dong, the insurmountable mountain mission is completed. The development of the earthquake fruit plus 1% progress, Yu Jianzhou. Ding dong, mission completed, earthquake fruit ability plus 1% progress, Lin Zhan. It seems that these two people have high fighting spirit. Even if they are defeated by themselves, they have not given up their determination to challenge themselves. They are talented people. Tie up her long hair, Yu Jianzhou said thoughtfully. Mu Bai, do you know one thing? All the scenes of this trial can be seen by the school personnel of Wuhan University. This is the first time I know about it, but there's nothing to hide about the double fruits. Spreading his hands, Mu Bai said indifferently. Seeing Mu Bai's expression, Yu Jianzhou said seriously. There has been a special person like you in history, the founder of Wuhan University, the first 8-level emperor in mankind, Yin Tianzheng. Yin Tianzheng? Feng Zhuge mentioned this person before. He is a person with dual fruit abilities? The students around were confused as to what these two big guys were talking about. On the rostrum, an invisible door was opened, and Vice Principal Ren Wan walked out without knowing how. Mu Bai, who is familiar with One Piece, naturally knows what kind of fruit ability it is. Paramecia fruit. Yin Wang glanced at Mu Bai in the audience, and then announced the results. The number 1 in the secret realm is Mu Bai. There are 1,050 freshmen in the school. The first 300 people to be eliminated will have 1 point deducted. The first place Mu Bai will get 50 points, the second place Yu Jianzhou will get 40 points, and the first place. Here we focus on praising Mu Bai, Yu Jianzhou, Lin Zhan, Su Yi, Hong Yuan, Feng Cai, Li Yi and others for their outstanding performance in the battle. The final battle between Mu Bai and Yu Jianzhou was also eye-catching. It showed the character of Wuhan University and also showed its own strength. There were bursts of whispers from the crowd of freshmen. I didn't know who Mu Bai was before, but today I've seen him. He's the one who can take down the Logia ability user Yu Jianzhou. Hey, in our class this year, Mu Bai is definitely the one who leads the way. Geniuses like Mu Shen have come to Wuhan University. It seems that I did not choose the wrong school. Mu Bai is outrageous. Before I could see his figure clearly in the secret realm, I was punched into the ground. Mu Shen. I hate you. Although Mu Bai doesn't hold back on me as a girl, he is so handsome. I want to give birth to a monkey for him. I was sent away by Yu Jianzhou with a handful of sand. I really want to see what kind of skills Mu Bai can defeat Ming Province's genius. After hearing the discussion below, Yin Wang continued. The top 100 will receive higher authority and the distribution of materials will be richer, but this is not always the case. A new assessment will be conducted starting next month. Only when you become stronger can you be like a fish in water at Wuhan University. Announcing the disbandment of everyone, the life teacher will guide each student's accommodation issues. Mu Bai, stay with classmate Yu Jianzhou and follow me. After saying that, Yin Wan walked towards the teaching building without looking back. The two people behind looked at each other and followed. Liu Jun in the crowd clenched his fists excitedly. Even Mu Bai, one of the 4 top universities in Wuhan University, could stand above everyone else. As expected. He is my idol, Liu Jun. The 3 people who walked into the teaching building remained silent and walked around to the door of the vice principal's office. 2 geniuses from Wuhan University, come in and talk. Yin Wan opened the door and invited them in. In the classroom of his junior year, Han Xiao looked out the window uncertainly. He already knew that Mu Bai defeated all the freshmen and defeated Yu Jianzhou to win the first place in the secret realm rankings. Boss Han, let's forget it. That Mu Bai is indeed a bit perverted and has great potential in the future. Hearing the cautious words of his follower, Han Xiao frowned and said, You don't understand, it's not that I have to deal with Mu Bai now, it's that Mu Bai is destined to deal with me. It's all my fault for being stupid. Forget it, rather than letting Mu Bai deal with me, it's better for me to be prepared in advance. The younger brother behind him scratched his head and looked at Han Xiao in confusion. Chapter 39 Conflict. Mubai, the dual fruit ability user, have you ever seen any signs of physical collapse? Vice Principal Yin Wan put down his half-smoked cigarette and said with a frown. There were only two of them in the room, and Yu Jianzhou was kicked out after saying a few words to the vice principal. Mubai, who was sitting on the sofa, said seriously. No. Taking 2 devil fruits will make the body unable to bear it, causing it to explode and die. It seems that someone has tried it before. You're not going to hide your dual fruit ability. The vice principal's deep voice was full of pressure. That is the suppression of lower levels by higher levels. But Mubai didn't change his expression. As expected of the possessor of Conqueror's domineering spirit and a born king, Yin Wan nodded secretly in his heart. No need. In this era, people still pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Even real tigers have to turn into pigs. If you want to reach a higher level, you should be fearless of all challenges. This should be the most basic mentality. Hearing Mubai's neither humble nor arrogant answer, Yin Wan clapped his hands. The freshmen of Wuhan University need leaders like you to return to the top of the 4 schools. It's good to have such a mentality. The school will not hide your dual fruit ability. The most important thing for you at Wuhan University is to improve your combat power and win the best ranking in the National League at the end of the school year. The Jiki snake gods in the outside world cannot affect you. This is my guarantee to you as a level 7 ability user. After all, it is a top university. The principal is a level 8 emperor, the vice principal is a level 7 Uranus, and the teachers are probably all level 5 to 6. Hearing the concerned words of the vice principal, Mubai smiled and said, Thank you Vice President for your concern. As a member of Wuhan University, I will definitely strive for all honors for Wuhan University. Haha, well said, Mubai. The school has different expectations for you and other students. I believe you. You can go and rest first. Class will officially start tomorrow. Mubai stood up, said goodbye to Yin Wan, opened the door and left. Yin Wan, who was sitting in his seat, put away his smile. This Mubai's Conquerors was definitely not opened recently. To be able to withstand his level 7 aura, at least he must have an intermediate Conquerors. This Mubai is indeed a talented person. When he returned to his single-family villa, he didn't expect that Liu Jun and Yu Jianzhou were still standing at the door. Seeing Mubai come back, Yu Jianzhou said, Brother Mu, it seems we are neighbors. My villa is right next to yours, but it's just a stacked villa. It's not as good as yours. He took out the special card and waved it in front of Yu Qianku's eyes. Damn it! Are you a special card? Why am I 1 level lower than you? Yu Jianzhou couldn't help but curse. After all, he was one of the people with perfect scores in the National College entrance examination. Why was the gap so big? Normally, there is still a certain gap between you and me. Mubai did not tell anyone about the bet, and few people in the entire Wuhan University could obtain the special card, let alone freshmen. Hey, I didn't expect you, Mubai, to be quite a stinky guy. Turning his head, Mubai waved to Liu Jun. Liu Jun, you're here too. Mushin, let me come over to see you. Liu Jun, dressed in hip-hop style, said with a smile. Opening the door of the villa, Mubai invited the 2 people in. As soon as he entered the hall of the single-family villa, looking at the bright chandelier above, Yu Jianzhou was filled with envy and secretly swore that he would get the special card this semester. As soon as he sat down, Liu Jun received a text message from his dormitory. It said that the freshman and the sophomore had a confrontation in the dormitory, and the freshman was beaten and asked to come back later. Seeing the strange look on Liu Jun's face, Mubai said softly, What's wrong? After regaining his composure, Liu Jun read out the text message on his phone. Does Wuhan University still have the habit of old students bullying freshmen? After taking a sip of water, Mu Bai looked at Yu Jianzhou, who had his legs crossed, and said, "As a native of Ming Province, Yu Jianzhou naturally knows Wuhan University thoroughly. I've never heard of it. It must be a conflict. It's quite interesting. How about we go and take a look?" "Walk." Mu Bai's answer was very simple, just one word and he was gone. In the freshman dormitory, a group of freshmen looked angrily at the more than 20 sophomores across from them. "Are you being unreasonable? You were the one who beat me first. Scum! Come to the freshman dormitory to cause trouble. You are ashamed of being a Wuhan student. Just because you are seniors, we have to let you go? Why?" The yellow-haired young man headed by the sophomore laughed and stepped harder on his feet. The new student groaned in pain as he was trampled under his feet. Some freshmen who couldn't stand it roared and rushed forward. "His grandma's fault. Laozi beats all you high school scum. Shave." Several freshmen started shaving together and attacked the sophomore students in the corridor. "The 6 postures are too superficial, let's see real shaving." With a sneer, the arrogant sophomore student's arms were covered with weapons, his feet were on the ground, and his figure had a phantom, which was clearly a higher-level shaver. In the blink of an eye, there were several screams, and the attacking freshmen flew backwards, clutching their stomachs and screaming. Putting away his weapons, the sophomore student walked over slowly. The freshmen in front of them were all retreating. The tragic situation of the freshmen just now made them frightened. "A bunch of rubbish, as timid as a mouse, eh? Little man, do you want to chop me with a knife?" Everyone was retreating, and a seemingly thin figure came to the front. Lin Zhan, who was half a head shorter than his opponent, stared at him intently. "Swordsman, then I'll cut off your tendons. Do you have any objection?" Faced with the other party's frivolous words, Lin Zhan held the handle of the knife without hesitation. The blood moon-like double swords were drawn out from the air, as if they were possessed by evil spirits. "Bad sword technique, blood moon." Lin Zhan turned his wrists and held 2 bloody knives, one in front and one in reverse. The light between the swords turned into red threads, surrounding the sophomore student. The other sophomores behind laughed and said, "Wang Ye, if you are killed by a new student, you should drop out of school." Snort! The strong Wang Ye shouted, "The whole body is covered with armor." Kang! 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 The sound of the blade chopping on steel was heard. And yellow sparks flew out. Wang Ye, who was covered in black armor, saw that the opponent was still slashing continuously, and said mockingly, "Useless slashes will ruin you. The armor you wear all over your body is just fake." Based on the sound of the collision between the slash and the weapon, Lin Zhan easily discovered the opponent's weak point. "What do you mean?" "I found your destiny." Lin Zhan, who had a calm face, turned his hands into phantoms, and violent blows blew up the wind. After several blows, Wang Ye covered his broken chest and stepped back. "How did you see that?" Wang Ye said unwillingly. "It's because your weapon color is too low. You little brat, look how I will deal with you today." The Tauren form is activated. As Wang Ye shouted, his strong body became more erect, a pair of horns grew from the top of his head, and grey muscles bulged from his body. Mu! Suffer death! Wang Ye, who transformed into a Tauren, greatly increased his movement speed and easily dodged Lin Zhan's chops. Finger gun! Ox hoof! Wang Ye came to Lin Zhan and shouted loudly. "Not good!" Lin Zhan, who knew that something was wrong, had no time to dodge, so he put his 2 swords in front of his chest. There was a loud noise, the hard hooves of the cow fired continuous finger gun attacks, and the double knives whined. Shave! Turning around, Lin Zhan moved his sword and stepped on the wall beside him, barely dodging the ox hoof finger gun. Although this Wang Ye's strength has not reached level 4 and is only at the peak of level 3, his combat power has soared in his human animal form, and his speed and strength are close to the mid-level 4. Just after escaping the opponent's attack, an evil wind hit behind him. It was Wang Ye who lowered his waist. I saw his hooves clenched together, and there was a hint of violence in the Tauren's eyes. Where to hide? Put your hands together and hooves together. The bull is charging. Chapter 40 Respect Seniors? Thunder Suppression. Sorry, you have to leave. With his feet firmly on the ground, the Tauren's eyes were full of bloodthirsty impulse. Iron. Lin Zhan, who was in the air, had no time to dodge, so he could only passively use the iron block to prepare to resist. The cannonball-like ox hoof attack hit Lin Zhan's abdomen, making a deafening sound. What's next? Not really. Lin Zhan, who was knocked away, quickly stabilized his body. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. It is conceivable that under such force, if he had not used iron blocks, he would have died or been disabled. The freshman not far away saw all this, and several people rushed up. The yellow-haired man at the other end of the corridor gestured to the people around him with his eyes. Shave. A sophomore senior wearing earrings appeared in front of the freshmen and stopped them easily. You are not allowed to interfere in the battle between these two people. The freshmen who were stopped rushed forward together and even dared to pull down the emperor even if they were killed. They couldn't believe that so many people couldn't take down one person. Since you are disobedient, come on. The armed color is strengthened, and the gun is pointed continuously. Seeing the new student rushing up, he flicked his earrings, then crossed his hands, covering them in military colors. The powerful finger gun forced everyone back. A flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes, his hooves clenched together, and Wang Ye prepared to use the bull strike again. You can use the iron block to resist the second time, but this time I will use my full strength. Lin Zhan was covered in cold sweat as he covered his abdomen, relying on the two swords inserted into the ground to stand still. He couldn't even use the iron block, and it was impossible to withstand the opponent's full attack. Everyone who had no time to save Lin Zhan could only watch all this. Stop him quickly. If you get hit by this move, you will either die or be injured. Get out of the way. It's too much. There must be a limit to everything. At the end of the corridor, the leader with yellow hair said lightly. Whoever has the strength will win. Laozi is stronger than you, so just do whatever I ask you to do. Lin Zhan closed his eyes, and his mind was filled with memories of his childhood. Am I going to die? Do I want to accept my fate? I don't want to. The muscles of the strong body trembled, and the astonishing brute force gathered on both hooves. By now, Wang Ye pulled all the muscles in his upper body, gathered strength in his hands, and blasted towards Lin Zhan's back. There was a crack in the air. At this critical moment, Lin Zhan seemed to hear a familiar crackling sound. Thunder light flashed in the void, and a figure stood in front of Wang Ye. Lin Zhan, who stumbled, took a few steps back and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. After seeing the person clearly, Lin Zhan said, "Thanks. Are you kidding me?" Wang Ye was stunned, and so were the sophomore seniors behind him. A handsome young man dressed in black held both hooves with one hand. The ferocious bull charge turned into a joke, as it was caught with one hand without causing any waves. The visitor was none other than Mu Bai. The freshman who saw this scene exclaimed, "It's Mu Bai! It's Mu Bai here! Mu Shen will definitely be able to deal with these scum. Brothers, the team fight is stable. Nah. Mu Bai's move is so cool." The terrifying impact passed over Mu Bai's body without causing a ripple. Mu Bai? Why does it sound so familiar to me? The yellow-haired man asked the people around him, but the others were scared into silence. This year's strongest newcomer. The zombie-like man said thoughtfully. The huge body of the Tauren trembled slightly. Others didn't know it, but he knew it very well. The force coming from both hooves at this moment made his scalp numb. Is this your strongest attack? Putting away his hand, Mu Bai asked with a smile. You? Who are you? Wang Ye looked at the other party warily, feeling uncertain. The elementalized Yu Qianzhou floated in through the open window. You're really fast. Seeing that the atmosphere around him was not right, he grabbed a new student and asked him what happened. After hearing the cause and effect, Yu Qianzhou turned to look at the young man with earrings who stopped everyone. This is too bullying. Even if you bully a newcomer to run errands, you actually want to break the opponent's legs. Looks like I have to take action. The young man with the earrings was not afraid of his Yu Qianzhou name and said coldly. New life should look like a new life. Yu Qianzhou, don't be ignorant and go against us. When Mu Bai in front heard this, the smile on his face deepened. As an ordinary Wuhan University freshman, it seems I have to teach you trash sophomores a lesson. What the hell? If you were ordinary, who would I be? Wang Ye wanted to leave, but couldn't resist the eager eyes of the yellow-haired man behind him, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Humph! It was just my normal attack. I didn't expect you to be able to take it. Get out of here and I'll spare your life. The Tauren's huge body blocked Mu Bai's view. A normal punch? If that's the case, then I'll give you my normal punch. Air shock. The flash of thunder and lightning is the instant body. The white ball cover condensed in his right hand, and Mu Bai shot at a speed that Wang Ye could not catch. Hold down the Minotaur's head with one hand. When did he take action? Feeling the touch on the top of his head, Wang Ye didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. The ruthless iron hand above his head pressed him to the ground. Squeak! Void cracks appeared on Wang Yi's head. These cracks spread from Mu Bai's clenched palms, and the cracks intensified as the force increased. The ground was shaking, all the windows in the corridor shattered, and strong turbulent air blew in, knocking everyone off their feet. The dormitory building seemed to be in danger due to the vibration, but except for the broken windows, other places were completely fine. This was not because Mu Bai was holding back, but because the materials used to build this place were taken from another dimension. Even if a level 6 expert fights here, all the buildings of Wuhan University will remain intact. After the shock ended, the strong body of the Tauren Wang Ye collapsed on the ground, bleeding from all his orifices, which was very miserable. I couldn't even survive one of my ordinary moves. It seems that the senior class of Wuhan University are all a bunch of freeloaders. If you don't have the strength, you have to stand firm and get beaten. His eyes were full of coldness. But Mu Bai said these words with a smile. Others also came to their senses from the shock. 20-odd sophomore students had livid expressions on their faces, and some showed fear on their faces. On the other hand, the freshmen were all chanting Mu Bai's name. His grandma's. It's so refreshing, Mu Bai will always be my god. The one who beat him is indeed the new king. Isn't this better than Burrito Den Ran? This vibration ability is too exaggerated. That Tauren is close to level 4, and he was actually knocked out instantly. TCH. What's all the fuss about? Didn't you hear? It was just Mu Shen's normal attack. The zombie-like weirdo looked at the yellow hair. Mu Ye, what should we do now? What should I do? Let's serve it cold. You're lucky, kid. But don't be too arrogant. Keep a secret as a human being so that we can meet each other in the future. If you offend us, you will offend all the sophomore students. You have to think about it. Mu Bai. Mu Ye put away the expression on his face and pretended to be calm. Of course, we still respect a genius like you. As long as you apologize to us, we will pretend that we didn't see what you just did. Isn't it great that you continue to be your freshman king? Hearing this, Mu Bai couldn't hold back any longer. Ha ha ha, you laughed me to death. It was so eye-opening to me. I finally understood why Wuhan University ended up in this situation. I suddenly changed my mind. Mu Ye said doubtfully, what's the idea? There was crackling thunder and lightning all around Mu Bai. Mu Bai put away his smile and said word by word. Originally I just wanted to educate you, but today, I'm going to beat you half to death. Terrifying thunder and lightning rolled from Mu Bai's body, and the crackling sound made his scalp numb. Stretch out your right hand and point to the other person. 60 million volts, Brontosaurus. Dense thunder and lightning gathered together, and the dazzling light obscured everyone's sight. A ferocious dragon composed of thunder and lightning roared and rushed forward. Mu Yet, who was the target, was shocked. Isn't he the shocking person of Paramecia? How could he still control the thunder? Chapter 41. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? Brothers, get down! The crackling sound of electricity drowned out Mu Yi's shouts. The thunder dragon came to the world, and the terrifying thunder and lightning penetrated the entire corridor. Seeing that it was about to hit him, Mu Ye pulled the sophomore student next to him to block him. Ah! The blue thunder light dissipated, and not a single sophomore student at the end of the corridor was standing. Most of the people who were hit by the Brontosaurus fell to the ground helplessly, covered in black smoke, as if they had walked around on a barbecue grill. Pushing away the person in front of him, Mu Ye looked at the electric current on his body and cursed angrily. Mu Bai! It seems that you have become lawless. You dare to openly attack the senior. Are you challenging the senior's majesty? Majesty? You are really getting better and better as you live. Only strength can prove your majesty, and I, Mu Bai. It happens to be there. Lightning flashes. The elemental Mu Bai disappeared from the spot, replaced by dense thunder and lightning. Mu Ye cursed secretly when he saw this scene. This monster can indeed transform into elements. Is this a double fruit? No matter what, if I was dealt with by this new student today, I wouldn't have the face to see my classmates. Armed sullen kick. Shape moon. He arched his body, crossed his right leg across the air, and a white empty blade came out from under his leg. Lan Jiao can also do it himself, and he can play new tricks after possessing the thunder fruit. In the void, Mu Bai shouted. Lan Jiao, Thunder Blade. The long legs composed of thunder and lightning gathered in front of Mu Ye and collided with his Lan feet. He obviously has the power to easily defeat me, but now he is confronting me head-on. Is he kidding me? Veins popped up on Mu Yi's face. He had not felt this kind of aggrievedness for a long time. But if you dare to play with my legs, I'm afraid you don't know the nickname of my ghost legs. Mu Yi's arms are wrapped all over his legs. Arashi's foot-shaped moon. The biggest wheel kick. Between the lightning and flint, the legs wrapped in armed colors collided with the legs composed of thunder and lightning. Creak, creak, creak. The cracking sound of numb scalp was heard. That was the sound of broken leg bones. The legs covered in armed colors were like paper, and were kicked off by the legs made of thunder and lightning. Mu Ye, who was in severe pain, hugged his right calf and half knelt on the ground, his eyes full of horror. Are this guy's legs made of steel? The thunder light flashed, and Mu Bai said lightly. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? What? Mu Bai's leg, which carried huge power and lightning, hit his chin. A mouthful of white fang was shattered and fell all over the floor. Mu Ye, with his eyes rolled up, knelt heavily on the ground. Have you lost consciousness? That's not possible. The game is not over yet. Putting his left hand in his pocket, Mu Bai stretched out his right index finger and pointed at the other person's forehead. Mu Bai, who was dressed in black, looked down at Mu Ye, who was glowing with electricity. The cool voice has no warmth at all. Discharge. Blue electric current rushed around Mu Yi's body, and the crackling sound never stopped. After regaining some consciousness, Mu Ye forced his swollen eyes open and cursed vaguely. Nixie nodded. It seems you haven't woken up yet, and you need to be treated again. Discharge. After another crackling sound, Mu Ye fell to the ground completely unconscious. The man with the earring who was caught in the middle was stunned. Mu Yet, who was a little famous in his sophomore year, was defeated now? Are you trying to play house with me? Yu Jianzhou covered his face and laughed wildly. Then he pointed at the man with the earring and said, "My friend, if you don't want to be as virtuous as your boss, go up and defeat Mu Bai." "Haha, of course you can do it. Hey! I'm a freshman after all. If you attack Mu Bai, you should think of me as a fool. Today I, an old student, will teach you freshmen a lesson. Strengthen your armed arms." A sonorous and powerful voice reached everyone's ears. The man with the earring raised his arm and punched himself. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground on the spot. This wave of self-imposed operations confused everyone. Damn it! What kind of operation is this? I've learned nothing, I've learned nothing. I'll use this trick when I encounter a strong enemy. Yu Qianku's eyes shone brightly, and he happily said to Mu Bai, "This guy is a genius, Mu Bai, look at how you scared this sophomore." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Mu Bai was speechless. Who are these people? There are too many weird ones. Mushin, what should we do with these sophomores? Hearing someone's voice, the other freshmen thought that Mu Bai would not be punished for injuring these people. Mushin, why don't we go find the school to deal with it? After all, we are just self-defense, they were the ones who started the trouble. Yes, Mu Bai is here to help our entire freshman class. He cannot be punished alone. Yu Jianzhou, who was sitting by the window, was playing with sand in his hands. Hearing what other students said, he said leisurely, "You still don't understand. Mu Bai will not be punished, and these troublemaking sophomores will not be punished either. The school will not care about these trivial matters. Otherwise, it's been so long, do you think the school has come to take care of it?" After hearing Yu Qianku's words, some people remained silent while others were thoughtful. Lin Zhan, who was leaning against the wall, wiped his swords and said coldly, "Top universities and the schools we talked about before are two different things. The key to this battle is strength. Whoever is stronger will have a greater say." At the other end of the corridor, Mu Bai suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Yu Jianzhou and Lin Zhan are right. If you don't want to be bullied, it's easy. Just beat them up. In Wuhan University, strength is everything. What Wuhan University wants to cultivate is strong men who can perform well in national leagues and kill foreigners in different dimensions. There is no place for the weak at Wuhan University. If you want to be respected, just fight for it." He leaned over and picked up the unconscious man with earrings. "Discharge." Mu Bai softly uttered two words from the corner of his mouth. Crack! Accompanied by the pungent roasted smell, the earrings melted. When he woke up, Mu Bai grabbed his neck and dragged him to the window. "What's your name?" Mu Bai asked the other party with a slight force on his palm. "Ahem, Wang Suanhai." Holding Mu Bai's hands, he kicked his legs desperately. The feeling of suffocation made him uncomfortable. "Wang Suanhai, I remember your name. Now I have something I want you to do. Can you do it?" Wang Suanhai, whose face turned red, nodded repeatedly. Just let go of him quickly, he would agree to everything. "It's very simple, just bring me a message. I want you to inform the sophomore chief that I will challenge him in the ring 10 days later. If you don't bring this sentence, I want you to know your fate." The other freshmen couldn't close their mouths when they heard this sentence. On the first day of school, he directly announced that he would challenge the strongest person of his previous age. Mu Shen must be too cruel. Weakly holding Mu Bai's steel-like hand, Wang Suanhai's face turned green after hearing this mission, but he knew that if he didn't agree today, the end would probably be even worse. Must complete the mission. The hand holding his neck loosened, and Wang Suanhai gasped for air. Mu Bai glanced at the freshmen around him and said calmly, "Throw these sophomores out of the windows as they're lying on the ground." After hearing Mu Bai's words, several students with military training couldn't help but stand up straight and answer loudly. Yes. After coughing, Mu Bai said in a dumbfounded voice. I am not your commander, there is no need to answer that I am. Several freshmen who spoke out scratched their heads, feeling embarrassed. Mu Bai's aura just now reminded them of an officer in training. The kind of temperament that crawled out of the dead. Chapter 42, Branching Out into Colleges, Releasing at the Venue Conquerors. After the incident in the dormitory subsided, the school did not issue any announcement, and everyone spent the night peacefully. The next morning, more than 1,000 freshmen gathered at the venue and took their seats one after another. There was another important activity before the official class, which was to divide into colleges. Wuhan University is famous for its 4 major colleges, namely the College of Different Dimension Warfare, which is referred to as the College of Practical Combat. It has the highest mortality rate. After graduation, you can choose to enter the military. The Weapons Academy specializes in building weapons, either in batches or in sophisticated schools. After graduation, you don't have to go through the ups and downs of society. You can directly connect with the state or private enterprises, which can be called an iron rice bowl. The College of Alchemy and Medicine processes medicinal materials obtained from different dimensions and can purify the maximum medicinal effects of the medicinal materials through various means. It is the most popular among the 4 major colleges in peacetime. The Different Dimension Strategy Academy, referred to as the Tactical Academy, is mainly responsible for studying different dimensions so as to better capture and plunder them. Although it is somewhat similar to the actual Combat Academy, the Tactics Academy is more about techniques. On the rostrum, Duan Xia, the president of Wuhan University, appeared for the first time. He had white eyebrows, white beard, and white hair, as if he would become an immortal today. Sitting below him were 4 teachers, 2 men and 2 women each, the main teachers in charge of each college, looking at the students in the audience with serious expressions. Hey, this momentum is too strong. I wonder if I can join the Weapons Academy today. If I join, I won't have to worry about it in my life. TCH. A real man must join the Practical Combat School. I guess Mu Shen and Yu Jianzhou will definitely choose the Practical Combat School. Nonsense, this time Wuhan University will definitely be led by Mu Bai in the National League, and it will definitely be a practical college. Su Yi and Xiao Fengke in freshmen are a bit too good looking. What's so good about women is that they're not as interesting as a girl with animal ears. Su Yi and Feng Cai were among the top 10 in the secret realm yesterday. They were both girls, so Mu Bai remembered them deeply. Looking back, I saw a figure among the girls sitting in the back row that caught my eye. He is tall and slender, his skin is as good as snow, his eyes are like a pool of spring water, and he has an elegant and noble temperament when he looks at her. Su Yi, who was sitting in the back row, looked towards the front row with emotion, and smiled lightly when she saw Mu Bai. Liu Jun, who was sitting next to Mu Bai, also followed Mu Bai's gaze and looked at Su Yi. This is a perfect school beauty, Mu Shen, look at her smiling this way. Liu Jun exclaimed in a low voice. It's really not simple in terms of energy and spirit. Mu Bai said softly. His focus was not on the appearance, but on the opponent's spirit. After swallowing the thunder fruit, Mu Bai found that he could observe objects more comprehensively after using the color of seeing and hearing. When observing human beings, a person's mental state will be vaguely revealed. Turning his head to look at the high platform, Mu Bai did not deliberately observe these teachers with a sense of observation, but the energy and spirit on their bodies was like the moon, and the principal sitting in the middle was the sun. As expected of an 8th-level powerhouse, he was so terrifying. The girl on Su Yi's right pushed her, pointed at Mu Bai sitting in the front and said, Yi, did you see that Mu Bai was looking here just now? He's so handsome. I heard that he defeated more than 20 sophomores in the boys' dormitory yesterday. Mu Bai. Su Yi was thoughtful. There was no other color in the other person's eyes just now. To describe it, it was like observing a painting. After seeing that all the teachers and students were present, the male teacher wearing glasses among the 4 teachers walked to the microphone. I am the teacher in charge of the first-year students of the practical school. My name is Lei Wuxiang. The Different Dimension War College, also known as the Practical School, is mainly focused on actual combat. It aims to become stronger and expand its territory in the different dimensional space. Therefore, it is also the most strict of the 4 academies. Speaking of which, Lei Wuxiang pushed up his glasses and continued with a smile. The top 10 in yesterday's Secret Realm assessment can join unconditionally, and the assessment conditions for others are also very simple. Mu Bai. What do you want me to do? Exist. Mu Bai stood up and said loudly. Wu Wuxiang, who was wearing a black mandarin jacket, smiled at Mu Bai and said, "Are you willing to join the Practical Academy of Wuhan University?" Without thinking, Mu Bai said, "I am willing to join. If you want to enter the National League, the best choice is to continuously temper your actual combat abilities in blood and fire. The other 3 colleges don't have the conditions to do it, but the Practical College can." The other 3 teachers on the high platform were obviously not surprised by Mu Bai's answer. Double fruit power user. I heard that you also have Conqueror's Haki, which is unique in a million. Yes. Mu Bai's answer was concise, without any hint of avoidance. Rubbing his hands, Lei Wu said into the microphone. The assessment of the Practical Academy is very simple. Under Mu Bai's Conquerors, anyone who can stay awake can join. Do you want me to use Conquerors? Teacher Lei, are you sure I want to use Conquerors with all my strength? I'm afraid there won't be many students left here. Mu Bai crossed his arms and said with a wry smile. With his current Conqueror's domineering power, those present who are not determined enough will be instantly stunned. If it is released continuously, I am afraid that few will be able to stand. Haha, it seems that Mr. Mu is very confident in his Conqueror's Haki. It would be better if you can display it step by step. I can do it. Mu Bai said decisively. Hearing Mu Bai's words, the other 3 teachers on the stage stared at each other. Being able to control the degree of release of Conqueror's domineering energy is not something that beginners can do unless Mu Bai's Conquerors has reached the intermediate level. The freshmen who heard the conversation between the 2 were whispering below. Did you hear what teacher Lei Wuxiang just said? Mu Bai is indeed a dual fruit capable person. Can one person swallow 2 devil fruits? Your focus is a little wrong. Mu Bai is about to use Conquerors. We must keep our minds steady and not be stunned instantly. Oh no, it's not like that. The people standing here are all the proud ones of heaven, and they are not ordinary fish. If Mu Bai can stun me, I will eat an oli on the spot. You said so. I've videotaped you. Yu Jianzhou, who was carefree, also narrowed his eyes. He was naturally familiar with Conquerors. Even if something like Conquerors is awakened, it is difficult to improve. How did Mu Bai do it? I release now. Looking at teacher Lei, Mu Bai said. Lei Wu said into the microphone. Now, all freshmen stand up. More than 1,000 people in the venue stood up in unison. That's enough now. As a teacher, I haven't felt the pressure of Conquerors for a long time. In that case, let's get started. Mu Bai stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. With Mu Bai as the center, the world seemed to have lost its color, and an astonishing coercion swept over everyone. Those affected felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing on their chests, making them unable to breathe. Mu Bai not far away seemed to be a god performing miracles. Invisible pressure continued to sweep across the earth. The tables and chairs in all the venues were shaking slightly, and the terrifying aura was still building up. What a joke! My legs won't work. Ah! Hold on! Under the increasing pressure, all the freshmen in the room became shorter. Only Mu Bai, who was wearing black casual clothes, straightened his back and his eyes were filled with frightening power. This monster! Yu Jianzhou was surprised to feel that the pressure on his body was increasing. Even he felt the pressure at this moment. I can't do it anymore. With a clang, a new student lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The others' bodies trembled under such a surge of energy, and they subconsciously raised their arms to block them, but that didn't seem to be of any use. Bang! Bang! As if a switch had been touched, the sound of falling to the ground continued one after another. Chapter 43 Practical Combat Academy, Shura Tower. The terrifying pressure continued, and as Mu Bai snapped his fingers for the second time, the pressure of courage and pressure rose to a new level. Even Lei Wuxiang and several teachers felt the pressure at this moment. Lei Wuxiang adjusted his glasses with his hands and looked at Mu Bai with surprised eyes. Xinchen, who was almost overwhelmed by the pressure, could no longer even speak. His knees were firmly pressed to the ground, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Su Yi and others also frowned and their legs were numb. They were using their own strength to resist Mu Bai's majestic pressure. Okay, that's enough Mu Bai. Just when Mu Bai was about to snap his fingers for the third time, Lei Wuxiang stopped him. The terror in his eyes gradually dissipated, and Mu Bai lowered his raised right hand. Looking back, nearly 9/10 of the freshmen in the audience were unconscious, and the remaining 10% were lying on the ground with difficulty. Only 50 or 60 people could still stand. Seeing this scene, Mu Bai stretched his body and made a crunching sound. A thick voice came from the stage. Mu Bai, how much force did you use on the conquerors just now? The one who spoke was the principal Duanxia. Upon hearing the inquiry from the principal, an 8th-level expert, Mu Bai said. The last wave used 80% of the force. Smoothing his white beard, Duanxia clapped his hands and said. You are indeed a talented young man. The future of Wuhan University lies in your hands. Time is precious, and these comatose students have to wake up. As soon as the principal finished speaking, all the unconscious freshmen stood up staggeringly, and then slowly regained consciousness. What kind of method is this? Mu Bai was shocked. Impossible. This should be some kind of method in another dimension, or a devil fruit ability that I am not familiar with. The freshmen who had just woken up were confused. Why did my eyes go dark just now? Me too, when the conquerors of the God of Mercy touched me, I just lay down. It was so scary. Stop talking. Just now you said you would eat an ollie and give it to me when you feel faint, but there is video to prove it. Damn it, you are serious, I just said it casually. This is Conqueror's domineering spirit that comes only 1 in a million. It's more exciting than spirits. Correction, Conquerors is said to be 1 in a million, but in fact, there are not many Conquerors awakening in the entire Xia Kingdom, it can even be said to be rare. Picking up the microphone, Lei Wuxiang called out names one by one, Yu Jianzhou, Lin Zhan, Su Yi, Hong Yuan, Feng Cai, Lu Jun. Anyone whose name I called and is willing to join the Practical Academy can follow me. Most of the freshmen whose names were called walked out. After glancing around, Lei Wuxiang nodded. Okay, there are 46 people in total. You are all the students of the Practical Academy. Hearing this, the students below were all shocked, and Yu Jianzhou was also startled. Only 46 people out of 1,050 were selected to enter the Practical Academy. What is this? You must know that there were more than 200 students in the last Practical Academy. 46 people. Mu Bai guessed something. Wuhan University is taking the route of concentrating elites, reducing the number of students and concentrating resources on top students. Seeing the surprised expressions of everyone in front of him, Lei Wuxiang waved his hand. There are a lot of 46 people. It's time for you to catch up this year. Your class in the Practical Combat Academy will be the first batch of elite test targets. Okay, we won't have anything to do from now on, so just come with me, Curling his lips, Lei Wuxiang waved for everyone to follow him. Walking out of the venue, passing by the west gate of Wuhan University, you come to the teaching building with a twin tower structure, which is the practical college of Wuhan University. Under the sunlight, the entire tower shone brightly, and Liu Jun's eyes twitched. Oh my god, Wuhan University is too arrogant. These twin towers are made of alien metal. Mu Bai stepped forward and touched the surface of the twin towers. It felt smooth, but even if Mu Bai pressed his palm with all his strength, the surface made of alien metal was still intact. Not even a single fingerprint was left. It's the same metal as the one in the boys' dormitory, but the metal content here is higher. Withdrawing his hand, Mu Bai said thoughtfully. Yes, Wuhan University has 2 large extra-dimensional spaces. The special alien metal used to build the twin towers was dug out from there. Lei Wuxiang put his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. As if he remembered something, he smiled at Mu Bai and said. If I remember correctly, Mu Bai, what you are holding in your hand is a special level card. With a special level card, you can enter those 2 high-level different dimensional spaces unconditionally. Director Liang from the admissions office told me. A black card was sandwiched in Mu Bai's hand. Others looked at Mu Bai with envy. Lei Wuxiang was startled. He could clearly see the special card that Mu Bai had pulled out of thin air. Is it an item from another dimension? This Mu Bai seems to have hidden a lot of things. But this perverted little guy already possesses the power of dual fruits, so he won't be surprised if he shows it again. Entering the twin teaching building, Lei Wuxiang first led them to the underground training room. Nearly the size of 5 football fields, the pure white space is surrounded by special materials. Mu Bai has no doubt that this place was a fortress during the war years. Assemble! Men and women stand in a row. Lei Wuxiang shouted in a low voice. 46 people lined up neatly in 2 teams. Looking at these slightly immature faces, Lei Wuxiang continued. The 46 of you are all the students of this class of the Practical Combat Academy from today on. There are still more than 20 days until the Shura Tower trial at the end of the month. You must seize the time to train, and you must not lose the face of the Practical Combat Academy. Seeing the confused expressions on Liu Jun and others' faces, Lei Wuxiang knew that they probably didn't even know what Shura Pagoda was. Su Yi, you are a local, what do you mean by Shura Pagoda? Hearing teacher Lei call her name, Su Yi walked up to the crowd and said softly. There is a special extra-dimensional space underground in Taiping City called Shura Tower. Only people under the age of 20 can enter. There are 50 levels in total. The best result in the past 2 years was achieved by Xiao Wudi from our school a year ago. Speaking of this, Su Yi looked at Mu Bai thoughtfully. This Xiao Wudi is the current sophomore chief. Every year Wuhan University allows freshmen to challenge the Shura Tower. In the Shura Tower, rewards will be obtained according to the number of levels challenged. The first place freshman will be the chief of this year. Xiao Wudi, there is something about this name. People named Xiao are ruthless people. If you dare to name him Wudi, you can see his parents' expectations for him. But the opponent is a dragon, and I, Mu Bai, can beat him into an adult. Even after hearing about the opponent's glorious record, Mu Bai remained calm. Chapter 44 Why don't you put aside leisure running? Nodding to Su Yi, Lei Wu said seriously to his classmates. Well, what student Su said is good. Let me add one more point. Challenge Shura Tower to improve your ranking as much as possible. This is especially important for students who want to participate in the National League. To participate in the National League, you need local indicators. Every place is different. You have to achieve certain results to be eligible to enter the National League. How many layers are needed? Mu Bai, who was standing at the front, asked with interest. When people ask this question I would say 30 floors, but if you ask me, I would say higher is better. But you are indeed brave. This is the first time I have heard of a freshman beating up a group of seniors in all my years of working. Lei Wuxiang touched his chin and said teasingly to Mu Bai. Teacher, you are underestimating Mu Bai. Yesterday he issued a challenge to Xiao Wudi. He will challenge him in the ring in 10 days, oh, not 9 days. Yu Jianzhou said leisurely, not taking it too seriously. Hearing this, even Lei Wuxiang frowned, damn it. You can just beat a few ordinary sophomores, why bother with that pervert Xiao Wudi? Mu Bai, is this true? After glaring at Yu Jianzhou, Mu Bai said calmly. It is indeed my challenge. I guess the other party already knows about it now. The sophomore chief will probably not refuse my challenge as a freshman. Yu Jianzhou, who was glared at, stood up straight. Hearing Mu Bai's words, Yu Jianzhou laughed and said. Of course I won't refuse, but that guy has no time to come out now. He has been fighting in another dimension and won't be able to spare time for a while. I would say that Xiao Wudi's mentality has been shattered, otherwise he would have reached level 5 long ago. Nonsense. Yu Jianzhou, you know that Xiao Wudi, a lunatic, still hasn't stopped Mu Bai. It's really because of you. Hearing this, Lei Wuxiang blew his beard and stared. Haha, teacher, it seems that you still don't understand this guy Mu Bai. Even though this guy is usually quiet, he looks more like a madman than Xiao Wudi when he fights. Recalling the battle in the secret realm, Yu Jianzhou still remembered it freshly, and his hands ached slightly. Xiao Wudi is at the peak of level 4. It's almost impossible for anyone of his generation to defeat him. Mu Bai, you have to train hard this month. I heard from my sophomore teacher that Xiao Wudi will return to school in the middle of next month. Now that the deal was done, Teacher Lei, who knew he couldn't stop Mu Bai, said seriously. Hey, what about Xiao Wudi? His mentality exploded after being beaten by Zhang Buming. I want to deal with him. Hearing Yu Qianku's muttering, Lei Wuxiang smiled and said. That's all you can do. I heard that you were beaten so hard by Mu Bai in the secret realm. Have you forgotten all about it? Yu Jianzhou lost his temper immediately after being scolded. Lei Wuxiang looked seriously, looked around at the freshmen of the Practical Academy, and grinned. The wonderful training has officially begun. You are not allowed to quit in the middle. As long as you are not about to die, you have to practice to death for me. The first thing is running. What's the point of practicing running? Hearing Liu Jun's whisper, Teacher Lei said softly. Liu Jun ran 20 extra laps. And Yu Jianzhou also ran 20 extra laps. Damn it, teacher, why did I get punished when I didn't say anything? Yu Jianzhou raised his hand in protest. Aren't you talking now? There are so many questions. Forget it, Yu Jianzhou thought to himself. He might just run a circle around this area, 20 laps is not too much. With his early level 4 strength, he would probably break a sweat after just a few steps. Mu Bai, as the first place in the secret realm trial, you lead the way. You distribute this to them. With that said, Teacher Lei picked up 46 slender bracelets and handed them to Mu Bai. I knew Teacher Lei didn't want us to run normally. Mu Bai took the bracelet and said with a smile. Then, he took the lead and put on a bracelet and felt the weight. How about Mu Bai, does this thing have any magical effects? Liu Jun came over and said curiously. But what greeted him was Mu Bai's pitying eyes. With Liu Jun's physique, he probably wouldn't be able to run many laps wearing this thing. Mu Bai handed out the bracelets as if nothing had happened. The moment everyone put on the bracelets, their bodies seemed to be carrying a mountain. Some of the weak ones fell to the ground, adjusted their condition, and then stood up again. Oh! Why is this thing so heavy? Liu Jun felt like he was running in a swimming pool, full of resistance, and he felt like he was sweating before he even took 2 steps. Seeing Mu Bai acting like a normal person, Liu Jun couldn't help but secretly sighed. He is indeed my idol. He looks like a normal person wearing this. Looking around at the people putting on the bracelets, the one who seemed most relaxed was a one-eyed young man. He is physically strong and has a more symmetrical figure compared to Mu Bai, but he appears to be more explosive. He must be an animal type user. Mu Bai could feel a kind of wildness in the other person. If I remember correctly, his name was Hong Yuan. Just as calm as Hong Yuan is Su Yi, a girl. She should also be an animal devil fruit user. After feeling that everyone had adjusted their status, Teacher Lei said happily. What are you waiting for? Today's practice will end after everyone runs 40 laps. It's okay to run more, but not less. No, 40 laps. Well, I can only take 2 steps. Who is whispering? Do you want to practice more? Hearing someone whispering, Lei Wuxiang scolded. Everyone stood in a team, and Mu Bai at the front stood on the track, walking at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. The others followed behind him, their footsteps chaotic. Everyone ran down the first lap leisurely, everyone except Mu Bai was sweating profusely. Second lap. The third round. Mu Bai's speed slowly increased, but there was still no sweat on his face. But the team behind him has been divided into several groups. Following closely behind him are Hong Yuan, Su Yi, and Yu Jianzhou 100 meters away. After that were the third echelon, Liu Jun, Lin Zhan, and Feng Cai wearing a cartoon hat, who were left half a circle behind. The fourth echelon is the other students. This Mu Bai's physique is a bit abnormal. Lei Wuxiang picked his nostrils and said with emotion. With this physique, even Lei Wuxiang would believe you if you said he was an animal-type ability user who had just entered the 5th level. It can be said that Mu Bai completely surpassed these geniuses in the same period in terms of physique. Mu Bai was running. And the pressure on his body was evenly distributed on every part of his body. If anyone who knows anything sees this scene, he will definitely understand Mu Bai's state at this moment. This is the precursor to awakening to the return of life and the absolute ability to control the body. Seeing Mu Bai running over, he was about to trap the last echelon. Lei Wuxiang stopped Mu Bai. Mu Bai, come here. Mu Bai, who was stopped, ran over briskly. What's wrong, Teacher Lei? After looking at Mu Bai carefully, he didn't even break a sweat. Those who didn't know better thought Mu Bai was here for jogging and leisure. Your physique is really terrifying. I kind of understand why you dare to challenge Xiao Wudi, who is at the peak of level 4. Teacher Lei, who had his legs crossed, looked at Mu Bai and said slowly. Haha, Teacher Lei, I was actually adjusting my body just now, so I might as well add a few more bracelets. You really thought of me. How many do you want to add? 4 more. 4 more? Are you sure, Mu Bai? A little too little, teacher. Chapter 45 New Goal. When the students were overwhelmed by 1 bracelet, Mu Bai slowly followed the last echelon with 5 bracelets in his hand. Someone saw Mu Shen behind him and said strangely. Hey! Mu Shen, are you trying to trap us? Mu Bai raised the 5 bracelets in his hand, almost frightening the classmate who just asked him half to death. Damn it, I'm almost turning into a ghost when I wear one. Mu Shen, how can you run while wearing 5 of them? Phew, it's a bit weird. Everyone, come on, let's run. I'll take the first step. After saying that, under the eyes of everyone looking at him like aliens, Mu Bai's speed slowly increased. After a while, the 3rd echelon was left behind. Ding dong! After effective exercise, physical fitness plus 0.5. High pressure training is still useful. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Mu Bai suddenly thought that he hadn't signed in today and almost forgot. Ding dong, sign in successfully. Physique plus 1. Kendo plus 200 proficiency. Vigor plus 0.5. Marine 6 styles plus 80 proficiency. Mu Bai, who was running, thought silently in his heart and opened the panel. Name, Mu Bai. Level 3. Physique 84. Armed Color Domineering, 15800/25000, Skilled. Information and Domineering, 17886/25000, Skilled. Conqueror's Dominance 71, Vigor. Swordsmanship, 6502/25000, Skilled. Marine 6 Styles, 22250/25000, Skilled. Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit, 88%. Thunder Fruit, 15%. Equipment, Xianye Heavy Fire, Liang Kui Deo, Black Mysterious Gloves. Conqueror's domineering power increased from over 60 to early 70. These days, after absorbing and consolidating the nutrition of alien ginseng, plus the sign-in reward, my physical fitness has reached 84 points, one step closer to the 100-point level. In terms of fruit development, the Zhenzhen fruit is finally about to awaken, and the development of the thunder fruit is also on the schedule. As long as you complete the awakening of the shock fruit in the next stage, break through the 100-point level in physical fitness, and open up your inner network by improving your knowledge and color, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds. It's not impossible to fight level 3 against level 5. Letting go of his mind, Mu Bai ran faster and faster. Feeling the wind behind them, Lin Zhan and Liu Jun turned around. Sure enough, it was Mu Bai. When they looked at the 5 bracelets on his hand, they were speechless. He could still run so fast with 5 bracelets, and Mu Bai's physique was so strong. Lin Zhan, who admired the strong, made Mu Bai the person he wanted to surpass in his heart. Hu Mu Shen. Why are you running so fast? Liu Jun was sweating and looking very embarrassed. Mu Bai ran in front of everyone. Feng Ke, who was wearing a cartoon hat, lowered the brim of her hat. Upon hearing Liu Jun's inquiry, Mu Bai turned around and said, Liu Jun, you are a user with the Nyonyo fruit ability. You can try to use the Nyonyo fruit's ability, such as using the elasticity and ductility of the glutinous rice to reduce the burden on your body. As the glutinous fruit known as special paramecia, there are many options for development. Even if it is not like Katakuri's fruit awakening, the Nyonyo fruit is a multifunctional and powerful fruit. That's right. Listening to your words is better than 10 years of studying. Anyway, Teacher Lei didn't say you can't use the fruit's abilities. Thinking about it, Liu Jun stretched his legs, making them turn into glutinous rice. The glutinous rice condensed on the soles, making him full of elasticity when running. Although the pressure caused by the bracelet was still there, it was much easier than before. Beyond these 3 people, there are Su Yi, Hong Yuan and Yu Jianzhou in front. Why don't you 2 run away quickly? Mu Bai is catching up behind you. Neither Su Yi nor Hong Yuan paid any attention to Yu Jianzhou, and just ran around minding their own business. Seeing that both of them ignored him, Yu Jianzhou slowed down and ran side by side with Mu Bai. Mu Bai, do you think people in the animal department are all cold? This Yu Jianzhou is one of those guys who pretends to be cool in front of people he doesn't know, and becomes familiar with them as soon as he gets acquainted with them. I don't know if you're cold or not, but I'm quite curious about what you just said about Xiao Wudi being defeated by Zhang Buming. Yu Jianzhou, who didn't care, recalled and said. Last year, just after school started, Xiao Wubai launched a challenge to Zhang Buming because of some things in another dimension. Guess what? Xiao Wudi, who has the fruit ability and is 1 year older than Zhang Buming, was beaten to a pulp by Zhang Buming, who has not yet obtained the fruit ability. Having said this, Yu Jianzhou put away his cynicism and continued. Xiao Wudi is not weak. It can even be said that he is comparable to the strongest in the past. It is a pity that he encountered Zhang Buming's era. After being defeated by Zhang Buming, Xiao Wudi went to another dimension day and night, trying to improve his strength. Brother Mu Bai, you may be the only person in this era who can check and balance Zhang Buming. Checks and balances, Lao Zi has to beat him in the National League. Otherwise, How can I complete the main mission, obtain the third fruit position, and become an unprecedented triple devil fruit user? I will defeat Zhang Bumming in the National League and end his undefeated streak. Do you want to come with me? There was no ridicule or joking, Mu Bai seemed to be telling a fact. Yu Jianzhou stopped running and said with a smile. I don't believe in others, but I believe in what you say. Do you want to invite me to the National League team competition? Mu Bai also stopped. His muscles all over his body tensed, and a wave of heat surged from his body to his limbs. Most of the fatigue from running with heavy weights was gone. I will beat everyone in the individual competition, but in the team competition I need to find 7 teammates. Mu Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile. Haha, you two fruit monster, if I don't believe you can defeat him, who can I believe? But if you want to have the authority to recruit teammates, you have to become the freshman chief. Is there anyone stronger than me among the freshmen at Wuhan University? Hearing Mu Bai's words, Yu Jianzhou expressed that the handsome boy was speechless. After stretching his muscles and bones, Mu Bai said to the panting Yu Jianzhou. Can I still run? How can a man say he can't do it, but I can still run away? As the second in command of 1,000 years, you have to keep up with me. After saying that, Mu Bai started running again, getting faster, and finally easily surpassed Hong Yuan and Su Yi. The two of them were originally competing against each other, but they never thought that Mu Bai, a monster with 5 bracelets, could still sprint like this. The two gritted their teeth and followed. Seeing Mu Bai riding a horse, Yu Jianzhou said that he was lying down, so you can just play me. Give yourself a slap in the face and muster up the energy to run again. Outside the court, Lei Wuxiang, who was sitting in a rocking chair, twitched his ears. Defeat Zhang Bumming, the capital of the gods? You are so ambitious. If you carefully carve this piece of rough jade, Mu Bai, you may really have a chance. Chapter 46 Line Fruit, Xiao Wudi. There is no sun in the scarlet sky, and the land soaked in blood is unusually wet. This is the blood demon's extra-dimensional space. Wuhan University has 2 high-level dimensional spaces and hundreds of medium-sized different dimensional spaces, and the blood demon space is one of them. In this world, a steady stream of blood demons will crawl out of the soil, endless, and their desire for flesh and blood transcends everything, including life and death. It's the 348th wave. The strong young man covered in scars sat cross-legged on the ground, but he did not touch the ground. If you look carefully, you will find that there are dense white threads wrapped around him. The ferocious blood demon roared and gnawed at him. There were so many people that there was no end in sight. 5-colored thread. The shirtless young man shouted low, crossed his hands, and 10 threads cut through the air, and the sound of cutting bones and flesh filled the space. The tiny thread instantly cut all the nearby blood demons into pieces. The sharpness has reached the standard, and the rest is the degree of impact. If it succeeds, I, Xiao Wudi, will become the youngest fruit awakener. The deep voice is full of violence, and when he talks about the fruit awakening, his eyes are full of excitement. The young man with scars all over his body is the sophomore chief, Xiao Wudi. Under the control of the silk thread, he stood in the air as if facing emptiness. His bloodshot eyes showed that he had not had a good rest for a long time. Kill. 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 Use endless killing to develop fruits. This is the path Xiao Wudi chose. Yes, how could he still sleep since he was defeated by Zhang Bumming? The honor that was taken away must be taken back with his own hands. Kill each other. Low-level species without consciousness. Parasite thread. Dozens of lines were scattered in the air, and then scattered into the blood demon's body like a meteor shower. Xiao Wudi shook his thumb and little finger. In his sneer, the blood demon who surrounded him again lost control of his body. It was like a puppet in Xiao Wudi's control. Under the control of the silk thread, the puppetized blood demon stabbed his claws into the bodies of the people around him, creating a backstabbing show. This is the paramecia thread fruit, which uses threads to control and destroy enemies. Buzzing. It was the message stone in another world that rang. Ordinary mobile phones had no signal here at all. If you want to communicate with the real world in another world, the only thing you can use is the message stone. Seeing the words on the message stone, Xiao Wudi's murderous intention deepened. Mu Bai. You have the courage to challenge me on the first day of school, but I don't have time to deal with you now. Zhang Buming is waiting for me. When my fruit awakens, I will definitely step on your body and become the strongest in Xia Kingdom. In excitement, he clenched his hands, and the blood demon controlled by the thread turned into a puddle of flesh and blood in his whale. At the same time, his feet touched the ground, and a white wave appeared on the bloody ground. It's just a little bit close. Just a little bit close. In the high school equipment room, several high school students gathered around and looked at the words on the message stone and smiled at each other. Boss Xiao said that he doesn't have time to take care of Mu Bai now. He will take care of the freshman when he comes out in a month and a half. Wang Xuanhai was kneeling on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face. Damn, these people are so cruel. Fortunately, Xiao Wudi was in another dimension. If he had been there, he would have been admitted to the hospital directly. Okay, just tell that Mu Bai exactly what you said, and let him prepare to be beaten to his knees. How dare a new student be so arrogant? So what if he has two fruits? Let's see how Boss Xiao will deal with him then. Wang Xuanhai said yes again and again, staggering out with his head lowered. In the afternoon, he found Mu Bai who was chatting with Yu Jianzhou on the playground and told those people their exact words. Okay, I'll be waiting for you in 1.5 months. Mu Bai said calmly with his hands in his pockets. In the next few days, the entire sophomore class knew that Mu Bai was going to challenge the sophomore chief Xiao Wudi. It was probably Xiao Wudi's younger brother who promoted it, and it caused an uproar throughout the school. The school did not interfere. The new students are crazy. The double fruits are amazing. If you dare to challenge that lunatic Xiao Wudi, I think he is tired of living. Not to mention, although Mu Bai will definitely not be able to defeat Boss Xiao, he should still be able to do it after a few moves. What's going on? Don't even think about beating a level 3 player from the peak of level 4. If this Mu Bai doesn't get beat up, I won't even consider him awesome. Two sophomore students were having a heated discussion in the cafeteria. Just when he was talking happily, a chill came to his heart. Who beat me until I screamed? Feeling a hand on his shoulder, the sophomore student subconsciously said. Xiao Wudi, hit, Mu Bai. When he turned around and saw Mu Bai's face, he almost frightened him to death. Student Mu, I'm ABCH, I said I was beaten to pieces. Yes. I said it was me. That's it. It scared me. I thought you were going to challenge me. Mu Bai, who was wearing black casual clothes and tall, said with regret. This scares the sophomore student so much that he throws away his status and dignity as an old student. Are you kidding me? Although I am a sophomore, I am no match for a big shot like Mu Bai. I am just bragging. If you really let him go, he will kneel down on the spot. Who knew that the other party was so spineless? Mu Bai, who originally wanted to do some activities after dinner, lost interest. He patted the other person's shoulder and left. Seeing Mu Bai's leaving figure, the sophomore breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. I thought I was dead. Why do you look at me like that? Seeing that everyone was far away from him, the crackling sounds were getting closer and closer. Following the sound and looking over his shoulder, his scalp suddenly became numb. This is, With a bang, the thunderball on his shoulder exploded, and dense electric current shocked his whole body. He was in pain, his whole body was scorched and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Let's get rid of the bad mouth, but this electric shock hairstyle is quite cool. I guess, your aesthetics are a bit outrageous. The students who liked to watch the excitement gathered around and secretly smacked their lips. They dared to talk about Mu Bai in person. They were really tired of life. Mu Bai, who walked out of the cafeteria, didn't care about other people's comments. He kept his mouth in other people's faces, so he could say whatever he wanted. As long as he defeated Xiao Wudi, their faces would change. Everything the winner does is an act of justice, and the loser will be trampled under his feet. So only strength is king. With clenched fists, thunder and lightning flashed. The days that followed were filled with training. Slowly, the seemingly impossible training tasks were overcome by Mu Bai and the others one by one, and everyone's strength improved by leaps and bounds. During the daily electrotherapy training, Mu Bai's physical fitness finally approached 100 points. Although Lei Wuxiang didn't say it, he already recognized in his heart that these students, with their genius qualifications and their own hard work, were all promising talents. Time flies by, and the end of the month is here in a blink of an eye. Taking the exclusive bus of Wuhan University, all freshmen must participate in this event. Shura Tower is in a different dimension, and the person who climbs the highest tower is the leader. Chapter 47 Shura Tower opens, first floor. Taking the engineering elevator of the last century, a group of people from Wuhan University entered in batches. The giant elevator that can accommodate more than 30 people slowly descended. Boom! Boom! The loud noise is mind-numbing. Don't be nervous, everyone, we are heading underground. The Shura Tower is located in an underground cave that was accidentally mined. Vice Principal Yin Wang comforted everyone at this moment. I see there are buses parked outside. Are people from other schools here too? Mu Bai and the others leaned against a corner of the elevator, and Liu Junyu said doubtfully. Su Yi, who was dressed smartly, said. There are many people. The age limit of Shura Pagoda is under 20. Basically all freshmen and some sophomores from Ming Province come here. After nearly a month of training, everyone gradually became familiar with each other, and Mu Bai found that the classmates around him were all secretive. Needless to say, Yu Jianzhou is the strongest among everyone except Mu Bai, and he possesses the Sasha fruit with Logia ability. In this college entrance examination, I was admitted to Wuhan University with the same perfect score. The elegant beauty Su Yi is a bird fruit, a fantasy beast in the form of a fire phoenix, and can cast a terrifying flame called the purple phoenix flame. Feng Ke, a girl who is always taciturn and wears a cartoon hat and thick glasses, has a childlike fruit that can be called a bug. It can be said to be quite a heaven-defying paramecia ability that it turns into a toy whenever it is touched. Hong Yuan, who has a resolute appearance and a scar on his right eye, is an animal cat fruit, in the form of a black panther, and is extremely outstanding in physical strength and reaction speed. After a while, the engineering elevator stopped. When everyone walked into the cave, their eyes lit up. The dome is lined with rows of crystal rocks, which are smooth and transparent in texture and can reflect the light of artificial lights to all corners of the space. 6 engineering elevators under the empty cave opened at the same time, and many students walked in. They stood on a high place and looked down, like a group of ants entering the nest. On the rock wall in the north, a giant evil ghost made of bronze stands tall. Under the refraction of the crystal rock, it looks like a living thing. A red opening was opened on its belly, which was the entrance to Shura Pagoda. On the chest of the evil ghost sculpture are the names of the top 10 in history. Everyone from Wuhan University followed Vice President Yin Wan to the camp near the west. This was their reserved place at Wuhan University. Other universities did not have such treatment. As the elevator rumbled up and down, there were more and more people in the cave. In less than half an hour, everyone from Wuhan University was gathered, 1,050 people. None of the sophomores came, but all the freshmen were present. Empty his mind, Mu Bai tried to perceive the inside of the Shura Pagoda with his sense of sight. After a while, Mu Bai opened his eyes. There seemed to be some kind of evil spirit being suppressed inside this Shura tower. When Mu Bai's vision touched it, he only felt a sinister aura. Thunder flashed in his eyes, and he didn't know if his thunder and lightning would be of any use to these evil spirits. Have you sensed anything on the Shura Tower? Yin Wan, the tall vice principal, saw Mu Bai's expression and said with a smile. The breath of each different dimension is different. I felt the power representing the yin attribute on the Shura Tower. Really? I didn't expect you to actually sense something. Yin Wan didn't expect that Mu Bai could really sense it when he asked casually. You're right, there are mostly yin-type creatures in the Shura Tower. If you can control thunder and lightning, you might be able to restrain them. There are a total of 50 floors in Shura Tower. The highest number of floors known to be climbed is 41 floors. Are you confident about breaking this record? I would rather see the view from the 50th floor. The refracted light hit Mu Bai's face. There was no fear or anxiety on his face, but instead one of high spirits and calmness. Two completely different temperaments were manifested in a 19-year-old freshman, which made Yin Wan slightly distracted. Sighing, it seems that I am still old, and the future belongs to these young people. What an amazing answer. I believe you can do it. I hope you can get the final reward at level 50. After communicating with the staff, Yin Wan asked all teachers to organize their own students to enter, and Mu Bai led the team in the actual combat academy. After counting the number of people, these young faces lined up to enter the Shura Tower. When Mu Bai's hand touched the red vortex, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding dong! I found that the host is entering the Shura Tower. Start the side mission to dominate the Shura Tower. There will be additional rewards after completing the 51st floor summit mission. Floor 51? No time to think about it. The red vortex sucked Mu Bai into it. When the world was spinning, Mu Bai, who came to a strange space, found that his eyes were completely dark, but there were countless scarlet eyes in the sky. The dome is covered like stars, scarlet eyes swinging with the body, nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes forming red waves. The squeaking sound is mind-numbing. What a monster! Look at me, the king of thunder and lightning, I have accepted you. Seeing this situation, Mu Bai did not hesitate. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, he shouted in a deep voice. 80 million volts, divine punishment. Mu Bai, who transformed into thunder and lightning, used his high-intensity electric current to evenly penetrate the entire sky. Each lightning strike accurately hits a monster. The scattered currents gathered together again, forming a lightning beam, which exploded on the dome. With the light of thunder and lightning, Mu Bai could clearly see what was above his head. Hibernating on the dome were huge red bats, their scarlet eyes staring intently at Mu Bai. Thunder and lightning descended on the dome, and there were continuous screams in the air, filled with a burning smell. In this wave, nearly 200 bloody bats were struck by lightning, and their body remains fell from the sky like raindrops. The moment the thunder and lightning disappeared, the remaining hundreds of bloody bats gathered together to form a super-large bat. Roar! It opened its bloody mouth, and terrifying sound waves emitted from its mouth, bombarding Mu Bai. Each floor of Shura Tower is different. Everyone is randomly assigned to a place. Every time they complete a task, they will go to the next floor. It seems that I am on a killing mission this time. Facing the sweeping sound waves, Mu Bai easily used elemental transformation to dodge. He raised his head and looked at the assembly of bats in the dark night. In front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be superior. He held his fingers empty, condensed the white ball cover, and grabbed it into the void above. Shocked, the world is turned upside down. Come down here. Before he finished speaking, the void was shattered layer by layer, and terrifying vibrations disturbed all the airflow, amidst the creaking and shattering sounds. Hiss, squeak. A steady stream of vibrations was transmitted into its ears, and hot blood flowed from both ears. The frightened giant bat creature completely lost control of its body. As the vibrating airflow was violently thrown to the ground, the ground was broken layer by layer under the pressure of such vibrations. The huge body of the bat assembly was crushed to pieces. The tester passes the first level and the second level is opened. The sound of the machine without any emotion came, and a brand new portal appeared in front of Mubai. Will the monsters be strengthened layer by layer? I hope there will be some powerful monsters later. This time I will release the shock and thunder to my heart's content. Chapter 48-20th Floor Boss. The sweet smell of flesh and blood appears again. It's the aliens from outside who have come to die. So hungry. Everyone in the town has been eaten. I want more human skins and more faces. The slender figure looks like a bamboo pole. Under the dim light, it is as weird and terrifying as the ghosts described in ghost stories. It has no head, and has 3 completely different faces on its chest. They are talking about their own things, but the same thing is that they are all looking out of the town with longing eyes. That's where the light doesn't shine. The strange meaty aroma is there, bound by rules. It has no way to get past it unless the other party takes the initiative to come over. Come on! Come on, the monster behind is even more terrifying. Why don't you let me eat you? Let's live here together forever and relieve ourselves from pain. Come on! The voice gradually became more urgent, and the 3 ferocious faces shouted one sentence at the same time in the final excitement. Come here! Food! The sound of steady footsteps came from a place where the lights of the town couldn't shine. The bamboo pole monster stretched out its long, skinny arms and crawled towards the man with tears on its face. This is the 20th floor. There's something wrong with the atmosphere. The young man in black casual clothes looked around and said with a smile. Indeed, the first 19 levels are all miscellaneous fish, monsters with yin attributes, and they all have no advanced intelligence and can only use the instinctive attacks of wild beasts. Mubai basically does one move at a time, which is no fun at all. The atmosphere here is well created, a dilapidated town surrounded by faint lights, and a tour guide in front of you. Why aren't you afraid? In front of Mubai, the bamboo pole monster stood up and asked in a confused tone. Be afraid? Do I need to be afraid of an insect like you? The tone was calm. The monster could hear the heartbeat of this human being so close. He was not lying. This is inexcusable. Eat you! Eat you! Eat you! Tear open his chest and open his bloody mouth from the chest. The 3 faces exuded nervous joy, and it wanted to swallow the food in front of it. Mubai, who was strolling in the courtyard, turned around, avoided the opponent's bite, and took off a certificate from its back. Student ID card, Wang Bo of Zhongzhou University. It turns out that this monster is a freshman who died here before. It swallowed 2 people with 3 faces corresponding to it. The dead soul is still being used by monsters, let me free you. Stretch out your index finger, thunder and lightning sounds. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Amidst the crackling sound, the Thunder Beast composed of thunder and lightning jumped out and hit the bamboo pole monster. High-intensity electric current exploded on the opponent's body, a burst of black energy slowly dissipated, and its body turned into powder. Ah, wake up, the lovely residents wake up. The crisp singing spread throughout the town, and this singing seemed to have a special ability to seduce people's hearts. The decaying town seemed to come alive at this moment, with residential houses rising from the dark soil, with doors as mouths and windows as eyes. Interesting. The houses have come to life, which means they are residents of the town. Mubai, whose body had turned into an element, suddenly appeared high in the sky above the town with a flash of lightning. The transparent ball cover condenses in the right hand, and it performs a free fall motion, hitting the ground from the sky. Shatter along with the land. The world is turned upside down. Cutting through the sky, Mubai punched the center of the town. The surrounding house monsters saw that they were safe and sound, and they laughed wildly with wisdom. What is this human being doing? Is it a performance before death? Wrong. Why is the ground shaking? Squeak. Taking Mu Bai's fist as a point, zigzag cracks spread on the ground. A terrifying vibration came from deep underground. The anthropomorphic house monster was overturned to the ground by the violent vibration, and the earth screamed in pain. The earth was split layer by layer, and cracks appeared on the surface, swallowing up the figure of the house monster. Falling into the crack, the black body of the house monster turned into powder. Under Mu Bai's punch, the entire town was reduced to ruins. You are so awesome! A sweet voice came from not far away, and Mu Bai looked to the side. Under the bright moonlight, a little girl dressed as an aristocrat tilted her head and looked at Mu Bai. The boss has finally appeared. I hope you can catch a few punches from me. Wiping off the dust on his sleeves, Mu Bai said expectantly. Brother, Nana doesn't understand what you are talking about. With his head tilted, his childish face looked like a little girl. Hearing this, Mu Bai smiled. If you don't understand, let my brother teach you. Lightning flashes. At the same time, the little girl who called herself Nana also moved, her long skirt flying, and 2 more darts appeared in her hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The tiny arm was particularly powerful at this moment, accurately hitting the place where Mu Bai originally stood. This move again, where did this human go? Even she couldn't see clearly the figure of this human being. After all, he was too fast, like lightning. Bang sound. Nana suddenly felt lightheaded and her head was held down by a strong hand from behind. It was Mu Bai who came behind her at some point. With a little force from the ruthless iron hand, Nana's face was pressed firmly to the ground. The powerful force caused cracks to appear on the ground. That's it. Mu Bai was a little confused when he saw the boss of the 20th level who was suppressed by himself with one hand. Don't tell me, you'll just send 2 darts. Nana, who was pressed to the ground, was sobbing. If she was a student with a strong sense of justice at this moment, she might have reflected on whether the other party was really an ordinary person. But Mu Bai knew very well that there were no ordinary people in Shura Tower. If you love pretending so much, then go to hell. Mu Bai mercilessly grabbed the opponent's long pale yellow hair, condensed the white ball in his hand, and hit her in the back of the head with an air blast. The ground collapsed, and the thin body was pressed directly into the ground, leaving a human-shaped hole. The expected scene of the watermelon exploding did not appear, and the other party's body seemed to be unusually hard. Shura Tower's smart beep sounded. The boss of level 20, the Dark Werewolf, appears. After defeating it, the next level of enemies will open. Hey guys, let me play with my second stage transformation. Touching his chin, Mu Bai looked at the pothole in front of him with interest. I saw the little girl's body expanding rapidly, black hair covering her whole body, and her blue pupils turning into pale golden beast pupils. Ouch! After a howl, the aura of the netherworld covered its body, and in Mu Bai's perception, the opponent's creature level reached the critical point of level 4. The nearly 3-meter-long netherworld werewolf easily jumped out of the hole. A hole? You are so cruel to a little girl, don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. His cold eyes were full of cruelty. My ability is copying. Guess what ability I copied from you? This guy was so tough that Mu Bai transformed into a thunderbolt, and terrifying electricity spurted out of his body. 60 million volts, Brontosaurus. The raging thunder and lightning condensed into a thunder dragon, bombarding the opponent with a crackling sound. Chapter 49. Thank you. Tool Wolf. After the scalp-numbing thunder and lightning bombardment, Mu Bai was slightly surprised. Although his figure was a little embarrassed, there was no doubt that this netherworld werewolf had taken Mu Bai's lightning attack. The netherworld werewolf, whose whole body was scorched, laughed. It's such a powerful lightning ability. I can feel that I can slowly control lightning. But having said that, being able to perfectly control lightning and vibration is really outrageous for a human like you. The black wolf's body was emitting lightning sparks and crackling, which was very strange in conjunction with the ghostly aura on his body. "You copied my lightning ability." Mu Bai touched his chin and guessed something and said calmly. "It's more than that. Look what this is." Curving his arms to accumulate strength, a transparent ball cover suddenly appeared on the netherworld werewolf's fist. Amazingly, it has the ability to shake fruits. "Good guy." Mu Bai called him a good guy. "The boss on the 20th floor is very perverted. He can also copy other people's skills. Is this the rhythm of preparing to use magic to defeat magic?" Mu Bai stretched out, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Then let's see who is the real and fake Monkey King." Lightning flashes and the body turns into thunder. 80 million volts, divine punishment. Under Mu Bai's control, huge thunder and lightning beams descended from the sky, as if gods were casting kamui. The netherworld werewolf controlled his half-baked thunder and lightning power to protect his body. It seems that what the other party copied was only the ability to control, and could not achieve the elementalization of the natural fruit person. Endless lightning continued to bombard the werewolf, and the scattered electric current condensed into a thunder spear in Mu Bai's hand. "Go ahead." The spear made of thunder and lightning in his hand made a sizzling sound. Mu Bai bent his arm backwards and threw it out brazenly. Thunder exploded, and the spear penetrated the opponent's chest. Hiss! With a wailing cry, the netherworld werewolf was nailed to the wall of the ruins. "Damn it, although I have copied the power of thunder and lightning, I am a yin creature and am restrained by the power of thunder and lightning. If the power of thunder and lightning is useless, then use the power of vibration." Holding back the pain in his chest, the netherworld werewolf sneered, and a pair of wolf claws condensed the vibrating ball cover and blasted towards Mu Bai's direction. With his left foot on the ground, Mu Bai had a ghostly figure. The pale white ball cover of his right arm covered his entire arm and struck the void in front of him brazenly. After the creaking sound, a white shock wave enveloped the opponent. One hand and one claw were wrestling with each other under the vibrating ball cover. The vibration forces from two directions collided together. The originally broken ground was bombarded into pieces like waves. Ding dong! The system prompts, feeling the host's ability to withstand vibration. The development progress of the earthquake fruit is plus 0.01%, plus 0.03%, plus. Mu Bai, who was in a stalemate with the other party, suddenly realized something when he heard the system's prompt tone. "As a person who has eaten the shock fruit, am I afraid of the opponent's ability to use the shock fruit? The same theory applies. If you eat the thunder fruit, will you be afraid of thunder and lightning? No, and on the contrary, these two attacks from the opponent will increase the progress of one's own fruit development." The netherworld werewolf on the other side was sweating coldly. What kind of vibration ability was this? It was simply a life-threatening talisman. "This shock fruit does too much damage to my body. When it produces the ability to shock, my body will probably collapse if I maintain it for more than 10 seconds. As an ordinary human being, the other party will definitely not be able to hold on at first. You must hold on." After carefully observing the human opposite, the netherworld werewolf's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the opponent's body. Mu Bai's face turned blue, his expression was painful, and his hands were trembling. As a careful werewolf, he knew that his chance had come. "No, my body can't bear it anymore." Mu Bai's performance was a bit exaggerated. His voice was trembling, and those who didn't know thought he was going to die soon. Of course, this was all Mu Bai's pretense. Hearing Mu Bai's words that were indistinguishable from surrender, the netherworld werewolf once again increased its vibration power. The powerful anti-shock ability made his eyes bloodshot, and scarlet blood flowed from his mouth and the corners of his eyes. "Go to hell." The other party is very helpful, and the system's prompts are also very helpful. Ding dong, Zhen fruit development progress plus 0.06% plus 0.07% plus 0.08% plus. Bang! The white shock wave dissipated, and the ground around the two people dropped at least 10 meters. The weak Mu Bai fell to the ground, looking at the approaching netherworld werewolf with fearful eyes. Haha! Where's your confidence? Your trembling body has betrayed your condition. You are at the end of your rope. Next, let me use your ability to kill you. Shock! The nether werewolf, whose eyes were bleeding, was proud that victory belonged to him. Bend your knees, grasp the wolf claws covering the shock ball cover, and strike hard at Mu Bai. The weak Mu Bai was knocked away on the spot. He staggered to his feet and walked towards the werewolf with difficulty. Ding dong, vibrating fruit development progress plus 0.09. After being knocked away, he came over with difficulty. Ding dong. Shock fruit development progress plus 0.1. After being knocked away, he came over with difficulty. 10 minutes later. The netherworld werewolf put away his trembling wolf claws and wiped the blood on Madara's face. The human in front of him still had that weak face, as if he was about to die at any moment. But he kept knocking the opponent away, but it had no effect at all. Mu Bai, who was attacked, sat weakly on the ground, and Kakuzu showed a trace of sleepiness in his eyes. This netherworld werewolf is quite useful as a tool wolf, and it has contributed greatly to the progress of his fruit awakening. Seeing the other party breathing heavily, Mu Bai was also moved by his professionalism. Look, you're tired. Why don't you take a break and try again? If you try harder, I'm going to die soon. Hearing Mu Bai's well-intentioned advice, the netherworld werewolf looked at him intently. Only then did he realize that Mu Bai was playing tricks on him. He felt a pain in his heart and fell to the ground. What's going on? Mu Bai walked over, knelt down and sniffed the other person's breath. He actually died like this. It should be that he overused his vibration ability, pushing his body to the limit, and was swallowed by the anti-shock ability. In addition, he was choked by Mu Bai's words just now, and he died on the spot. Dedicate yourself to death. What a pity, you are such a wolf. Mu Bai said with some regret, where would he find such a sparring talent in the future? A cold voice came from the sky. After passing level 20, please come and go to level 21. A scarlet portal appeared in front of Mu Bai's eyes. Chapter 50 City Defense Battle, Monster Legion. Level 21 is a special level. All the surviving people entering the tower need to help the city lord resist the monster attack. This level adopts a points system. You can get points by killing monsters. There are 3,512 people participating this time. The top 1,000 people with points will be selected to enter the next stage. As soon as he was teleported in, a cold reminder sounded in Mu Bai's ears. I was teleported to the city wall. Looking around, it was approaching dusk, and there were bursts of strange noises in the dark forest. It's actually a special level. Mu Bai's expression was neither happy nor sad, and a feeling of coldness and dampness surrounded his whole body. 3,512 people who passed the 20th level entered the 31st level, and all the students from the Practical Academy should be there. Taking out the sound transmission stone in his arms, he contacted Yu Qianzhou, Su Yi, and others, and met in the square of the territory. Coming to the square, on the dilapidated wooden platform, the old lord was giving a sonorous speech to the soldiers. The decaying darkness cannot swallow our will. We are the last afterglow of the empire. Today we will surely resist the erosion of darkness again. Long live the great Slater! The soldiers, filled with fanatical beliefs, burst out into roaring shouts. Must win! Must win! Must win! In the square, Mu Bai glanced around with a sense of knowledge and knew the level of these soldiers. There are nearly 500 soldiers, most of whom are in their early second level. With these soldiers, the city will inevitably be lost. Just now, Mu Bai sensed the forest at the top of the city. There were too many monsters full of violent auras, and there were even a few peak level 4 ones. Some people who had just been teleported into the city heard the notification sound in their ears, beat their heads hard, and kept saying, "I'm dead. It's actually a special level. This level is far more difficult than a normal level. How could I be so unlucky? If I had known, I would have automatically given up on the 20th floor." Some people who didn't understand said in confusion, "What does special level mean? Is it more difficult?" The person in question gritted his trembling teeth and said seriously, "Difficult? Do you know how many people died in the last special level? Nearly half of the people died in the 15th special level. What? No way, the death rate is too high. Can I quit now?" Haha, you can't exit. In normal levels, you will exit safely if you are fatally injured, but in special levels, you can't exit. If you die, you will die. This. Everyone has different expressions, but basically they all have solemn expressions. What the hell is this when I encounter a special level that I haven't seen for several years? Wearing full body armor, the old lord who was about to retire walked up to the freshmen from Ming Province University and looked at them solemnly. "You must be the warriors chosen by God to help us. On behalf of the Slater territory, I welcome you. I believe that with your help, we will definitely achieve final victory." A pair of hands behind him covered Mu Bai's eyes, and Mu Bai knew who it was without even thinking about it. "Yu Jianzhou, believe it or not, after we go out, I will come to you for practical training every day." Hearing this, Yu Jianzhou was so frightened that his hands shook. "Damn it! It's not like that. I'm delicate and frail, so I'm no match for a superhuman like you." Having been beaten violently by Mu Bai during this period, he knew very well Mu Bai's physique. It was no exaggeration to say that in terms of physical strength alone, 3 of them tied together could not compare to Mu Bai alone. Feng Ke, who was wearing a cartoon hat, shivered when she saw Yu Jianzhou, who was fearless, covering her mouth and laughing. Hong Yuan, Su Yi, Lin Zhan, Liu Jun, and others all came over one after another and exchanged their experiences in the tower. Everyone encounters different enemies, such as succubi, demons, skeleton soldiers, spider monsters, beast-eared girls, etc. But without exception, the bosses on the 20th floor were all level 3. Mu Bai touched his chin and realized that the netherworld werewolf he was fighting was a real level 4. Coupled with his talent for copying skills, it can be said that even a good student will fail. From this point of view, Shura Tower is just a job. The stronger you are, the stronger the enemies you will encounter, and the more difficult the levels will be. The heavily armed lord got down to business after some impassioned remarks. "Fellow warriors, when the afterglow of the setting sun dissipates, that's when the monsters attack. I hope everyone will listen to my command and help my soldiers resist monsters and aliens on the 4 walls of the southeast, northwest, and northwest." Several heralds organized the crowd to be divided into 4 formations. During this period, Mu Bai and others followed the flow of people and were divided into the northern city wall. Those who recognized the identities of Mu Bai and others also followed him. The strongest boss was here. If he didn't follow, would he have to wait for death? You have to be discerning when hugging your thighs. The team of more than 700 people seems to be a lot, but when they actually climb the city wall, they can only guarantee that there is one person guarding them 5 or 6 meters apart. Jumping to the city wall, the gentle breeze hit Mu Bai's face. He sat cross-legged on the city wall and closed his eyes tightly. Yu Jianzhou was leaning against the wall and playing with the sand. The afterglow of the setting sun slowly dissipated, and everyone who had been worried about it became even more panicked. On the other hand, everyone in Wuhan University, after seeing the calm performance of Mu Bai, Yu Jianzhou, and others, felt relieved. With Mu Shen here, it would be damned if the monster could still break through. Time passed slowly, and Mu Bai's eyes suddenly opened. "Here they come." The soldier looked at Mu Bai doubtfully. There was nothing happening in the forest. At this moment, there was a noise in the forest. Woo! It's the low sound of a trumpet. Amidst the wild horn sound, bloodthirsty white wolves jumped out of the grass in the dark forest, their green beast eyes full of desire for flesh and blood. Followed closely were an army of ogres with 2 heads and different sizes, the leaders of which also held magic wands. Look at the sky, what is that? An eagle! Some students exclaimed. Mu Bai, who had superhuman vision, said softly, it's not a raptor, it's a subspecies of flying dragon with wings. The soldiers on the city wall saw the overwhelming army of monsters in front of them, and their hands holding the iron guns trembled. Compared to ordinary soldiers, the leading knight captain is more knowledgeable, and he can recognize every kind of monster. Blue-eyed white wolf, 2-headed ogre, 2-legged flying dragon, demon ape, how come there are so many? Wait, that's behind. Ancient trees in the forest were knocked down by giant creatures, and the roar of the barbaric era came from his mouth. The huge body is like a hill, or in other words, he is the mountain. Legendary creature. That's a mountain giant. The knight captain said with a changed expression. Turning on the visual sense, Mu Bai had a rough feeling. It's a level 4 aura, but in actual combat it's probably much higher than level 4. Turning to look at Su Yi and others, Mu Bai said softly. The battle begins. Lightning flashed. Mu Bai disappeared on the city wall. Someone with sharp eyes saw Mu Bai's figure on the battlefield. He stood in front of the monster army. Although there are thousands of people, I will go.